Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to make this really pretty fan lace pattern, and it's a really pretty lilac colour. I'm using this Knit Pro crochet hook. I don't have a full set, I've just got a couple of them and it's really nice. So I'm going to show you how to do this. The stitch count for the foundation row is 4. And we're going to be using a UK treble crochet stitch and what's called a front post stitch. Don't be afraid of these stitches. You should be able to do these. They are quite easy. I'm going to show you how to do it. And it's a really pretty stitch. Make your blanket as long as you want it. Just do it in sets of 4. Just keep counting 4 when you do your chain. And then you're going to add an extra 2 stitches on to the end of your row. So I'll show you how to do this pretty stitch. So we're going to start a chain in sets of 4. So I'm going to do a slip knot. And you use the hook size it tells you to use on the ball of yarn that you're using. So I'm going to do my chain in a set of 4 stitches. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make sure you don't do them too tight. If you do your chain too tight, the bottom of your blanket will go up like this. It will be tight on the bottom. Do an extra 2 chain. 1, 2. Into the 3rd stitch in the chain, into the 3rd stitch, we're going to put 4 UK treble crochets. So yarn over and go into the 3rd stitch, and we're going to put 4 treble crochets. This first one is going to do your edge. So at the end and at the beginning, we're going to have 5. Just to start with, we're going to have 5. So that one counts as your first one. That's your second one. So we'll do another one. That's 3. One more. 3, 4. And then one more makes 5 all together. So that's your first fan done, and that chain there becomes your edge. You're going to skip 3 stitches. Remember and count the stitch that's right beside your cluster. Sometimes when you do your cluster, it squashes that stitch in, and that may be the reason when you do a chain your stitch count's not right when you get to the end. So remember and count that stitch. 1, 2 and 3. Into this 4th stitch you're going to do 4 treble crochets. That's a UK treble crochet. If you're in the USA, it's called a double crochet for you. So you're going to put 4. That's 1, 2, 3 and 4. Skip 3, 1, 2, 3 and put your next set of 4 in there for your fan. That's 1, 2, 3, oops, and 4. Skip 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Into that last stitch I'm going to put 5 treble crochets. So yarn over and go in to that very first stitch that you did. It's 1, yeah, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So you should have 5 in this end and 5 in this end. One of those stitches becomes your treble crochet up the side. So you've got 4 for your fan plus 1 extra. And this is what your sample should look like. It's really pretty. You're going to chain 3. 1, 2, 3 and turn your work. Now what you're going to do here is you're going to ignore that first one because that's the side of your blanket. Ignore that first one. So around the second stitch, we're going to go around that post. We're going around that long part of the stitch. So skip the first one and you're going to do a front post treble crochet. So put your yarn around your hook and go in the space right through to the other side and go behind the long part of the stitch. You're going behind the long part. Put your yarn over and pull through. Finish your treble crochet. Now into the middle, into the next space, you're going to put 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2, chain 1, and then put another 2 into the same space, 1 and 2. Now you're going to skip that one, and around that one you're going to do a front post stitch. So yarn over and go behind that stitch and pull up, yarn over and through 2 loops. Now keep that one on your loop. Go to the next one and do a front post stitch again. So yarn over and go through that one, yarn over and pull through 2 loops. So you should have 3 loops on your hook. Yarn over and pull through all of those loops. Now skip the next stitch and go into the space, go into the middle and do your 2 treble crochets, 1 chain and 2 treble crochets. So that's 1 and 2, chain 1 and put 2 treble crochets in, 1 and 2. Skip the next stitch and do a front post around this one. So yarn over, skip that stitch and go around that post. Yarn over and come through 2 loops. Now keep that one on your hook. We're going to the next set of 4. We're going to do a front post around this one just to pull these 2 in together. You've got 3 loops. Yarn over and pull through all 3 into the middle and do your 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2, chain 1 and do 2 treble crochets, that's 1 and 2. Skip that stitch and do on the end your front post treble crochet. Keep the stitch on your hook. So go to the first one of your next set into your next span and do your front post. So just work around that long part of the stitch. Go around and behind it. Pull up, yarn over and through 2 loops. So you've got 3 stitches, 3 loops on your hook. So yarn over and through them all. Now go into the middle of your fan, skip that stitch and go into the middle space and do your 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2, chain 1 and do 2 more, 1 and 2, and do your last front post stitch here on its own. Leave that one there. So you're going to do your front post on its own. And then into the top of that chain, you're going to do a treble crochet into the top of that chain. So yarn over and do a treble crochet into the top. Now chain 3, 1, 2, 3, turn your work. Now we're going to do these 4 stitches again into this chain space. You're going to put 4 treble crochets into this chain space. Go straight over. It's 1, 2, 3, and 4. No chains, no chains. Straight over to the next one and go into the chain space. So you're using that fan that you've just made. Go into that chain 1 space and do your 4 treble crochets. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this is what you get. Skip right over to the next set, into that chain 1 space in the middle of that fan, in there. Do 4 treble crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Over to the next one, all the way along. And you're going to put a treble crochet in there. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn. Now you're going to go to the first stitch in your fan, the first stitch, and do a front post treble crochet. So into the middle, you're going to do your 2 treble crochets, 1 chain, and 2 treble crochets. So that's 1 and 2, chain 1, and 2 more, all into that same space. Now you're going to do a front post stitch on this last stitch here, and you're going to do a front post to the first one of the next fan to pull it in. So yarn over and go around the post, pull through, yarn over and pull through. Now keep that stitch on your hook. Do your yarn over and go around the first one of the next set. Pull through, yarn over and pull through. So you've got 3 loops again, and pull through all 3. And that's what makes that lovely little cross section on here. So you're going to go into the middle again and do that little mini fan. 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. Chain 1 and do another 2. 1 and 2. If you get your hook in your yarn and work along at the same time, just pause the video when you need to stop. So now we're going to do a front post around that last stitch and a front post around this first stitch to bring this in. So around that one, and keep your stitch on the hook, and around the next one of the next set, and pull up. So you've got 3 loops, and come through all of them. Go into the middle of your little fan and do 2 treble crochet, 1 chain, and 2 treble crochet. So you're building your next fan. Onto the end one, you're going to do your front post stitch. Keep it on the hook and go to the first one of your next set. So remember and do these front post stitches. So yarn over and pull through all of them. Go into the middle and do your fan. That's 1, 2 treble crochets, chain 1 and another 2 into that chain space. So at the end you've only got one front post to do, so skip your stitch and do the front post into the last one of that fan around there and just finish that one. And that's your chain of 3. Into the top of the chain of 3 you're going to do a treble crochet. Just switch it through. Do your treble crochet. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. And this is what your pattern looks like. It's the front post ones that pull it back in to shape and keeps it nice and straight on the edge. You turn your work around and now you're going to do your 4 treble crochets into the top of each of these, and these are the 2 rows that you'll keep repeating. So just rewind the video to the start of that front post stitch one and you'll do that one again, and then you'll do the 4 and then you'll do the fan. So 4 treble crochets, 1, 2, 3 and 4. No chains this time, no chains. Move to the next one and put your 4 treble crochets. That's what pulls your blanket back into place. 2, 3 and 4. So over to the next one. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Over to the next one. All the way along. 3 and into the top of that chain of 3 I'm going to create treble crochet. Just into the top of that chain of 3. In there. Go to chain 3, 1, 2, 3 and turn your work, and then you'll do that front post stitch row again, and they're the 2 rows that you'll keep repeating. You'll repeat this one, then your front post row with the fan, and then those 4 treble crochets for the next row. They're the 2 rows you'll keep repeating. So just rewind the video to those 2 rows. So your next one, you'll be doing a front post treble crochet stitch first. If you're in the USA, this is a front post double crochet for you. Finish that one. And then you'll do your fan. So for this one it's 2 treble crochets, chain 1 and 2 treble crochets. It's 1, 2, chain 1 and 2 more, 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. So on the last stitch and the first stitch of the next one, you'll do your front post stitches. Keep it on the hook and move to the next one, and that is the 2 rows that you'll keep repeating. Come through all 3 and then do your fan in the top. That's 1 and 2, chain 1 on this row, and 1 and 2. Then do your front post, keep it on the hook, and then do your next one on the other set, and then do your 4 treble crochets. And that's what your little pattern's going to look like. Your blanket is as big as you want it. The 2 rows to repeat is the one with the 4 treble crochets in the top, and then do the front post row with your little fan in the middle. You can leave it on any of the rows. You can leave the top of your blanket with the fan that has the chain 1 in the middle, or you can just turn it and do your 4 treble crochets, go to the next one, do your 4 treble crochets all the way along, and that is how you finish this blanket. It does have a nice straight edge, so you don't need to do a border. You can thread some ribbon in under there and over and under and over if you want, but it's really pretty like this. So one row you fan slightly wider, and then your front posts pull it back in, and you're left with that nice crossed section here in between your fans. Now it grows, each 2 rows, it grows about 1.5 to 2 inches, so it does crochet up really quick, and it's a really pretty blanket. It's got a nice texture, and this is what the back looks like. So this is what the back looks like. That's pretty as well. And that's your front. 2 row repeat. Just rewind the video and do the row where you've got your 4 treble crochets, and then do that larger fan with the front post. Then do your 4 treble crochets, and then your front post fan in the next row. And you can finish it off on that row where you do the chain 1 in between and your front post stitches. It's really pretty. It gives it a kind of nice little peak on the top. So give this one a try. I'm sure you're going to really like it. And if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please just take a few minutes and click on that subscribe button. It is free to subscribe to anyone's YouTube channel. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now I've got this one here to show you. This is a nice ice yarn. This one is Magic Glitz, and it's these beautiful shades of purple. I'm going to do my sample of this stitch. I'm going to start a new one of these, and I'm going to do it in this. The one that I've got here is the Ice Magic, I think it's just Ice Magic. There is a one that's called Baby. The pinks in it are much lighter, but this one's got a lot of dark pinks and dark greys in it like this. It's really pretty. Now look at this. I've still got some yarn that's all sort of unravelled itself, and this is a triangle shawl. It's done in the triangle from the middle, and you work your way out. And I'll fold it over because it's quite large and I can't get it all in. This is really cheap to make as well. This whole size is 2 balls of yarn. That's 200 grams of this size of ball. 2 of these so far. I'm going to do another one, and that'll make it 3, and it'll be a bit bigger. But I thought you would like to see this. It's really, really pretty. It's done in a front post and back post stitch. Now this is done in a triangle shape like this. There's lots on YouTube already on how to do triangles. This one's done in a rib stitch. So there's lots out there. And don't think you can't do it, you can. So I'm going to show you how to do this. I'm going to use this purple one for that purpose. I'll pop this one back up there. The size of mat I've got on my table. Now what I have here is I've got two crochet hooks. You don't need to use 2 crochet hooks. I was finding trouble finding a 7mm Addy swing crochet hook. Now I usually use the Addy Max, and it's a longer hook. They only go up to 6mm. So one of my friends, I've got a few friends called Pauline, by the way. So one of my friends, Pauline, gave me one crochet hook, and a lovely friend of mine, her name is Janet, and she sent me this other one. She sent me other things as well. She's a really lovely, lovely lady. And I have got, I did get it, Janet. And you can never have too many crochet hooks. So the blanket I've just showed you needs a 7mm crochet hook, and so will this one. So I've got one for each of my projects. You can never have too many. And now you can either chain 4 and join it into a ring, or you can make a magic circle or a magic ring. I just put the yarn down my hand like this with the tail end, wrap it around my fingers as if you were doing a slip knot, and pull your yarn through. Just bring up your working end of your yarn, and I'm going to chain 1, and that's going to skewer it. We pull that in just a little bit. Now I'm going to work 3 sets of treble crochets into this ring. If you're in the USA, this is double crochets. If you're in the UK, it's treble crochets. So I've already got 1 chain on there. I'm going to chain 5. I've already got 1 there, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That becomes the last stitch in the round. Into the circle, I'm going to put 3 treble crochets. So yarn over and do 3 UK treble crochets. If you're in the USA, that's 3 double crochets. So yarn over, I've done 1, pull through, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops, that's 2, yarn over into the circle, pull through, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. So that's my first set of 3, and that chain 5 is my first corner. I'm going to chain 2, 1, 2. Into the ring again, I'm going to put another 3 treble crochets. So yarn over, that's 1, 2, and 3. Chain 2, 1, and 2. And we're going to do 2 more treble crochets. I'm going to pull my ring in, tighten up that centre. I'm going to put 2 treble crochets in because this one from the chain of 5 is going to make number 3. So I've done my chain 2, and I'm going to put 2 treble crochets into the middle of my circle. That's 1 and 2. I'm going to slip stitch to the chain of 5 into the 3rd stitch in the chain of 5. So count 1, 2, and 3, and that completes my circle. Pull through and through again. Now that's your little triangle. I'm going to slip stitch into the top space here. It keeps it neater if you slip stitch into your top corner space here in your triangle, and that's your corners. You can clearly see your corners. You've got your sets of 3 in a corner. You're going to chain 3, 1, 2, and 3. Now into that space, this is your corner, put another treble crochet. So that gives you your 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. Chain 2, 1, 2. Now put 2 more into that corner. Your corners will always have 2 treble crochet, 2 chain, and 2 treble crochet. So that's has made the next corner for the next round. These 3 stitches we're going to do a front post stitch, a back post stitch and a front post stitch. We're going to start the pattern. So yarn over and you're going to go around the post of that stitch, not into the top of it. You're going to go around the stalk of the stitch. Pull your yarn through, pull it up so it's the same height as the rest, and pull through to make your stitch. The next one, you're going to work around it and do what's called a back post stitch. So yarn over and come through the back and through again. So the post of the stitch is on the back of your hook. Pull your yarn through and finish your stitch. We're going to do a front post stitch on this next one. So yarn over and around the stitch and pull through and finish the stitch. So we're now at the next corner. The corners always get 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. So 2 treble crochets into the corner, into that big chain space, 1 and 2. Chain 2, 1, 2, and do another 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. Now the 3 stitches again on this side, front post, back post and front post. So yarn around and come around the post on that stitch. Work around the post and do a front post stitch. This time we're going around the back of the next stitch and pull through. The last one, front post. And we're back at the next corner. Remember, you've only got 3 corners on a triangle. So yarn over, 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2, chain 2, 1 and 2, and 2 more treble crochets all into that corner. That's 1 and 2. Now we've got our last set of 3, front post, back post and front post. So yarn over and go around the front post and pull through. The next one, you're going around the back. So come in from the back and pull through. And the last stitch, you're going around the front. Just like that. So now we're going to join the top of that chain of 3. So count 1, 2 and 3. And you're going to join your round into the top of that stitch. Do a slip stitch. Just pull through and then pull through that stitch to join the round. Now we want to start the next one in the corner in this 2 chain space. So what we're going to do is we're going to slip stitch into the space and then slip stitch into the top of your triangle. And that way we'll be starting the next round at the point of the triangle. And this is what you should have. You should have your top of your point and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stitches, then a corner, and you should have another 7 stitches, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, your second corner, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and back to the top. Every round we do, we will be adding 4 stitches to each side every time we do this side. So the next round you should have 11 in between your corners. So we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3. That's your first treble crochet in the corner. Put another one in to make 2. Now chain 2, 1, 2. 2 treble crochets into the corner again. 1 and 2. Now what we're going to do is front post, back post, front post. Now that one's already at the front, you can see it. So when you start your new round, you'll always start on a front post here. So yarn over and around the front post and finish your stitch. So the next one is a back post stitch. Go behind the stitch. Make sure the stitch is at the back of your hook. That's why it's called a back post stitch. So your next one is sitting at the front anyway. You can see it up to the front like this. So that's a front post stitch. And then a back post around your next stitch. Then a front post all the way to the corner. Front, back, front, back, front, back. Round the back one on this. And then a front post. And that's your next round on your next side. So now we're at a corner again. And what do you do in the corner? 2 treble crochets, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets. And if you're in the USA, that is 2 double crochets, 2 chain and 2 double crochets. So we'll do that. That's 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2 and 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2, and that's has made our next corner. So that is your corner, and we're going to work along to the other corner. Front post, back post, front post, back post, front, back, front, back. So you'll always start your next stitch on the front post. If you're on a back post, then you haven't done that round properly. So front post, then back post, and then a front post, and then a back post, all the way along to the other corner. And that's what you're going to do round after round after round. Each corner you'll put 2 trebles, 2 chain and 2 trebles, and you will work a front post, back post along to your next corner. So this one is a front post, and then we're at the next corner. So we're now at the next corner, 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2 for our corner, and 2 more into that same chain space, 1 and 2. So now we'll work front post and back post all the way along to this row here, and we'll join our round. So we're going to do a front post, like the granny square what we did, the mosaic granny square, but this time it's a triangle. We're not doing a square. So my last one is a front post, and then we'll close the round. We'll close round 3. So we're going to close it into the top of that chain of 3. 1, 2 and 3. Just put your hook through and make sure I get 2 parts of that stitch, and slip stitch to join and through. So we're going to slip stitch into the next space and then slip stitch into the top corner. It's a lot easier if you start your next round on the point of your triangle, and this is what we've got so far, like this. Now don't think that my hook's too big. Once this gets bigger, it'll be really light and airy like this one. This one it's really light, as you can see, and it's the same yarn, it just doesn't have that glitter through it. It doesn't have that metallic thread. So this is what we've got. I'll put that on the top of that one, and you can see what it is that you're doing like this. That will straighten out, don't worry about that one. It will straighten out like that, and that's your corners running up there. So we'll move this one back. Back up there. So I'll show you one more round, and then I'll do some more work on this and come back and show you what it looks like. Now, like I said, if you want to put a marker in your corners, you can. And each corner gets 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. So we're going to do chain 3 to begin the round. 1, 2 and 3. Put 1 more treble crochet into the top of, so that gives you your 2 treble crochets. So we're going to chain 2, 1 and 2, and put 2 more into that top corner or the point of your triangle. 1 and 2. So now we have more stitches to work. Again, it's going to be front post, back post, front post, back post, all the way to the next corner, and you'll work in those new stitches from that last round. So it's front post and back post all the way to the next corner. So yarn over and go around the front of the post, just work around that post with your treble crochet or a double crochet if you're in the USA, and pull through for the back one, around the front for the next one. So it's front post and back post all the way along. And as you can see, your front posts are joining up with the ones that are already there. Now, if you have a look on my channel, and you'll see the mosaic granny square that I did, that's beautiful as well, and it's really worth going and having a try at that as well. So pull through, yarn over and through for your front post all the way to the next corner, front post and back post around your stitches. And around. And I'm going to finish on the front post on that side. It's looking really, really pretty. Once the colour change comes in, it's going to be amazing. We're at the corner. 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. Then you'll do your front post, your back post, your front post, your back post, all the way to the next corner. When you're at this corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet, and work to the end, and you will join the round at the top of there. So I've done another 2 rows, and this is what you get. Now you can clearly see where you are with your top point and your 2 corners, with your little pointers going right to the corner anyway. So what you'll do is 2 treble crochet, 2 chain, 2 treble crochet, and then work your front post, back post all the way to this corner. And then again at this corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet. At front post, back post all the way to this corner. So if you start on a front post, you should finish on a front post. And then do the same at this corner. 2 trebles, 2 chain and 2 trebles. And if you're in the USA, that's 2 double crochet, 2 chain and 2 double crochet. And then work your front post and back post all the way up your blanket. And this is what you get. This is beautiful, this yarn. It's coming out absolutely beautiful. Now this would be amazing for a wedding shawl if you got this in a white. Look at the white that's going to come through there, and it's absolutely beautiful. So you will just continue with that as long as you want to. Now if you say to me how many rows to do, I don't know. I don't know how big you want your triangle to be or your shawl to be. So I'll bring my pink one in and look at that. I'll fold it up so we can get it all in. It's absolutely beautiful. Now this is only 2 balls and it's quite stretchy. Look at this. Everyone says, my goodness, look at you stretching all your work. But it just comes back into shape. And look at that. It's like a rib stitch. And it's completely reversible as well. And it's so pretty. And look at that, that is so pretty, and it's a shawl and it's worked from the centre. As long as you make sure that when you do your corners, it's 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet, and then do your front and back post all the way along to your other corner. So it just leaves me, I need to do some more of this. So I'm going to pop that, pop that there, can't get it all on. So thank you very much for watching. I'll move my mat over and never mind the size. You're not here to see my mat. That's ridiculous that someone sent me a message saying get a bigger mat. My goodness. But anyway, thank you very much for watching my channel. If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel. And if you click on the bell icon, then YouTube will alert you when I put up another tutorial. So until the next time, happy crafting. Give us a try. It's beautiful. It's beautiful in this variegated yarn. And you don't need to use the variegated yarn for this. So give it a try. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Now today I'm going to show you how to make this a beautiful blanket. Take a look at this. This is absolutely beautiful. It's really easy. As always, I try and do blankets that are quick and easy. Most of them are anyway. And look at this stitch. It is such a pretty stitch as well. Now you can do this all one colour if you like, but I like it done with this grey and pink. Grey, dark grey and even light grey really make light colours pop when you see them together. So it's a very underestimated colour in wool and yarn, so it is, because it's so versatile and it's beautiful with pink. This blanket is my finished size blanket. It's 27 inches long from the top. The top's just plain and I just put, the top's plain and I put my little bow in the corner and I ran my ribbon around. It's 27 inches long up and down the way, and it's 25 inches that way, including the border, and it's so pretty. Look at that. I'll show you the back. The back's not too bad. It's not a reversible. It's not a reversible blanket, but that's the back of it, and this is the front. Now I have done 54 rows. Do not think you're going to be there forever doing 54 rows. You're not. This is really quick. Each section has 4 rows in it. Now I didn't loop when I did the pink when I did the grey and then I stopped and used the pink, I didn't just loop it up. I cut the yarn and I stitched it in. I stitched my edges in, and then I started with my grey, and then I changed back to pink. And each time I just cut the yarn and I've stitched it in. Now remember one thing as well, if you sell your blankets and you put a big long length of ribbon in, please put a few stitches in underneath here so you can't see it. Put a few stitches in to hold it. You don't want a young child to grab that and pull it all out, and it can become a danger. Make sure it's certain lengths. I've got mine every 6 inches. I've got a few stitches in, so you can't pull that out because it's stitched under here, so you can't pull it out into a big length. Now I've just put some ribbon around it and a bow. I'll show you how to do the stitch. I'm going to do a small sample, and the edge, all the edges is a 1 row of a UK double crochet all the way around. Just pick up 4 stitches between your sections, 4 double crochets between your sections, 1 whole row of double crochet, 1 whole row of a treble crochet so that my ribbon fits in, then 1 more row of a double crochet. If you're in the USA or another country, I went right around my blanket with a single crochet. I picked up 4 stitches in each of the coloured segments, 4 single crochets. I went all the way around my blanket. Then I did 1 full row of a double crochet. That's in the USA and other countries. This treble in the UK is called a double crochet. I did 1 row of that, and then I did 1 more row of single crochet all around the edge. And the stitch for the USA, I guess it'll be the same. It's a cluster stitch. It's just I don't know what else to call it. It's just all clustered, so many stitches, 4 stitches all clustered together. And I'm going to show you how to make this absolutely super beautiful, easy, really easy, this really pretty little blanket. So what I'm going to do to show you this stitch, I'm using this Red Heart Soft Baby Steps in a lemon, and I've got a grey as well. Now I don't know if the grey will show up very well, but I'm going to show you how to do the stitch. It doesn't matter what colour of yarn you're using this stitch for. You can do 2 rows and then change the colour of your yarn if you want. You can do 4 like I did and then change to grey, or you can just do your blanket all the one colour with this lovely little cluster stitch. It's up to you. So I'm going to I'll pop my yarn up there. Your stitch count is in, do your chain in an even number of stitches. If you leave a long enough tail, if you don't have enough stitches, you can add 1 or 2. If you've got too many, you can just pick 1 out. So I leave quite a little bit of a tail. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to just do my chain in an even number of stitches. Do it quite loose, don't do it too slack. And for this I'm using a UK 5mm hook. Now this hook, people are saying, what the heck are you using? This is called an Addy Swing Max. Now what I've got for comparison, I've got the normal Addy Swing here. It's a 5 as well. I got a gift of a 4.5 size hook like this. And I think if you have any problems with your hands, like I do, I have arthritis and you can see it in my knuckles all swell up and they just stay swollen, and it will just eventually get worse. But never mind that, we're still going to continue with this. Look at the difference in the size of the hook, the length of the hook rather. they're in the same place there. This is an Addy swing. This is a Addy Swing Max. Now I am going to recommend that you get the max size. If you're using the normal one and you're using a thick yarn, it's quite compact here to use. They're good hooks, they're brilliant hooks, they're nice and soft. Now what they're made of, a combination of silicone that's soft and a harder plastic. The hook is set into the top. Don't try and pull these out to make them longer, it doesn't work. Someone told me to pull it out, but that metal shaft only goes to here, and if you pull it too far out, then I just couldn't manage to get it out at all. It's totally solid in there. You're better just to pay the few pence extra and get this max size one. Now the shaft, the handles are the same size. It's the shaft of the hook that's longer on the max, and I would recommend this one. This one, your stitches feel a little bit too cramped when you're working, but the shape is, look at that, your hand just fits into that shape. But anyway, that's enough about these hooks. So you're going to do your chain. Don't do it too tight. So I think that's enough just to show you how to do this stitch. Now what we're going to do is we're going to be using a UK double crochet. It's clusters with a double crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a single crochet. Now what you're going to do is you're going to go into the second loop in your chain. So just take your hook and go through that second stitch and pull a stitch through. We're going to do a double crochet to start with. We're going to start and finish with a double crochet. So what you're going to do is into the same stitch that you've just done that one, put your hook in and pull a stitch through. Go to the next chain, the next link in your chain, and pull a stitch through, and then the same into the next stitch. 2 off a chain and 1, so we've got 4 loops. Put your yarn over and pull through all of those loops and chain 1. Now into the same stitch that you've just used, into that same stitch here, go in and make another stitch. Use the next link in your chain and pull through, so you've got 3 loops. Use the next link and pull through, so you've got 4 loops. Yarn over and come through all those 4 loops and chain 1. You've got to remember and chain 1, and what you're making is these little clusters. So we're going to go back into that same stitch that you did your last one on, down in there. Use that same space and make a stitch, and then use 2 from your chain. So that's 1 loop and the next stitch in your chain. Yarn over, pull through all your stitches, chain 1. Keep it loose. So into the same stitch that you've just used with that last one, make a stitch. Then use the next chain, make a stitch, and the next chain, and make a stitch. Yarn over and come through all of those loops and chain 1. And again, so we're going again into that same stitch that we've just used and pull through, and then use a link in the chain and then your next stitch. Pull through all of those, chain 1, and go into that same stitch that you did that last one on. We're using this stitch twice. So make a loop and then use your next stitch in your chain to make a loop, and the next stitch and make a loop. Yarn over, pull through all those loops and chain one into the same stitch that you've just used. Make a loop into the next stitch in the chain, make a loop, and the next stitch in the chain and make a loop. Yarn over and pull through all the loops and chain one. You've got to remember and chain one. So what you're doing is you're creating a stitch from the one you've already used and then using two on your chain. So into the stitch that you've used already, make a loop, into the next stitch in your chain, make a loop, and the next stitch and make a loop. Yarn over and pull through and chain one. So I've only got 3 stitches left and I need 4. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put my hook in to that last stitch there, use my tail end and make another stitch and pull through. So I've made myself another stitch on the end. So a lot of the time I don't do a stitch count anymore. I just use the tail end to make extra stitches if I need them. If I've got too many, I can always pick them out. So we're going into that stitch again and pull through. So that was the same stitch that we used. Then into the next stitch, pull a loop through, into the next stitch, pull a loop through. I've got 1 stitch left there. Yarn over, pull through all of those loops and chain 1. So into my last stitch, I'm going to do a double crochet. Just push my hook through and I'm going to finish with a double crochet on the end. Chain 1 and turn. So you're going to start with a double crochet and you're going to finish with a double crochet. So right into that very first space we'll do our double crochet. So what we're going to do now is into the same space we're going to create a stitch. So pull a stitch through into the top of the cluster. There's your stitch there. Go through the stitch and pull through. You've got 3 loops. Now into the space. Every space in between our cluster we're going to use it twice. So we're going to use the space twice and then the top stitch of the cluster. Then the space we'll use that twice and then that stitch and use that space twice. This is creating the stitches that we're losing when we make the cluster. So into this chain, into the space between the clusters, yarn over, pull through all your loops and chain 1. So we're going into the space again, the same space, creating a stitch. Into the top of your cluster, make your loop, and into the next space and create a stitch. So you've got your 4 loops again. Yarn over, through them all, chain 1. Into the space again, into the top of your cluster, pull a loop through and into the next space and pull through all your loops, chain 1. Into the same space, you see where we're using the space twice, into the top of the cluster, That's your cluster there. And then into the space between the clusters. It's a little bit more difficult to explain this stitch. Chain 1. Into the space. Once you've got your first row done, it's easy. Into the space, then into the top of the cluster, create a loop, and into the next space, create a loop. Yarn over through your 4 loops, chain 1. Make sure when you do the chain 1, don't do it too tight. And this is what we're getting, this little set of clusters. So into that space again, into the top of the cluster, into the stitch, in the top of the cluster, pull through, and into the space, pull through. Yarn over through all your loops, chain 1, into the space again, and then into the top of the cluster, pull a loop through, and into the next space, pull a loop through, yarn over through all your loops, and chain 1. Into the same space, make a loop, into the top of the cluster, make a loop, and into that space, make a loop, through all your 4 loops, chain 1, into the same space again, make a loop, top of the cluster, make a loop, and into the last chain space, into that space in between your clusters. I've been calling it a chain space. So pull through all your 4 loops, chain 1. Now into the top of this little bundle at the end, you're just going to do your double crochet. Just like that. Chain 1 and turn. Into the very bottom of that chain 1, you're going to do a double crochet. Now into the same space where you've done that double crochet, make a loop. So now we're at the top of the next cluster. There's your stitch there. So pull your yarn through to make another loop. That's the top of the cluster. And there's your space in between your clusters. These are the spaces that we're going to be using twice in between each cluster. So into the cluster and make a stitch. You've got 4 loops, yarn over, through them all, chain 1, into that same space again, pull a loop through, into the top of the cluster, pull a loop through, and then into the space, pull a loop through. Yarn over through all your loops, and you're at your last one. So you're just going to do a double crochet into that last stitch that's there. Chain 1 and turn. Double crochet into the very first space there. Use the space again to create a loop. You're going to use the stitch from the top of your cluster to make your next loop, and then into the space for your 4th loop. Yarn over through them all, chain 1, and into your loop again. And that is what you're going to repeat. You're going to repeat that for as many rows as you want. And then into your last stitch for your double crochet. And that is what you get. You get that. Now what I did next was, where's my scissors? I just cut my yarn, leave enough for you to stitch in. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just backtrack there. Keep your 2 stitches on before you do your double crochet. So I've got my grey. Hopefully you'll still see that. Just pull your grey through to finish the stitch. you're going to do your chain 1, just tighten that up and turn, and then you're going to do your double crochet into that space, that very first space. Do your first double crochet. You can tighten your threads up. Now get a needle and stitch that in just down the side. So you're going to stitch your edges in. So right into that same space, you're going to create a loop. Then into the stitch above your cluster, there it's there, to create your next loop. And then into that space to make your 4th loop. And come through all your loops and chain 1. And that's you starting your next colour. You still get your straight edge with you doing your double crochet on the end of each row at the beginning and end. So into that space again to make a loop. The top of your cluster, make a loop, and your next stitch is where your space is, and make a loop. Yarn over, pull through, chain 1, and into the space again, the same space. The next stitch is the top of your cluster, and the next stitch is your space again, till you've got 4. Chain 1, space, cluster, space, pull through, chain 1, same space, top of your cluster, and the same space, yarn over, chain 1. And that is what you're going to do for your next 4 rows. And then you'll change your colour again if you want to. You don't have to. You can just keep it all the same colour. Top of the chain, chain 1, so into the same space, top of the cluster, into my last space, chain 1, and then do a UK double crochet. If you're in the USA, then that's a single crochet. Chain 1 and turn, and you're going right into that first space to do another double crochet. In there again to make a loop, the same stitch, the top of your cluster, and then into the next space. And that is how you make your little clusters. So I've got my 4 yellow, I'll do 4 grey and more yellow, and that's what I did. You don't need to change the colour. You can do 2 rows and then change your colour. It's up to you. Use your imagination for this, but just remember to use that space twice. You can clearly see here. Use the space twice to make your stitch, because that's what creates the stitch that you lose when you make your cluster. So give it a try. Give this a little try. It is easy once you get it into your head. And remember, you do your UK double crochet at the end and 1 at the beginning. And if you're in the USA, that's a single crochet. You do 1 at the beginning and 1 at the end. So that is how I finish my blanket. Now, when I did my little sample of just those few rows, we did 1 row of a UK double crochet, 1 row of a UK treble crochet, and then 1, that's to hold the ribbon, and then 1 more row of a UK double crochet. If you're in the USA or another country, we finished the square with 1 row of single crochet all the way around, 1 row of double crochet that holds the ribbon, and one more row of single crochet all the way around, and this is what you get. It's absolutely beautiful. Give it a try. It's easy. You can use this stitch for hats, for jackets, for sweaters, for blankets, for scarves, lots and lots and lots of things. You can even use it for dishcloths and that type of thing. And if you use a thick yarn, like a super chunky, you can use this stitch and you can actually make a rug for the floor with it. You can make floor rugs with it, and that would be really beautiful, as long as you put like a non-slip surface on the back so it doesn't slip around on your bare flooring, if that's what you have. So thank you very much for watching. Please give this a try. It's a beautiful little stitch. It's a beautiful stitch. It's a beautiful little blanket as well. And you can sell them. You can follow my videos, and any blankets that you make, you can sell them if you want. It's up to you. Make yourself some pocket money. You can make them and sell them if you like. So please subscribe to my channel. Just click on that subscribe button that's down there, and if you click on that bell icon, then YouTube will alert you when I put up another tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now today I'm going to show you how to crochet this beautiful baby shawl, or you can just use it as a blanket. It's up to you. It's got a circular, I can't get it all into my picture. It's got a circular centre, that's a treble crochet. It's got this lacy mesh, I'll put that down so you can see it. It's got this lacy mesh. Now I show you how to do so much of it. If you want to carry on and make that wider, you can just carry on doing the rows. And then it's got this really pretty little cluster stitch. And again, if you want to make this wider to here, you can make it wider if you want. And then I just put the last row with these really pretty little peaks on it. Now it looks complicated, but again, as always, it's not. It's not. So I'm going to show you how to do this beautiful, beautiful blanket, and believe me, it's easier than you think it is. To do the inner circle part and have a nice big flat circle like this, I'm going to show you how to do a magic circle to start the beginning. That way you can pull the cord in really tight and you don't have a hole in the middle. It's a lot easier than doing a chain. Now I've got my yarn. I'm going to show you how to start this circle. I've got the tail end of the yarn at the front of my hand, on the palm of my hand. Bring your yarn over into a cross. Make a cross with it. Take your crochet hook and go into the top right of this cross, underneath that, and pull this one around like that. Just pull it through. Get your working end of your yarn. Just bring it in. Yarn over your hook and pull through. Get your tail and just give it a little pull. And once we have made the first circle, when you pull this tail, it will tighten it all in really, really tight. So that's us got our little magic circle. So I'm going to chain 2 more, 1 and 2. That counts as your first stitch. Count that as your first stitch. A lot of people have said to me, I've got too many or I don't have enough. Count that. You've got to count that as stitch 1. So we're going to do treble crochets. I'm going to put another 11 treble crochets inside this hoop, inside this part here. Another 11. We need 12 all together. A treble crochet in the UK. Yarn over, go through inside that hoop and pull your yarn up. You've got 3 loops on your hook. yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over and pull through 2 loops. If you're in the USA or another country, this is called a double crochet, but in the UK it's called a treble crochet. So we've got 2, 1, 2. So we need another 10. Yarn over, into the hole, into that big loop, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. You can now see your little magic ring. If you give it a little pull, it doesn't need to be too big. So yarn over, we've got 1, 2, 3. So we need 12, a count of 12. 1, 2, 3. This one's number 4. Count them round, count that chain as well, count that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12. Here's where your magic loop comes in handy, or your magic ring. Get the tail end and pull. Pull it tight in, and look how tightly it closes that centre. Now your chain of 3, 1, 2, 3, we're going to go into the top of that chain of 3 and through those 2 stitches. Pull your yarn through, this is a slip stitch, and through that one. So now we've got our little wheel of 12. And pull your magic ring, pulls it all in nice and neat. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put 2 treble crochets into every stitch. If you're in the USA, it's a double crochet through the top of every stitch. So yarn over, and we're going to do a chain of 3. 1, 2 and 3. That counts as your first treble crochet. Now into the top of here, this little space here, you're going to put 1 more treble crochet. Yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. So that's us got our first set of 2 crochet stitches. Into the next stitch, yarn over, we're going to put another 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2 into that same stitch all the way around. So we're going to end up with 24 stitches. So into the top of this next one, we're going to put 2 treble crochet. 1 and 2. I'm going to put my last 2 treble crochets. 1 and 2. So I've now got 24 treble crochets. So into the top of that chain of 3, I'm going to do a slip stitch. So a slip stitch, just push your hook through the top of that chain, pull your yarn through and slip through that second loop, and that's our second round. So we're going to chain 3 next round. Chain 3, 1, 2 and 3. Now into that tiny little space right there, you're going to put another treble crochet right into that tiny little space. So that's your first increase. So into the next stitch, we're going to put 1 treble crochet. Into the next stitch, we're going to put 2 treble crochets into the same stitch. 1 and 2. And this is how you make a really nice flat circle. Into the next stitch, we're going to put 1 treble crochet. The next stitch, we're going to put 2 treble crochets into the same stitch. If you're in the USA, this is a double crochet. The next stitch is 1, so we'll do 1 treble crochet, then 2 into the same stitch. 1 into the next one, 2 into the next one, all the way around, and we should finish on 1 treble crochet, and we'll slip stitch, join to the top. So I'm on my last stitch and I'm going to do 1 treble crochet, and we're going to slip stitch into the top of that chain of 3. 1, 2, 3. Push your hook through, pull your yarn through, and slip stitch through that one. Round 1 was 2 treble crochets into every stitch. Round 2 was 2 treble crochets into one stitch, then 1 into the next stitch, and then 2 into the next stitch. So the next round is chain 3, 1, 2, 3. This is the way you're going to continue with every round. You're going to make the distance between your 2 crochets wider and wider. So into the very next stitch, that little hole that's there, so this is going to be our 2 treble crochet into the same stitch, counting your chain. So the next stitch, we're going to put 1 treble crochet into this stitch, 1 treble crochet into this stitch, then 2 into the next one. So we're going to have 2 single crochets in between our increasing stitches. So 1 treble crochet into that stitch, 1 into the next stitch, and then 2 treble crochets into this stitch, 1 and 2. So we're increasing on the 3rd stitch round. So 1 single crochet, 1 single crochet, then put 2 into this one. By a single crochet I mean just put 1 into the stitch. So 1 treble crochet, 1 treble crochet, and then 2 into the next stitch, 1 and 2 into the same stitch. So I've done my last 2 trebles into that stitch. I'm going to put 1 into this stitch and 1 into my last stitch, and I'm going to slip stitch into the top of this chain of 3. So just push your hook through, put your yarn over, pull it through that stitch and pull through that stitch. So now our circle is getting bigger, and what we're going to do is we're going to continue increasing until your circle is as big as you need it. So we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Now into this very little space right next to that chain of 3, put our first increase stitch in. So we've got 2 into that 1 stitch. So now we're going to have 3 single treble crochets and then an increase. 3 single treble crochets and then an increase. So yarn over, and we're going to put 1 into this next stitch, 1 treble crochet into the next stitch, that's 2, 1 into the next stitch. So now we have 3. So that's our first increase stitch, and we have 3, and then we're going to put 2 into the next stitch, 1 and 2 into that stitch, 2 stitches, 2 treble crochets into the same stitch, 1 treble crochet, 1 treble crochet into the next stitch, that's our second one, 1 into the next stitch, that's our third one, and then 2 into the next, increase into the next stitch. So that's 2 treble crochets into the next stitch. We're going to do that all the way around to the 3rd stitch in the chain of 3 that we began with. Pull through and pull through again. And as you can see, you've got a nice flat circle. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put 4, we're going to do 4 treble crochets. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So now we have 4 in between our increase and the next increase. So we're going to put 2 into this 5th stitch, 2 treble crochets into the 5th stitch. Now we're going to do another 4 treble crochets, 1 into there, 1 into there, 1 into there, 1 into there, and then we will put an increase into the 5th one. So 1 treble crochet into that one, that's 1, 2, 3, and our 4th one, 2 into the next one, so that's our increase stitch, 2 into that same stitch. So that's our increase stitch there, and this one here, and we've got 4 in between. On this one we've got 3 in between. This one has 2 in between each increase, 1, 2. The next row you've got 3. There's your increase, 1, 2, 3, and increase. And this one, there's your increase, and we've got 4, and then the increase. The next row you'll do your increase, and then you'll have 5 in between your increase stitches. The next one, it'll be 6. So you'll have a wider and wider gap in your circle for every row. So you can see where the increases have been on my little blanket. So now what we'll do is we'll do the pattern around the edge. You make your circle, make your centre circle as big as you want it to be. Got my circle done to this size. I don't have it all in frame because it won't all fit into the frame. I'm going to chain 3. 1, 2, 3. That counts as my first treble crochet. So that chain of 3 is my first treble crochet. Now I'm going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 all together. So the first 3 stitches is my treble crochet, and then the other ones will come across like this. I'm going to skip 2 chain and do a treble into the 3rd stitch, a treble crochet into the 3rd stitch. If you're in the USA, that's a double crochet. Chain 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Skip 2 stitches and skip 1, 2, treble crochet into the 3rd stitch. Chain 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Skip 2, treble crochet into the 3rd stitch. You're going to do that all the way around your circle. So it's chain 3 to begin with, then chain another 5, skip 2 stitches, treble crochet into the 3rd stitch, chain 5, skip 2 stitches, treble crochet into the 3rd stitch, chain 5, skip 2 stitches, and treble crochet into the third stitch all the way around your blanket. Now I'm back to the beginning and I've just slip stitched into the top of my chain of 3. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So what we're going to do now is we need to get over to stitch number 3 in the chain of 5. So the easiest way to do that is to slip stitch. Just slip stitch into there, pull your stitch through, push your hook through that first stitch and slip. Push your hook through that next stitch. Use the point if you have to. Stitches are quite small. Pull your yarn through and just slip stitch across. One, two, three. So we need to go into that third one, pull your yarn through and slip stitch. So we're going to chain 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Now into this next big chain space, count 1, 2, 3. Into the third chain we're going to do a slip stitch. So just push your hook through that third link in the chain, pull your yarn through and pull it through your stitch. Chain 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Into the next space, count 3. 1, 2, 3. Push your hook through that third link in the chain, pull your yarn through and slip stitch. And we're going to get this little sort of moon, these little domes around our blanket. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Count 1, 2, 3. Slip stitch into the third link on that chain. Chain 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Into the middle, the next one. 1, 2, 3. Slip stitch into the third chain on that chain space. So I've done my last chain of 7 and I'm going to finish off in the top of this first one that we did. I'm just going into the top of that one and slip stitch through. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do another 3 rounds just the same as this. So we're going to chain 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. We're going to go into the middle of this one, but it'll be the 4th stitch. With this one it was the 3rd stitch. This one we've got 7 stitches and we need to go in the middle. So the middle was the 4th stitch. So we've got 1, 2, 3 and 4. So we'll still have 3 stitches at either side of your slip stitch. So put it into the 4th stitch in that chain. Slip stitch through into there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little marker in so I don't get mixed up. Just stick a little marker on so we know that that was our first stitch, and that's where we're going to finish, in the top of that chain there. That was our first chain. So you're going to do another 3 rounds like that. So we're going to go around to the marker, we'll finish up here on this one, chain 7 again, stick a marker in it again, do another round and then another round. So we're going to do 3 more rounds. So we've got a lot of nice little diamond shapes. So once these are done, you'll have all these little diamond lace around your shawl, and then we'll go on to the next part. So we've done that first little arch one, and then we've done 4 rows, 1, 2, 3, 4 rows of this chain of 7, and we're hooping it along. So now what we're going to do now is I can take my little marker off. Don't need that now, not just now. So the next step, we're going to join all of these little points together, so it looks like we've got a ring running around. We've got a line all the way around it. We're going to chain 6. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. You're going to slip stitch into the 4th part of this chain. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just like we were doing before. But what this is going to do is it's going to connect. So that one will go straight. Then you'll have a little bridge that'll go across the top of there. Watch this. So we're going to chain 6 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. And I'm going to join it to the 4th link in this chain. Just slip stitch it like you've been doing already. So what it's going to do is it's just going to close off those little hoops, and it will give us a ring to work around. So chain 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4 into the 4th one of that chain of 7. So this is what it's going to do. It's just going to sort of close off those open triangle parts. As you can see here, you've got open parts here, and it's going to close that off, and that will complete our little lace part of our shawl. So I'm going to continue doing that all the way along, all the way around my shawl. Chain 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4 into the 4th link in this chain, and slip stitch to join. And it's going to, like I said, close off these sections that are here. It'll put a little bridge across all these little dips, all these little V sections, and it's going to neaten off the section of lace on this beautiful little shawl. So when you've done all your little loops, you need an even number. I've got 66 of these little loops all the way around. If you've got 67, then add 1 more across. If you're finishing here, add 1 more and then count them. You need an even number of spaces for the next part of the pattern. Into this square, into this space. So just put your hook through, pull your yarn through and slip stitch. So now we're inside this space. I'm just going to do a stitch. So we're in this space here. So what you're going to do is you're going to wrap, we're going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4. That's counted as your first double treble in the UK. It's counted as your first treble in the USA and other countries. We're going to do another 2 double trebles or treble crochets. Wrap your yarn around your hook twice so it looks like you've got 3 stitches. Go into the big space and pull your yarn through. Yarn over, come through 2 of those loops, yarn over and through another 2. Now leave that stitch on there like that. Yarn over twice, go back through that space, pull your yarn through, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. So you've now got 3 stitches on your hook. Put your yarn over and come through all of those stitches. We're going to chain 2, 1. So we've done a chain of 2, put your yarn around twice again, and into that same space you're going to put another 3 double trebles. So into the space, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. Now we've got 2 stitches on here. Yarn around the hook twice, so it looks like you've got 4 stitches. Into the space, pull your yarn through, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. Now you've got 3 stitches, but we've got 3 loops up here, but we've only got 2 stitches. One of the loops belongs to this side. Yarn over twice, and for the last time go into that square. Yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. Now you've got 4 stitches. Put your yarn over and come through all of them. So we've got a chain plus 2 double trebles, 2 chain, 3 double trebles. We're going to chain 4, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Wrap your yarn around twice and you're going to go into this little triangle space here. Into there, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through the last 2 loops. Chain 4, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So into the next space, into the next little triangular space, we're going to do this little cluster, this double treble cluster. So yarn over twice, 1, 2, into this loop, yarn through, yarn over and pull through, yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over, pull through 2 loops. Now you've got 2 loops left on your hook. Yarn over twice, so we've done 1 stitch, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops. Keep that loop on there, so we've got 2 double trebles done now. We're going to do 1 more, through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops. So we've got the 1 from that chain and 3 from our stitches. Yarn over, pull through the 4 loops and chain 2, 1 and 2. Put another 3 double trebles into that same space. Yarn over twice, back into the same space, pull through, yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over, pull through 2 loops, leave that stitch on your hook, wrap your yarn twice, into the space, finish your next double treble or your treble crochet, whatever country you're in, round your hook twice, back into the space, pull through and through. Put your yarn over and pull through all 4 stitches. Chain 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So in the middle of your cluster you're chaining 2, but when you move across to your next hoop you're chaining 4. So yarn over twice, into the next hoop, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through those 2 loops. Chain 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're moving over to the next loop. So yarn over twice, we're going into this next loop here. So we've got a cluster in one loop, a double treble, a cluster in the next loop, and they will move around, so don't worry about that. Then one into the next one and a cluster into this next one. So we're going to put 3 double trebles. That's 1, 2, and 3. Oops. I've got 4 stitches on my hook, 4 loops, yarn over, pull through all of those loops, chain 2, 1, 2. So yarn over twice, we're going into the same space, put 3 double trebles into the same space, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops. Remember, leave your stitches on the hook just now till you've got 3 there. 1 more. So you've got your 4 loops, yarn over, pull through all of those and chain 2, 1 and 2. Oh, we're chaining 4, sorry, because we're moving across. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yarn over twice and into the next space. Put 1 double treble into that space. Chain 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Move to the next one. Put 3 double trebles, 2 chain and 3 double trebles. So I've done my last chain of 4, and the very first chain of 4 that we did when we done our first cluster, I'm going to just slip stitch, push your hook through that 4th link in that chain of 4, and we're going to slip stitch to join. Now where we need to start the next one's actually in here, so we're going to slip stitch across the top of here. Just put your hook through the next stitch, pull through and slip through, go through the next stitch, pull through and slip through and into that space. Just slip stitch into this space here. So you're going to start with crochet 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This chain of 4 counts as your first stitch in your cluster. So what we're going to do now is, I'm on my last chain here, and I'm going to just slip stitch into the top of this chain of 4. So slip stitch into the top of there, pull my yarn through and pull through. Now it will stretch your chain that you've done on this one as it grows. If you want to do more rounds, I've done 7. If you want to do more rounds, then do more. You may have to eventually, instead of 4 in between here, you might have to do 5 chains, because it will get wider and wider like this as you go up. So what we're going to do now is, I'm going to slip stitch across my work into this space. So this is going to be my last row. If you want to do more, then feel free to add more and make this part of your shawl wider. It's up to you. So what I'm going to do now is, I'm going to do this last row slightly different. I want it to have a nice peak on the end, and what we're going to do with that is, we're going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Into the chain space you're going to do 2 more double trebles, but we're not doing it as a cluster, we're going to do them as single stitches. So yarn over twice. Now remember this last row, to get that nice peak on it, we're doing this as single stitches. So into the space and pull your yarn through. You've got 4 stitches on your hook. Yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over, pull through 2 loops. Now we would leave it there normally, but we're not doing that this time. Put your yarn over and pull through those 2 loops. So count that chain as 1 stitch, and that's your second stitch. So wrap your yarn twice and we're going to do our third one. Yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, and yarn over and through 2 loops. So we'll finish the cluster as individual stitches this time. We're going to chain 3, 1, 2 and 3, and we're going to do the same. Put 3 double treble crochets into this space, but not as a cluster. Remember, and finish each one off. So yarn over twice, into the space, pull your yarn through, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, and we're going to come through those last 2 loops. Again, we'll do another one and through your stitches. So what we're doing is, it's going to make it into a little peak at the end rather than a cluster, because if you can see the difference, the way we've done it as a cluster and the way we've done them as single stitches, it forms more of a peak. It goes up and then down, but on this one they're just clustered together like little wheat sheaths. I'm sure this is called a wheat sheath pattern, this part, but most people just call them clusters. So we're going to chain 4, 1, 2, 3 and 4, and we're going to do a double treble into the top of the one in that one there. Finish that off. Chain 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to go into the chain space. So wrap your yarn twice and go into the chain space, just like you've been doing for the cluster. But again, we're going to do it as single stitches. Make sure you support the rest of your blanket. So yarn over and go through your last 2 stitches. So that's 1, that's 2. Now go right through, just finish the whole stitch off. That's 2, and that's 3. So we've made that little peak part. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then put another 3 double trebles in there, but do it as single stitches if you understand what I mean. If you don't understand, leave a comment and I'll reply to it. So into this chain space, just finish off your stitch and put another 2 in. So we're finishing the end, the last row of this, the same way we did with the white one. So that's our next little peak done. So for me, this is my last row, and this is what I'm doing to make the peak on the end. It's so much prettier than it is just flat like that. It's better having that little peak on it. So this is my pretty little shawl. I've got my last round done, and I just need to join the last of my little chain to my first little peak. If you see how I showed you how to do that peak, how it makes it your edge have a nice little peak, and look at that, that's really pretty with this little cluster and the mesh, and then you've got your central part of your little blanket shawl. Now I'm going to go into the 1, 2, 3, 4th chain. I'm going to slip stitch into the 4th chain that we did at the beginning of the row, take my yarn through, just slip stitch through. I've got my scissors here, snip that off and just pull it through, pull your yarn through and finish it off. I'll get a darning needle and I'll stitch that end in, and that's it. I'm going to just zoom down a little bit. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Now I am working on this. I am using this Women's Institute yarn that I got off my friend Claire, and that I don't even know what this stitch is called. It's got like a elongated stitch in it and it makes this really pretty pattern. It's really pretty and it's really easy as well. It has a stitch count of four stitch count. Now, the thing about this is it's pretty for blankets, for scarves, hats, gloves, anything that you want to try and make. This is a really pretty compacted stitch for it. Now, I am using quite a large hook. This is a 6mm hook. I don't know what the equivalent is in the USA. And this is the stitch. That's that side, and this is this side. So it's fully reversible and it's really pretty and it's really quick. So I'm going to show you how to do this stitch. I'm going to pop that aside and I'm going to bring in a different yarn to do this. I've got this Baby Blossom Chunky. I've got this in the pink. Now there is lots of different colours with this, but I'm going to use this pink one. I only have a pink. I think I've got one ball of a sand colour. I'm going to pull that middle out and I'll just pop that up there. So the stitch count for this pattern is 4. So I'm going to start with a slip knot and I'm going to do my chain in sets of 4 stitches. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4. I'm just going to do a sample. So I've got my little chain to do a sample with. So what we're going to start with is we're going to go into the 6th stitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. We're going to do a treble crochet and go into that 6th stitch. Now all those ones that we skipped becomes your treble crochet and your little chain of 3. So into this same stitch I'm going to put 2 more treble crochets. So yarn over and go into the same stitch and do 2 more treble crochets. If you're in the USA, this is a double crochet. So I've got 3 into the same stitch. Skip 3 stitches, 1, 2 and 3. Into the 4th stitch, put 3 treble crochets. We're doing a cluster of 3. 1, 2 and 3. Skip 3, 1, 2, 3 and put 3 treble crochets in. You're going to do that all the way to the end And if you're in the USA or another country, this is a double crochet. So this is what you get. Skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and put a fan in. 3 treble crochets. 1, 2, and 3. So you should have 4 left. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Into the 4th one, you're only going to put 2 treble crochets into that last stitch. Now your last stitch will always just be 2 treble crochets into that last stitch. You're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn. Now we're going to start the pattern. Into the space, skip those 2 trebles. Into the space, you're going to put 1 treble crochet. Now down here in the chain where we skipped the 3 stitches, you're going to put a treble crochet into the middle stitch. Make sure you get right in to that middle stitch. It might be a little bit fiddly. Pull your yarn right through, pull that stitch up to the same height as those ones, and finish your treble crochet. So you've got 1 in the space, 1 in the middle stitch. Now into the space again, that's the same space, put another treble crochet. Skip that fan. You're going to put a treble crochet into the space, 1 into that middle stitch, and 1 into the space again. So 1 treble crochet into the space. You've got your 3 skip stitches here, and you're going in to that middle stitch of those skip ones. Pull your yarn through and pull it up so it gets to the same height as these stitches. Pull through and then into the same space. Make sure you don't go into the chain. Make sure you don't go into that fan, and make sure it's that same space you're going into for your treble crochet. So we're not going into the fans, we're using this space and that chain. So your first one into the space, your next treble crochet goes into the middle of those 3 stitches, into that stitch. It'll get easier once we've got up a bit. Pull that stitch up to the same height as these ones and do your treble. Now into the space, not into anywhere in the fan, into that same space and do a treble crochet. Skip that fan, treble crochet into the space, treble crochet into the stitch below, into that middle stitch in that chain, pull your stitch up. You've got to pull it up, and then another treble crochet in to that same space. The next space, treble crochet, treble crochet into the skipped stitch in that chain, into the middle one, and pull it up, and then into the same space again, 1 more treble crochet. So you're using this chain, that's your middle stitch, in those 3 stitches that we missed at the beginning in the foundation chain. So 1 treble crochet, then 1 into the middle stitch. It's fiddly to begin with, but once you've got this row done, it's a lot easier. Then 1 into that space, again the same space. Now when you get to the end, in the space you're going to put 2 treble crochets. You'll always just put 2 treble crochets in at the end. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Now it becomes a little easier. We're just going to keep repeating that same row. There's your space, and this time you're going into the top of that middle stitch in your fan in the row below. So 1 into the space, a treble crochet into the space, skip those 2 stitches, 1 in there. Now you're going in through this stitch, so yarn over and into that 3rd stitch. You're going right through though, and pull your yarn through and pull it up, and then do another one into the same space. So you're at one side of it, then into the treble crochet, then into the next side. So you're going to skip that fan and go into the space and do a treble crochet. You're going into that stitch, the fan, yarn over, right through, pull your yarn through and pull it up, and then go into the space. Make sure you're not going into that little fan there. Yarn over and into there. Skip that fan and go into the next space. There's your 3 stitches of your fan, 1, 2 and 3. You're going into that one. So yarn over and go right through, pull up and finish your treble crochet. So that treble crochet is in the top of that fan, and then go back into the space. Make sure you're not going into any of the stitches in this fan. Now we're at the last space on the end, 2 treble crochets right into the space, 1 and 2, and that's what your pattern is going to look like on both sides. It gives you this little drop down stitch, and it hooks up inside that fan, and it makes this really pretty stitch, and it's nice in a variegated yarn, and it's a nice cozy stitch. It's what I would call a cozy stitch. It's not an open lacy stitch at all. So chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and it is a 1 row repeat. So again, into the space with a treble crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a double crochet. Yarn over and you're going into the top of your middle stitch. Into that stitch, go right through and pull your yarn up. Make sure you pull it up and make that stitch the same size as these ones. Then into the space again. So we're mostly using the space. Into that space. So we've skipped that fan and we're going into the middle stitch in this fan. Now that stitch kind of gets hidden in there, and that's your middle stitch. So yarn over and go straight through, go right through like that. Pull your yarn through, but remember and pull it up. Got to elongate that stitch and then go back in to that space. To finish it is just cut the yarn, pull your stitch through, and that's it, finished. And look at that, it's really pretty, and this is what it looks like in a slightly thinner yarn. And look how quickly that went. I just kept going as I was talking, and that's how quickly it works up. That's it in a bold colour, and that's it in a variegated one. And you can still see what it would look like just in a pink as well with this yarn. It's really pretty, this. This is a hayfield baby blossom. It's beautiful. I really like working with this. It's quick and it's easy. It's really easy to work with, and it's really pretty. And there you go. That is how to do that lovely stitch. As long as you make sure you do your two in the end, and as you go, it just it's pretty. I don't even know what the stitch is called. I don't even know what it's called. It's just so nice, and it's lovely for scarves and for hats and things, and really pretty for blankets, because I'm doing like a little pram blanket size, and it's really nice. You don't need to do anything fancy to it once you've finished. That'll be it. Just stick a ribbon on it, and the same with this little scarf size. It's really pretty in that. So thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to my channel. Just click on that subscribe button. I don't get paid for subscribers. It's moral support. The more subscribers you have, the more often your channel gets showed up by Google. And that's what I want. I want my channel to be shown all over the world. So no matter where you are in the world, if you can subscribe, it is free, then please subscribe to the channel. And if you click on that bell icon, then YouTube will alert you when I put up another tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now look at this for a shawl. Look at this for a baby shawl. This whole shawl is 38 inches wide across. It's 38 inches wide, and it's made up from cross stitch. Some of it is triple, treble cross stitches. That means it's wrapped around the hook 3 times. These ones are double treble stitches. I'm getting lost with my trebles and my double trebles. And I've got some just double trebles here, and that's just twice around your hook. It just shows you what you can do with these stitches. Now the surprising thing is about this shawl, in the UK this shawl only cost me £1.98 to make it. £1.98. I got this one's pink, and it's a beautiful shade of pink as well. This one I've done in lemon. 99 pence from Home Bargains. It's still really nice and soft for 99 pence. It crochets up absolutely beautiful, and for 99 pence, I mean, £1.98 to make this. And if you sell your baby blankets, you can easily get £20 for this. Easily get £20 for this. This is a beautiful crocheted shawl. It is called a magic circle. Now I love doing this because it pulls the centre of your crochet really tight. Now you take the tail end of your yarn and put it in the front of your hand. Take the rest of your working yarn around the back of your hand and just cross it over like that. Take your hook, that's your tail end, follow it up, put it under that tail end side, and just pull this end through like that. Just pull your tail a little bit, grab your working yarn and just pull it in, and you've got this big lasso. You've got this big lasso like that. Just pull it a little bit tighter. Don't need it that big. So there we go. We've got our little magic ring. So once we've done our crochet into the middle of that, we're going to pull that and pull it tight. So I'll zoom in one more little bit. So what we're going to do, the stitch we're going to do is called a double treble in the UK. If you're in the USA, this is a treble crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a treble crochet stitch. If you're in the UK, it's a double treble crochet stitch. So we're going to chain 4 to begin with. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That counts as your first double treble. So what we're going to do is we're going to put 16 double trebles into this circle part. So this counts as your first double treble, this one here. Wrap your yarn twice around your hook so it looks like you've got 3 stitches. Go inside your big loop, pull your yarn through. So now you've got 4 loops on your hook. So yarn over your hook, pull through 2 loops, yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over and pull through the last 2 loops. We need 16 all together. So we're going to put another 14 double trebles into this ring. Yep, wrap your yarn twice, 1, 2, into the hole and pull through. You've got 4 loops, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over and pull through 2. Wrap your yarn around your hook twice and back into that big space and do your double treble. So now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to keep doing that until we've got a count of 16. So I've got my 16 double trebles inside my circle. Now I'm going to pull the tail end of my little circle and tighten in that middle. Give it a good pull. And that is why I like the magic circle, because you've got no hole in the middle. We'll stitch this in later. Now you're going to slip stitch to join this round to the 4th stitch in that chain that we did. We did a chain of 4, so we're going to slip stitch into the top of that one, and that completes that round. Now what you're going to do is you're going to slip into that first space, do a slip stitch into that first space like that. We're going to chain 4, and again this is going to count as your first double treble. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're going to chain 1 more, because that's going to count as your double treble plus a chain 1. So chain 5, that counts as your first double treble and your first chain 1. Yarn around your hook twice and go into the chain space, into the space between these 2 stitches. We're going in there and we're going to do 1 double treble and then chain 1. We're going to go into the next space between these 2 stitches, yarn around twice, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops and chain 1. You're going to do that all the way around. Remember that chain 1, and we're going between the stitches. So we should end up with 16 stitches and 16 spaces. Chain 1 into the next one and chain 1. yarn around twice into the next space and chain 1 all the way around. I've done my double treble and my chain 1 all the way around. Now don't worry if it starts to look like this. It will flatten down, so don't worry about it. What you're going to do is you're going to slip stitch into the 4th chain space of that 5 that we did at the beginning. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that'll count as your double treble plus your 1 chain space. So slip through there. Now don't worry that if it looks like that, don't worry about it. It's going to straighten out and it's going to stretch out. So the next round, what you're going to do is you're going to slip stitch into that space. Put your hook through, pull your yarn through and just slip stitch. And that'll be you working with this space here. You're going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That counts as your first double treble. Yarn over twice and go into that same space. Finish your double treble. We're going to chain 2, 1 and 2. Now you're going to put 2 double trebles into the next space. Chain 2, put 2 into the next space, chain 2 and put 2 into the next space, all the way around. So I've done my chain 2, so I'm going to put 2 double trebles into this space here, chain 2 and 2 double trebles into the next big space, chain 2, 1, 2, 2 into the next one, chain 2, 2 into that one and chain 2. So we're going to do that all the way around your circle. Then you'll slip stitch to the top of this chain of 4 here. So I'll do that and I'll come back and show you what to do next. So I'm going to slip stitch to the top of this chain of 4 and that's going to complete this round. So just slip stitch to there. Now we're going to put a slip stitch in between here because we need to start in this big chain 2 space. So just slip stitch your way along into that space because this is where we're going to start. We're going to chain 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That counts as your first double treble crochet. Twice around your hook, wrap your yarn twice around your hook into the space, yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over, pull through 2 loops and yarn over and pull through 2. We need to count 7 altogether and count that chain as your first one. That's 1, 2. This is 3, 4, 5, 6, and our last one, 7. Remember and wrap that yarn twice around your hook when you begin. We're going to skip to the next chain 2 space here. We're going to put 1 treble crochet into that space. It's going to pull that end of your cluster down. We're going to move over into the next chain 2 space and we're going to put 7 double trebles into that space. So yarn over your hook twice and just go straight into that space. Go straight into that space. That's 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Skip over to the next chain space and we're just going to put 1 treble crochet. If you're in the USA, that's a double crochet. So 1 treble crochet into the next space, jump to the next space and you're going to put 7 double treble crochets, and that's going to make your little flower pattern around this edge. So 7 double treble crochets into this space, 1 treble crochet into that space, all the way around, and you should finish on 1 treble crochet into that space, and we'll join it to here to complete that round. So I'm going to do that and I'll come back and show you what to do next. So this is what we have. We've got our 7 double trebles, 1 treble into the next space, 7 double trebles. I'm going to put my last single treble, just a normal treble crochet, a double crochet if you're in the USA, into that space, and then I'm going to join on to the top of this chain of 4 that we did. Just slip stitch to finish that round on to there. What we're going to do now is we're going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. What we're going to do now is we're going to put a double crochet into the 4th double treble in this cluster of 7. So count 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now into the top of that one you're just going to do a double crochet. That's a single crochet in the USA. We're just going to put that chain of 5 and attach it to the middle of that set of 7. So that's your 4th one. You're going to chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to do a double crochet on the top of this treble crochet that we've got here. 1 double crochet, chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So the next one we've got a set of 7. Count 1, 2, 3, 4 stitches along. That should be your 4th post, and do your double crochet. 1 double crochet, chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Double crochet into the top of that single treble that's there. Chain 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 into there. That takes us into the top of that set of 7, post number 4. Chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Double crochet into the top of your treble crochet that's here. Chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count 4 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're going to go into that 4th one. Chain 5. Double crochet into that treble one there on its own. Chain 5. Count 4 stitches. Chain 5 into that treble crochet, and then chain 5 and into the top, and count 4 stitches into the top of that set of 7 all the way around, and we're just going to slip stitch down into here. So this is what we've got now. I'm going to just slip stitch. I've done my last chain of 5 and I'm going to slip stitch. That's my first chain there, and I'm just going to slip stitch into the bottom of that one. There we go. What you're going to do now is you're going to slip into this first chain space. Just put your hook through, pull your yarn through and pull through, and that's us working in that first space there. You're going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now into this space we're going to put 4 double trebles. That's counting as a first one, that's 5. So we need 5 double trebles. That one counts as your first double treble, that chain. So we need to put 4 into this space. We'll chain 1 and then we'll put 4 into this space. We'll chain 1 and put 4 into this space all the way around. So yarn over your hook twice into the chain and finish your double treble. Around again. That's another one. So we'll count the chain as your first one. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and one more makes 5. Chain 1. You've got to remember and do the chain 1. That's what keeps your flower flat, by doing your chain 1. It's going to keep it nice and flat like this. So we've done our chain 1 and we're going to go into this chain space, yarn around twice and put 5 double trebles into this chain space. I like this stitch because it crochets up really quickly and it grows fast as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more makes 5. Chain 1 and 5 into the next space. Chain 1. So we're going to do that all the way around your circle. We're going to do 5 double trebles, chain 1, 5 double trebles, chain 1, all the way around. So this is what we have now, and it's looking really, really nice. Now what we're going to do is the top of that chain of 4, we're just going to slip stitch 1, 2, 3, 4 into the 4th chain and close this round off. Get that one to go through there. So we're just closing that round, and that's that round done. So what we're going to do now, pretty easy this one, chain 4, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So we're going to put 1 double treble crochet into each stitch around. We'll put 1 into the space, the chain space there, and put 1 into the top of each of these set of 5, 1 into the space and 1 above there. So yarn over twice and into the top of the stitch. 1, 2, and into the top of the next stitch, all the way around your circle. This is really nice yarn to work with, even though it was only 99p a ball. Now when you get to the chain space, put 1 into the space, 1 double treble into the space, and 1 into the next stitch, 1 into the next stitch, all the way around. 1 double treble into each stitch and 1 into the chain space, 1 above each stitch and 1 into the chain space, all the way around, and then I'll come back and show you how to start the cross sections. I'll move this one out the way and I'll put this one down. So far we've done this section, we've done this one, and now we're on this round here, and then we'll start doing our crosses. We'll start doing the lace part of the blanket. So we'll finish this one and I'll come back and show you how to do these crosses. We have now, I've done all my double trebles, one above each of the stitches that have been done and one above the chain space. I'm going to go into the 4th stitch on that very first chain of 4 and slip stitch to join my round. Now don't worry if it's going up like this, don't worry, it will flatten out, and as you can see it is starting to stretch out. The bigger you make this, it's going to make this stretch out and you'll see that lovely pattern there. Now what we're going to do is a cross stitch. The cross stitch is done in a triple treble stitch. A triple treble. If you're in the USA, that's a double treble. Now in the UK it's a triple treble. What we're going to do is, I'm going to explain this. I'll show you how to do the stitch. You're going to do a chain of 4 to begin. And then what we're going to do is, we're going to work into this stitch on the right. Then we will move back when we do the next cross. We'll skip this stitch, we'll work to the left. For the very first one on each row, you'll do your chain and you'll work to the right, and then you'll go back and start working on each of 2 stitches. So we'll chain 4, 1, 2, 3 and 4, and this is still high enough for the triple treble. Now you're going to wind your yarn around your hook 3 times. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2 and 3. So you're going to work back to this stitch right beside your chain. So hold your stitches on like this. Take your hook around that chain, bring it to the front and go in to that stitch. Pull your yarn through like this. Yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops, and yarn over and through 2 loops. So you've got your first crossed over stitch. I'll show you that again. Let me just gently pull that out. I'll show you again. We're going into this stitch here, just at the beginning of every round. You're going to do your chain and work back to that stitch, and then we'll work around that way. So wrap the yarn around your hook 3 times. 1, 2, 3. So it looks like you've got 4 stitches on your hook. Just hold it, and you're going to go between your yarn and around the back of the chain, and from the front go into that stitch like that. Pull your yarn through, so you've crossed it over. That chain is crossed over. Yarn around your hook, through 2 loops, around your hook, through 2 loops, around your hook, through 2 loops, and around and through the last 2. Wrap your yarn 1, 2, 3. Remember and do it 3 times. Now we're going to work this way, we're going to work that way. Skip that stitch and we're going to work into the top of the next stitch. Put your hook through, pull your yarn through. yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, through 2 and through those last 2, yarn over 1, 2, 3. We're going to work back into that space that we just missed, into the stitch that we just missed. So go in through there and push your hook through from the front to the back and pull through. Yarn over through 2 loops, over through 2 loops, over through 2 loops and through your last 2. And that gives you your next cross. Skip the next stitch. Now you can see that my circle's turned up like this. Don't worry about that. Once we've done all these little crosses, it'll all lay flat and it'll all start to stretch out. And this is what you're getting. You're getting these nice crosses. I'll bring the yellow one in. It's a beautiful lemon, this. So what we're doing is this. We're creating this first line of crosses. But this is what we're on. We're on this round here. We're going to do 2 rounds the same. This round and this round. And as you can see, the weight of the blanket pulls it all out and makes it a beautiful lace shawl. So yarn over 3 times, 1, 2, 3. Skip this stitch, work into this next stitch, through both parts of your stitch, like that. Pull your yarn through, and it looks like you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stitches. Yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over and through the last 2. Now that's the stitch we skipped, so yarn over 1, 2 and 3 and work in. You're going, make sure you don't go that way. If you go that way, you'll lose one of your loops. Hold your yarn and go in from the back to the front and then into that stitch. So what you're doing is you're going into the front and there's your stitch there. Put your hook through that stitch, pull your yarn back, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2 and through your last 2. Now what I'm going to tell you is make sure you do both parts of the cross. If you need to go and make yourself a cup of coffee, make sure, or a cup of tea, or go and have your dinner, or pick up the kids for school, anything like that, make sure you finish off the cross and then put it down. There's been plenty of times where I've done one part of a stitch, put my crochet down and just continued when I picked it up and had to rip it all the way back because I didn't do the second part of that cross stitch. So make sure you complete the cross stitch before you put it down and go and do something. To find, not this one, you're going to find your chain of 4. This one here, you're going to slip stitch into the top of the chain. So not that one, don't pull it like that. You want to take the chain, the one where we started with the chain of 4, and you're going to slip stitch into the top of that chain of 4 and finish this round. Now you'll notice mine's is going like this. Don't panic. Don't panic when you see it going like that. You'll smooth it out. As you build up your shawl, this will all flatten and spread out. So don't panic about it. What we're going to do now is we're going to put one chain in between each of our next crosses. So we're going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4. You're going to work to the right with that first stitch there. You're going to put your triple treble into that stitch there, and then we'll work back that way. This keeps the pattern correct. It keeps the crosses in the right place above each other. So 3 times around your hook and work into that stitch. And that one's going to put that sort of over the top of that. Chain 1. Remember this round, the chain 1. Now you're going to skip that stitch and work into that stitch. So it's like the stitch in between your crosses. So 1, 2, 3 times around your hook and skip that stitch and go into this stitch. Work your triple treble. If you're in the USA, this is a double treble. 1, 2, 3 times around the hook and work back to that stitch there that you skipped. Finish that one. Chain 1. Remember your chain 1. This is what's going to widen and keep this flat. So we're doing a chain 1 in between. It's going to keep this flat. So we're going to skip this stitch and work into this stitch here. 1, 2, 3 times around the hook and into the stitch that's there. And work a triple treble. Now 3 times around the hook, 1, 2, 3, and work through the gap and into the stitch that we missed, into that stitch there. We'll work that triple treble and then chain 1, chain 1. We're going to do that all the way around. Now remember that chain 1 because that's what's going to keep your blanket flat. So this is what we have now. I've almost finished this row where we've done our cross stitch and our 1 chain in between. Now you're going to find the chain of 4 that we started with, and again don't take this one because that means that's not going to be crossed over. You're going to go into the 4th link on that chain of 4. Push your hook through, pull through and slip stitch to join that round. So now we're going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now remember the beginning of each row you've got to go forward to that stitch there and then work that way. So yarn over 3 times, 1, 2, 3, and you're going to come behind the chain and go into this stitch here, the one that's above this. We're going into this stitch. Push your hook through, pull your yarn through. I've got caught up there. Yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, through the next 2, yarn over through the last 2. So that's us got our first cross done. We're going to chain 2, 1, 2. Skip that stitch there and we're going to go into this stitch that's here, this stitch here. 1, 2, 3 and into the stitch. 1, 2, 3, and we're going to work back to that stitch that we missed. It's in between the crosses here. And chain 2, 1, 2, and do the same again. We're going to skip this stitch and work into this stitch here. So we're skipping the stitch that's in between that cross, and we're going into the stitch that's here. 1, 2, 3, and into the stitch. One, 2, 3, and work back into the stitch that's in between that cross. And then we'll chain 2, 1 and 2. Now we're going to do that all the way around, and when you get to your cross to here, use your chain, the chain of 4, and you're going to slip stitch to the top of the chain of 4. Then you're going to do 2 more rounds. Do 2 more rounds, and you're going to have 3 stitches. You're going to have 3 chain in between your 2 crosses. So after this row, your next 2 rows, you'll have 3 chains in between your cross stitch. You just do it the same as the rows that we've just done, but we're increasing the amount of chains in between the cross stitch. So I'll get that done on mine, you do that on yours, and I'll come back when we've finished our second row of our 3 chains. So there we go, we are here, we're doing 2 chains in between our crosses. After that you'll do 2 more rounds, but you'll put 3 chains in between each cross. You're going to put 3 chain in here, do your cross, 3 chain in here, do your cross stitch, 3 chains here, and then do your next cross stitch, and do that for 2 rounds. And then I'll come back and show you how to add the extra cross stitches into this next round. And so this is what we have now. I've got my rosette in the middle. I've got my first set of crosses. The second set has 1 chain in between. The third row has 2 chains in between. Then I've done 2 more rows with 3 chains in between. So this row and this row have 3 chains in between. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to put extra crosses in. So I'm going to chain 4, 1, 2, 3 and 4, and I'm going to go into the space 1, 2, 3, 3 times around your hook, and we're going to go just around and into the space like that. Pull your hook through, yarn over through your stitches like this. So this second one we've put into this space. Now we're going to work back this way. We're going to put the first part of our cross into the space and the second part into this stitch here. So 1, 2, 3 times around your hook and go into the big chain space and do your triple treble. Now you're going to do your 3 windings on your yarn. You're going through here and you're going into this space that's here in between this cross, and pull through and finish that one. We're not doing any chain spaces, no chain spaces this time. So here we've got a chain space, you've got 2 stitches and a chain space. So we're going into this first stitch here, into there, finish your triple treble, 1, 2, 3 times around your hook. Now we're just going to go into the space, go through the gap and around the chain and pull through. So no chains this time. So we're going to go into the chain space and then into this stitch that's here. So we're going to use a chain space and use that stitch there. We'll work back to that stitch. So 1, 2, 3 times around the hook, into the chain space, finish that stitch, 1, 2, 3 times around the hook, into the space, and we're going to work into that stitch there. Just go through that stitch and pull through and finish that triple treble. No chains in between. So what you're doing is you're going to have your crosses will be slightly offset now, but that doesn't matter. It'll be okay once we start doing the other rows. I'm going to just slip stitch into my chain of 4. So find the chain of 4 on that very first set, and I'm going into the top of that chain of 4. And slip stitch through. Now it's getting a little bit big for the video recorder, but this is what it's looking like now. And like I say, I keep saying, the further out you go, then this is all going to stretch open. It's all going to stretch open and it'll be absolutely beautiful. So what I'm going to have to do now is I want to keep my cross above this one. So I need to slip stitch over to here. So I'm going to go through that stitch and slip stitch. And I'm going to slip stitch into this stitch in between these 2 crosses. I want to start here. And that way it's going to keep my crosses beside each other. So I'm going to chain 4, you'll see what I mean in a minute, 3 and 4. Wrap my yarn twice, 3 times round. Now I'm going to go back to that one and then work round that way. It keeps the pattern all symmetrical doing that. So just for this one row, I'm going to go in to that stitch. I'm working back just 1 stitch to the right. So I've worked back just 1 stitch and it's going to keep that cross above that one. I'm going to chain 1 and we're going to skip this stitch. We're going to skip this stitch and work into this stitch here. So yarn over 3 times and into the stitch between the cross and work our triple treble. Yarn over 3 times and through the gap and into the stitch that we skipped, and finish off that triple treble. Now chain 1, remember your chain 1. So we're going to skip this stitch and work into the stitch that's above the cross. 1, 2 and 3. Make sure you wrap around the right amount of times. 1, 2, 3 and work back into that missed stitch that's there. Pull some yarn out. Going to chain 1 and skip the next stitch and work into the top of this one, and that's what we're going to do all the way around. We're going to do 2 rounds like that. So once you get back to here, you'll slip stitch into the top of your chain of 4. That'll pull that one into the proper cross shape, and then do 1 more round where you've got 1 chain in between. So your next 2 rounds are 1 chain in between your crosses. I'll get that done and I'll come back and show you the next round. I've done the increase cross round. I've done 2 rows with 1 chain in between my crosses. I've done 2 rows with 1 chain. I'm going to do 3 rows with 2 chain in between the crosses, and then I'm going to do 3 rows with 3 chains in between the crosses. Now you don't need to see me doing that, because it's the same as these ones, where you're doing your cross the same way, but you're putting a chain in between them. So these 2 rows have got 1 chain. The next 3 rows will have 2 chains in between, and the last 3 rows will have 3 chains in between. I'll show you. Look how pretty that pink is. It's a beautiful pink, and at 99p a ball is unbelievable. And this is a lemon one, and it's so soft. You can see how soft this has came out. So here we are on this one. This is our increase here, and I've done my 2 rows of 1 chain in between. Now I'm going to do 3 rows with 2 chains in between each cross, and then 3 rows with 3 chains, and that's going to spread your blanket out. If you've got more than 2 balls of yarn, then feel free to add some more extra rounds with 3 chains. I think you can get up to 5 with 3 chains before you need to change it to 4 chains. If you don't put enough chains in the middle, your blanket will start to curl up like this. So once I've got those 6 rounds done, 3 with 2 chains, 3 with 3 chains in between the middle, I'll show you how I just did this very last row like this. It's just double treble crochets. It's not the triple one, it's a double one, and I'll show you how I did that. I've got 2 with no chain in between, 3 with 2, and 3 with 3 chains in between those cross stitches, because the bigger the blanket gets, the wider it's going to spread. Now I'm going to do my last round on here, but you don't have to. If you want to make your blanket even wider, then you can do some more rows, but you'll need to put 4 chains in between, because it will start to curl up like this. If you continue just with 3 chain, it will start to curl. So I'm stopping there with mine. I've measured it. This is 38 inches all the way along, all the way across. It's 38 inches. So what we're going to do for this last row, if I get my hook, I want to point out as well, if you're having difficulty keeping your crosses above each other, when you do the very first one, you might need to slip stitch over to here. So just reminding you that you might need to slip stitch. I'll show you when I join it. This needs 3 chain, 1, 2, 3, and then I'm going to slip stitch to my chain, not to the one that's here, but to this one that's crossing over, to this chain that I've got here, my chain of 4. I'm going to slip stitch into the top of my chain of 4 and finish that round. Now if you were doing another round, I know that you'll probably watch the video before you make the blanket, you might need to slip stitch around to the beginning of the cross so that you're up here, and then you work to that one and then work back that way, the way I've been showing you. But just remember to slip stitch across there. I'll take that back out. So just remember, if you're going to make this blanket and your crosses are not lining up, it'll be this first one. Just remember and slip stitch across to here, and then put your other cross and then work that way, the way I've explained it. I want to go over and start in here, so I'm going to slip stitch across and into that space there. So we're starting in the space. You can start there if you want, but it looks prettier if you have the proper stitch on top of that cross, and then we'll sort of, and then the chain will blend in with those 4. So I'm going to do a chain, 1, 2, a chain of 3, wrap my yarn around twice, and I'm going to put another 3 double trebles into this space. That's 1, 2, and 3. So that makes 4. The chain counts as your first one. 1, 2, 3, and 4. In the USA, this is called a treble crochet. In the UK, it's a double treble. The ones down here are triple trebles. What you're going to do now is, in the top of the cross stitch that you've got in your crossover, in the space, you're going to put 1 double treble into the top of there, into the space, and then 4 into this big space. So wrap your yarn twice around the hook. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're going to put 1 into the space in our cross. So yarn over twice, just go right through the cross, the space, finish your double treble, and then put 4 into this space. We'll put 1 into the space in the cross, and 4 into here. 1 into the space in the cross, 4 into here, all the way around like the lemon one. Got that the right way around. So we're going to do that all the way around the blanket to finish it off. I just need to join my last double treble to the top of that chain that we did at the beginning. Just going to slip stitch through. I can get it through. There we are. Slip stitch into there. I'll take my scissors and I'll snip that end off. Now that was all I've been left with for that ball, but 200 grams is amazing for a blanket of this size. Now I'll sew that end in. I will sew the end in, and I'll remind you again, the hook I was using is a 4.5. I don't know if you can see it. It's a 4.5, and this is the yarn that I was using. It's just called Baby. It's a double knitting. It's 99 pence, and it's actually by the yarn company, but I got it in Home Bargains in the UK. It's a 100 gram and it's 100% acrylic, so you can give this a really good wash and it'll be fine because it's acrylic. Now I'll see if I can get this all out. I will take a picture of it on the floor, but just remember, the one thing I do want to point out, to keep your crosses in line when you first start. If you join your round and you're here, then slip stitch to the top of this one that's on this side. Do your chain of 4, work into the stitch at the side, and then work across this way. But just remember that if you do it this way and work that way, you're your crosses will start to spiral round like that. That might be what you're looking for. I don't know. I mean, you could try that if you want to. But this is what the shawl looks like. I'll just spin that all around. Look at that. There's loads and loads of it out of 2 balls of yarn. 200-gram balls of yarn, and that is the middle of it. I'm going to bring my lemon one back in. Look at the lemon. The lemon's beautiful, and the pink is a beautiful shade. Look at the two of those together, and there is a blue, a white, and a grey I've seen, and I'm not sure if there's a mint green, but when I was at the shop, they had the pink, they had the lemon, they had blue. I know they do have white. They didn't have any white the day I was in, and I am so over the moon with the design. And I think if my mum were still alive, my mum would be so proud of me that she taught me the very, very basics of crochet. But look at this. It is absolutely beautiful. It's beautiful. And I'm really, really pleased. I really am. I'm really pleased with it. It's absolutely beautiful. That's it in the lemon, and that's it there in the pink. This is the one that we've just finished in the pink. All I need to say now is thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to my channel. Please just click on that subscribe button that's there. If you hit the notification bell as well, you'll be notified when I post another tutorial. So until the next time, happy crafting, and I'll see you all again soon. Goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to make this beautiful neck warmer. It's made, the front chest part is made with the crocodile stitch, and I put the collar on. This is the back of it. I'll show you how to make the two pieces up and how to sew them together. And I'm going to use this pink yarn. You can use any yarn. I got this donated to me. I got it sent in a Happy Mail. There's 100 grams in it. Now you're going to need 200 grams of yarn to make this. So you'll need 2 balls of yarn that's 200 grams, at least that amount. I'm going to use the hook size that just tells me on the label. So let's go on with this. I'm going to do this part first, this top neck part, and I need 23 loops. If you want to make a smaller one for a child, then I would just do about 15 loops of it, or you can do the loops and then try it around the child's head, and that way you know it's going to slip over the top of their head. But I think this is so easy to do this. So we'll get on and I'll show you how to do this top part first. So just do a slip knot. Do your slip knot any way that you want to get it onto your hook. You can even just tie the yarn on to your hook if you're a complete beginner. So I'm going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put my yarn around my hook twice. 1, 2. Now go into the bottom. Go into your first chain. Go into there to make your loop. Push it through. Pull your yarn through, and you've got 4 loops on your hook. So yarn over and pull through 2 loops. Yarn over, pull through 2 loops. Yarn over and pull through 2 loops. So you've made your first little loop. So I'm going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yarn over my hook twice, wrap it around twice, and I'm going to go in to these 2 stitches just to lock my loop in. Go into the top 2 of that loop. Pull your yarn through, yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over and pull through 2 loops. And do that until you have as many loops that'll wrap around your head. If you're making this for yourself, make the amount of loops plus 1 extra and wrap it around the top of your head. Then you'll know that it'll go down over your head. I've got 1, 2, 3 and 4. Oops. 1, 2, and I'm going into these top 2 stitches. Push it through, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. And I'll come back and show you what to do next. So I've done my sample. Now on the original one I did 23 loops. I did 23 and I did 14 rows of the pattern for this neck piece. So we'll pretend I've done 23 loops. What you're going to do now is you're going to go into the first loop, just slip stitch into that first loop. So we're going to do UK treble crochets and we're going to do them in sets of 2 clusters into each of these loops. There'll be 2 here and 2 here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull my yarn up like this. This keeps the edge one nice and neat. Put your yarn over your hook and go back into that loop and pull your yarn through. Yarn over and come through 2 loops. Leave that one there and keep that one on your hook. Yarn over and through again. We're doing our first cluster. Pull through 2 loops, then yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. And that makes your first double cluster. So into the same loop, yarn over and pull through and up. Yarn over, come through 2 loops, leave those 2 on the hook, yarn over and in to the loop again and pull through. Yarn over and finish your little cluster. So you've got your little 2 sets of clusters. Chain 1 and move to the next one. So yarn over and into the next loop and pull up. Yarn over, come through 2 loops, keep those 2 stitches on your hook. Yarn over and through again. Yarn over through 2 loops, so you now have 3 loops and that's your first cluster. Yarn over and pull through 2. Yarn over and pull up. Yarn over, come through 2 loops, keep that stitch on the hook. Yarn over and through again. And yarn over and through those 3 stitches. And this is what you get. You've got these lovely little loops. Chain 1 and move to the next one. So yarn over through your loop and pull up your stitch. Yarn over, come through 2 loops. That's you made 1 of your trebles. Keep the stitch on the hook. Yarn over and in again to make the second one of that cluster. Yarn over and through 2 loops. So you've got your 2 stitches in your cluster there. Yarn over and come through those 3 loops. And we'll make the next cluster. Yarn over and pull up. Yarn over, make your stitch and keep your stitch. Keep that on the loop. Keep that loop on the hook, yarn over and pull through. You've got 3 loops, yarn over and come through the 3 loops, and that's you making your little clusters in your loops. This is what I did to do the bunny ears blanket, and it's very, very popular. It's had over 500,000 views, and that's on my channel, just doing that stitch. It's really pretty. So yarn over and into the next loop and pull up, yarn over through 2 loops, that's you made your first treble of your cluster, through again and pull up, yarn over and through 2 loops. So you've got 3 loops on your hook, yarn over and come through those 3, and that's you made your first cluster. It looks like a little bunny ear. Pull through, yarn over, do your next one of that cluster, and that's you finished that cluster. So I've done my little sample. Now just remember that I did 23 of these loops for the neck part of the large one. So you're going to turn your work around and you're going to go in between that first cluster, slip stitch in between those 2 clusters of that first loop. Pull your stitch up. We're not doing any chain, just pull your stitch up, yarn over and go in between the cluster and do your first treble crochet. Yarn over and in again. Remember and keep the stitch on your hook. Yarn over through 2 loops, then yarn over and through those 3 loops. So that tall stitch you made just sits nice on the edge and keeps your edge straight. So we're going to do the second one of the cluster into the middle of this one. So pull through, yarn over through 2 loops, keep the stitch on the hook, yarn over and through. You've got 3 loops, yarn over and come through those 3 loops, chain 1 and move to the next cluster. So in between your 2 clusters here, we're going to do another cluster set. So pull up, yarn over and through 2 loops. You've got 2 loops on your hook, yarn over, pull through. You've got 3 loops now, and then come through the 3 of them and then do another one. No chain, you only do a chain when you go across to your next cluster. So we'll do our next set of cluster, chain 1 and move to the next set, and this is what you get. It builds up like this and it's really pretty. So yarn over, keep the stitch on the hook, then through all 3 and then do your next cluster set. 2 sets into each one, then chain 1 and move to the next one. So you're going to do that all the way across. So once you finish the row, you're going to turn your work and go in between the 2 clusters. You're going to slip stitch into there so that when you start your next cluster row, you're right inside the cluster. So pull your stitch up, yarn over and go in between your clusters. Pull up, yarn over, come through 2 loops, keep the stitch on the hook, yarn over and do the next stitch of that cluster. And you've got your 3 loops, yarn over, pull through, and now do your other cluster. Do your other one. So there's 2 clusters to each set. Then chain 1 and move to the next cluster. Now I did 23 loops. So I've got 23 sets on mine, and I've done 14 rows. If you want, it's doubled over, remember. Now if you want your neck piece thicker, then make it wider, or you can make it as wide as you want. You can make it smaller for a child if you want as well. So now what I'll do is I'll show you how to make this crocodile V part. We're going to start with one scale and then work up. We'll have 2, then 3, then 4, 5, 6 as we go up the rows. So a little recap. For the next section, I did 23 loops and I done 14 rows of that cluster V stitch. I did 11 rows of the crocodile stitch, and I'm going to show you how to do that. If you want a bigger area on your chest to warm, you can do more than 15 rows. It just means that the crocodile stitch part will go further around the neck. So I'm going to show you how to do this V stitch. I'll show you how to do a few rows, and then you just continue it until it's as big as you want yours to be. So to start the first crocodile stitch, we need to do V stitches. So I'm going to do a slip knot, and I'm going to chain 8. I'm going to chain 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we're going to slip stitch into the first stitch and join this together to make a circle. Slip stitch through and slip stitch through. Now this is going to make your first V stitch. What we're going to do now is just slightly turn it. You're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3. So down here we're going to put 5. So the chain of 3 counts as your first treble crochet. Now down the side we're going to put another 4 treble crochets. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. So you're going to chain 1, and we're going to do 5 treble crochets up this other side. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put 3 V stitches on this scale stitch. One here, one in the middle, and one on the end. So we're going to do a chain of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That is your treble crochet and chain 2. Now right into the same corner you're going to put a treble crochet into that corner. So that makes your first V stitch. Then into the middle here you're going to do 1 treble crochet, chain 2, 1, 2, and 1 more treble crochet, and that makes your second V stitch. So into the corner of this one here, into this corner where your chain ends, you're going to put 1 treble crochet, going to chain 2, 1, 2, and put 1 treble crochet into that corner. So that gives you your 3 V stitches. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put one of the scale stitches onto this V stitch here. So you're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3. We're going to put 4 more treble crochets down this part of the V stitch. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Chain 1, turn your work around so that you're going to work up this side of the V stitch. You can pinch it like this if you want, and do 5 treble crochets up this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that gives us our first scale on this side. We're going to skip this one, so we're going to just slightly turn, chain 1. What we're going to do is you're going to do a single crochet into this V stitch, chain 1, to turn your work back to the front like this. Now we're going to work down this side of the V. We're going to work down this side of the V stitch. So you're going to put 5 treble crochets down this side. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Chain 1 and then work back up the other side of the V with 5 treble crochets. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this is what you have now. Now don't worry about it looking a little wide. It will go in. It's just because we're stretching it around. We're stretching it all around. And this is what you have. Now, what I want to ask as well, if you're liking the video so far, click on that thumb, give the video a thumb up. Let's give this video as many thumbs up as we can possibly give it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That makes up the first part of your V-stitch and a chain 1. So down into this corner we're going to put 1 treble crochet. That makes your first V-stitch. Chain 1. Now into the middle here, you're going to put a treble crochet, chain 1 and a treble crochet. You're going to make another V-stitch. So chain 1 and another treble crochet. Chain 1 and you're going to move along to the middle. Now you're going to trap this part in here. You're just going right in here and just do your treble crochet, your chain 1 and a treble crochet. In to this space you're going chain 1 and into this space you're going to do another V-stitch, treble crochet, chain 1 and treble crochet. Chain 1. Now into the corner of this one. This is how you extend it, by doing the V-stitch in the corner of these ones here. So we're going to do a treble crochet into the corner there, chain 1 and another treble crochet. And that gives you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'll always have an odd number when you do this. So when you do the V-stitches, you'll always have an odd number. We started with 1, then we had 3, now we've got 5, but we've got 1 and then 2 scales. What we're going to do now is we're going to do a scale here, miss this one, I'll put a scale here, miss this one, and put a scale stitch on the end. So we're going to start with a chain of 3. 1, 2, 3. That counts as your first treble crochet. We're going to put 4 treble crochets down this V. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now remember your chain of 3 made up the 5th one. Chain 1, turn your work, just twiddle it around, and we're going to work up this side of the V. Put 5 treble crochets in. It does help if you just squash it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now kind of turn it so you've got the back to you. You're going to chain 1. You're going to do a double crochet into this V-stitch because we're skipping this one. Chain 1, oops, chain 1, turn your work back to the front. Now you'll do your V-stitches when you've got your work to the front. So we're skipping that one and we're going to work down this one here in the middle. Just like we did with the crocodile blanket. You're going to put 5 treble crochets down here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Chain 1 and work up the other side of that V. Just squash it down so you can get to that long post. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now turn it back to the back. Into this one you're going to do chain 1, do a double crochet or a single crochet if you're in the USA. Chain 1, turn it back to the front so you can do your so you can do your crocodile stitch. So down this last V here, we're going to do our 5 treble crochets. It's a little fiddly. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, chain 1 and work up the other side. Just turn it so you can work up the other side of that V and put 5 treble crochets in. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So again, your next row will be your V stitches. You'll put 1 here, 1 in here. You'll put 1 into this joint here, 1 into this stitch, and 1 into this one, 1 into the middle, and 1 on the end. and then you'll do your crocodile stitch, skip one, crocodile stitch, skip one, crocodile stitch, skip one, and crocodile stitch on the end. And then you'll do your V-row again, and that's what you keep repeating until your diamond shape, your center chest piece, is as big as you want it. Now if you need to rewind to do the V-stitch again, just rewind. If you need to see how to do the V-stitch again, then just rewind the video to this row. It's exactly the same. You just do your chain 3, you'll do your chain of 4, then do a treble crochet, chain 1, V-stitch in here, chain 1, V-stitch in here, chain 1, V-stitch into this space, chain 1, V-stitch in through this one, V-stitch here, then a V-stitch, chain 1 and V-stitch on the end. And that is what you keep repeating until your centerpiece is like this. You'll keep repeating it until you've got your centerpiece. Now I'm going to show you my 2 pieces before I sewed them up, and I'm going to show you this part and that part and show you how to sew it. To do is we have to turn this, count your edges, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just to keep it in the middle, like that. I'm going to fold that over, and we're going to stitch down the side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So from there, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're going to stitch this together so it's in the middle, right in the middle. Now if you've made yours wider, just make sure that you're sewing this into the middle and you've got equal sides on here and on this side. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm doing that from 5. And I'm going to stitch that to there. I've got my darning needle all ready, and I'm just going to stitch this through and attach it to the bottom half of my neckband. Now it's up to you how you sew it. You can over sew it or you can go through. I'm just going to over sew it. So I've stitched along to here, and then I just continued. I weaved my yarn to the end. Now what we're going to do is, this is what we have. Now we need to sew this into a tube. So what you're going to do now is, my yarn's down here for stitching. We're going to fold it over. Just fold it over like this, and we're going to stitch up this seam. We're going to stitch up the seam. Just make sure that your pattern is on the inside when you sew it. Don't sew it that way, because if you sew it that way, you're going to have the rough edge on the outside. You don't want that. So make sure that when you fold it, your pattern is on the inside. And don't worry about this part here. Once we fold it over, you won't see that either. So make sure you fold it in half, all nice and even, and we're going to stitch up this side. We're going to sew this together. You're going to turn your neck down like this, turn your neck and it over. And this is what your neck warmer looks when you finished it. You just fold over the top and look at this. It is so pretty. If you need to make this wider, like I said at the beginning, when you do your loops, wrap them around your forehead just to make sure that it will slip over your head. You can do less loops if you want to do this for a younger person or a child. They're really, really pretty. And for a child, this has 11 rows of the scales on it. So for a child, you could maybe just do 8 and then maybe do 20 or maybe do about 18 of the loops for a child. And it's really pretty. So thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to my channel. Now you do not get any monetary value whatsoever if you subscribe to my channel. I do not make any money from subscribers. The more subscribers I have, the better chance your videos show up on that recommended side of your YouTube channel. When you go onto YouTube, the more subscribers you have, the better chance you actually have of your video being seen running up and down that side of your Hello everyone and welcome to my channel. Now I want to say a special welcome to Owen Graham. Owen's one of my relatives. I am Owen's auntie and he messaged me a while ago and he said that he loved my channel and he watches my channel every time. And Owen's a youngster. I'm going to say he's 12, he might not be. I'm sorry if I've got your age wrong, but anyway, when Owen leaves school he wants to be a YouTuber, but Owen, you can be a YouTuber before you leave school. There's lots of youngsters younger than you that are on YouTube anyway, but it's great that the youngsters just support their family as well, don't they? So Owen, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing to your auntie's channel. I really appreciate it. And for everyone else, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, then just click on the subscribe button, and if you click on the bell icon, YouTube will tell you when I put up another video. But even if you just want to subscribe, come on, the rest of my Owen's mum, Owen's dad, come on. Get subscribing to the channel. The young ones are just showing you all up here. So Owen, thank you so much, and I do know that you get notifications and you watch every single video of mine that comes up, and it's absolutely amazing. It really is. Thank you so much, Owen. So today I'm going to show you how to make this. This is a beautiful sort of V clustered blanket, and it's got these lovely little fans in the middle. The stitch count for this is 10, so you'll do your foundation chain in sets of 10 and then you'll add 3 stitches at the end. I've used this yarn so you can see it in different shades. It really shows up in the lighter colours, but if you want, a lot of ladies are saying to me, my man wants a blanket. This is what it looks like in darker colours. A lot of men, they just like the darker colours, so do a lot of women, right enough, but it shows you what it's like in the different colours. And I've used this yarn. This is an ice yarn and it's Magic Light. Now there's no number on here to tell you what shade this is. You just look for ice yarn and then you type in Magic Light and you'll get all the different colours that it comes in. It comes in a nice pretty pink as well. I've got some that's a pretty pink that I've wound up on a wool winder. I'm going to use that for my sample. So with this yarn, there's 100 grams in the ball. It's 360 metres. It tells you to use a US 6 or 7 crochet hook. That's a UK 4 or 5 and a UK 4 or 4.5. And the weight of the yarn is 3, and in the UK that's like a double knitting yarn. It's really nice to work with this. I really like all these beautiful shades of blue in this. It shows the pattern up, what it would look like with different shades of yarn. So I'm going to show you how to do it. The stitch count for this is 10. So you'll do it in set, you'll do your foundation chain in sets of 10. This one that I've got is 80 stitches plus an extra 3 at the end. So my one is 80 stitches and it's quite wide. It's big enough to go over your knees for a knee or a lap blanket. So I'm going to show you how to do this lovely little V-stitch fan cluster blanket. So I've got my crochet hook. This is a UK 4mm crochet hook. This is a clover hook and it's like a hard resin and it sits in your hand really nice. It doesn't poke away out here. This part, the shaft part of the crochet hook is so smooth, it really is, and it's got a really good clean cut in for the hook. I've even noticed that my crochet looks a little bit neater using this. I don't know why. I think it's just because it's just so smooth. It doesn't split the yarn when it goes through either. Now it's got a G on here and I think the G is for the United States. This one is a UK 4mm crochet hook. Now you can get them in a set of 9. I'll put a link under the video for these. You can get them individually as well if you only want to try 1 or 2. But if you've got hands that hurt when you crochet, look at this, it just sits just nice in there. And it's nice and light as well. It's quite cool to your hand. You would think it would get really warm with it being that plastic resin. It's a little bit like the Knit Pro hook. The Knit Pro hook is slim as well. It's flat like this. The Knit Pro one, the whole handle is silicone. With this one you've just got some silicone here at the thumb rest. Now I'm just telling you about the hooks because a lot of people do leave comments, what hook is that? I've never seen that before. What one is that? But this is, it's a good hook. I like it. I got it given to me by my friend Karen and I really do like it. It fits in my hand and I can crochet a bit longer before my knuckles and my joints in my hand get painful, and that's great if you suffer from arthritis or if you've got other dexterity problems with your hand. Anyway, let's get on with this. So I'm going to do a foundation chain and I'm going to do my chain, I'm going to do it in sets of 10. Now that other blanket I just showed you that I'm working on, that's got 80 stitches and then you'll add an extra 3 at the end. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. So keep doing your foundation chain in sets of 10. If you don't know how many stitches to do it, get a measuring tape out, and if you say, right, okay, I want it 30 inches wide, do your foundation chain in sets of 10 until it's 30 inches wide, or whatever one it is you want. So I've got my foundation chain done. Look how smooth that chain is with that hook. I do notice a big difference in it. So I'm going to bring the camera down just a little bit. Now I'm going to do an extra 3 stitches. 1, 2 and 3. Now bear with me with this. Once we get this foundation row done, the rest of it becomes a lot easier. Once we've done all the little parts of the stitch. Now if you're a beginner, get your yarn, get your hook and just follow along at the same time. Pause the video if you have to and then just restart it again when you're ready. So we're going to be working with UK treble crochets. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets for you. We're going to go into the 5th stitch in this chain, so don't count the loop on the hook, count the stitches you've already got made. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now into that 5th stitch we're going to put 2 treble crochets. So that's 1 and 2. So I've got my first little V-stitch made. Now a V-stitch can either have a chain in the middle of each of these stitches or just be your 2 treble crochets. So we've got our first one done. So we're going to skip 1 stitch and we're going to do that little cluster into the next stitch again. So 2 treble crochets into that one. That's 1 and 2. So this is what you've got so far. So now what you're going to do is you're going to chain 2, 1, 2. Now that little bit is for the end of the blanket. You're going to have 2 of these little V's and that treble crochet at this side and the same at the other side. So bear with me doing this foundation chain. So you're going to chain 2 and you're going to skip 2, 1, 2. Now into the next stitch you're going to do a UK double crochet. If you're in the USA that's a single crochet. So into this next stitch you're going to do a double crochet, then chain 2, 1, 2 and do another double crochet into that same stitch. So you've got this little bobbly looking part. That's where you're going to put your fan in on the next row. Chain 2, 1, 2, skip 2, 1, 2 and then into this one you're going to do your 2 treble crochets, that little V stitch. That's 1 and 2. Skip 1 stitch and then do your V stitch. Call it a V stitch because it's a little easier to remember. Skip 1 stitch and do 1 more V stitch into the next stitch. So 1 and 2. And this is what you've got. So that's what it looks like. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2. We're going to do that part there again. This little part here looks like a little bow. We're going to do that part next. Skip 2, 1, 2 and into the next stitch do a double crochet. Chain 2, 1, 2 and into the same stitch do another double crochet. Chain 2, 1, 2, skip 2, 1, 2 and then do that little V stitch into the next stitch. That's 1 and 2. So we're going to do 3 sets of these. Skip 1 stitch and do another V stitch. Skip 1 stitch and do another V stitch. And 2. So you're going to chain 2, 1, 2, skip 2 and then do a double crochet into that 3rd stitch. Chain 2, 1, 2. We're going to make that little cluster down there and do a double crochet into that stitch. Chain 2, 1, 2, skip 2 and then we'll do our 3 sets of V stitches. So that's 2 UK treble crochets, skip 1, do your next set. That's my 2nd set. Skip 1 and do the 3rd set. That's 1 and 2. Now you're going to chain 2, 1, 2, skip 2 and then do that double crochet, chain 2 and double crochet. You'll chain 2, skip 2 and then do your clusters again, and this is what you should have. So I'll do that to the end of my chain, and I'll get you when you're at the end. So this is what your foundation chain should look like. I'm going to skip one and do another cluster, those little V stitches, sorry, 1 and 2, skip one, and into the last stitch I'm going to do 1 treble crochet. Now if you've got stitches left, just pick them out. You need to finish on the edge of your blanket with 2 of these V stitches and 1 treble crochet, and that keeps it the same as this side over here. It keeps your edges the same. So if you've got extra stitches here, just pick them out, but make sure you finish your little repeat of these, your repeat of this pattern with these 2 V stitches and then 1 treble crochet in the end. So into, skip 1 stitch and into my last stitch I'm going to do a treble crochet, and this is what you have, like this. Now the next rows will be a bit easier because you can see where you're going. We're going to be jumping over into these spaces. So we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Now that counts as your treble crochet. So turn your work around. So into that first set of V stitches, you're going to do another V stitch in there. So yarn over and do 1, 2 treble crochets, go over to the next one and put 2 into the next V stitch. That's 1 and 2. So you're going into the space, and this is what you've got. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2, and you're going to go over to that little cluster that you made into the chain space. We're going to do clusters into here. So yarn over and you're going to do a treble crochet. Keep that stitch on there and do another one, and then you're going to pull through both of those stitches. Chain 1, and into that same space you're going to do that little cluster again. So that's 1 treble crochet, keep the stitch on your hook, yarn over and do another one, and you've got 3 loops on your hook. Yarn over and come through the 3 loops. Chain 1, and you're going to do 1 more. Keep the stitch on your hook and pull through. You've got 3 loops, yarn over and come through those 3 loops. Chain 2, 1, 2. We're going to move over to the V stitches, and we're going to put our V stitch into this one. In the space you'll do your 2 treble crochets. Move over to the next one and go in between those 2 treble crochets and put another 2 in. Then over to the next one and put your 2 treble crochets in and 2. Now chain 2, 1, 2. Now into this cluster here we're going to do those little cluster stitches. We're going to do that little cluster fan. The fan is a little cluster. Remember, the fan is a little bit different from these little V-stitch clusters that we're doing here. So into there you're going to do your treble crochet. Now keep the stitch on the hook, remember, yarn over and pull through. Now you've got your 3 loops, come through all your 3 loops, chain 1 and do another little double cluster. So that's 1, keep it on the hook, that's 2, and then chain 1 and put your 3rd one in. And this is what you're going to be repeating, these 2 rows. Now chain 2, 1, 2, and move to your next little V stitches that are here. You're going in between these stitches, in here and in between this one and then in between that one. And it's an easy 2-row repeat. Once you get the hang of it, you can see where you're going to put your little chains. So we're going to go over to the next V stitch and put another little V stitch in. So that's 1 and my 2nd treble crochet. I'm going to move over to the next one, no chains in this section. Then move over to that next one. These ones are splitting these ones open. So into this next V stitch here, into the space, not the stitch. Then you're going to chain 2 and move over to your next little cluster, 1, 2. This is the only time you'll be chaining 2, when you move over to that middle one. So keep your stitch on the hook and go in there again. So you're going into the little chain that we made. Remember we did a double crochet, 2 chain and a double crochet, and that's where you're going and making these little clusters, a little cluster fan. Chain 1 and do your next cluster. Keep it on the hook, remember, for the cluster. Chain 1 and put your 3rd cluster in. Through all those loops, chain 2, 1, 2. And then move over to your V stitches again. And then you'll do a cluster fan, you'll do your V stitch once, and then a fan, and then your V stitch. So when I get to the end, I'll come back and show you what to do. You work along your line of stitches, and this is how it should look. So I'm finishing off my last little cluster fan. I'm going to do the last part of it, keep that on the hook and make that little cluster. Do my chain 2, 1, 2, and move over here. Now I've got 2 V stitches. We're going to do 2 of that little V stitch. That's 1 treble crochet and 2 treble crochets. Over to the next V stitch. Go into the middle of those V stitch, into the space, and 2, and then you've got your chain of 3 here. So what you're going to count is 1, 2 and 3 stitches, and you're just going to do a treble crochet here at the end. So the next row you're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, turn your work. So first of all, we've done our treble crochet. We're going to do our V stitch into the middle of this one. So that's 2 treble crochets, and if you're in the USA, these are double crochets. So do the same into the next one, 1 and 2, into the middle of that little V stitch. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2. So we're at our little cluster fan, and into the top stitch here, into the top stitch, that stitch right in the middle, you're going to do a double crochet. So into the stitch, it's a double crochet, chain 2, 1, 2 and another double crochet into the stitch. You're not going into the space, you're going into the stitch. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2, and then you're going to do your 3 V-stitches. So do a V-stitch in here, that's 2 treble crochets, into the next V-stitch, into the middle, into that space, do your V-stitch, 1 and 2 treble crochets, and 2 treble crochets into the next 1 V-stitch, then you're going to chain 2 because we're going to start and build the next fan. Chain 2, 1, 2, and then in to the stitch at the top of the middle one, you're going to do a double crochet. You're going into the stitch. I'll try and show you that a little bit clearer. Into the stitch and just pull through, chain 2, 1, 2, and then do another double crochet into the stitch at the top. Chain 2, 1, 2, and then you'll move over to your V-stitches. You'll chain 2 and do your double crochet, chain 2 and double crochet into the top of that fan, chain 2 and move over and do 3 new V-stitches. So I'm at the end again, I've done that V-stitch. I'm going to put my 2 treble crochets into the middle of this V-stitch and 1 treble crochet into the top of that chain of 3. So just 1 treble crochet. I'm going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3 and turn, and I'm going to repeat that fan row, that little cluster fan row. So we're going into this next V-stitch and do a V. You'll always do V-stitches inside these little V-stitches with no chains in these sections. 1 and 2. Now we're going to do the fan section into the top, into that chain of 2 that's there. So you'll chain 2, 1, 2, and go in to there with a treble crochet, keep it on your hook and do the second one of that cluster. Pull through, chain 1 and make another double cluster. Keep that on the hook. Yarn over and pull through, chain 1 and do your next cluster. Into chain 2, 1, 2 and move to your next set of V-stitches. You'll do your 3 V-stitches, chain 2, do that fan cluster, chain 2 and do your 3 V-stitches all along, and that's the 2 rows you keep repeating. You'll keep repeating those rows, keep repeating it until you get the blanket to the height that you want it. And to finish off, all you'll just do is when you get to the end, I think I'm at the end with this one, you don't need to do anything to the top. I like the top nice and wavy like that. You'll just cut your yarn off, put the tail through the loop and then pull it, and that'll be that finished, and sew in your ends. Your edges are nice and straight. They're nice and straight, so you don't need to do too much to that. If you want, you can put, where you've got your V-stitches, you can put a little fan down the side, or even just a little round of treble crochets all around it. But I like it the way it is. It's got a nice straight edge at the bottom. The edges are nice and straight. Just make sure that you count 1, 2, 3 and go into the 3rd stitch in that chain at the end of your round. So you'll just follow that fan round and then follow the chain round with the double crochets down there. If you need to watch the video again, then just rewind it. You just need to keep rewinding it. It's only a 2-row repeat. Once you get it into your head, you'll be fine with it. And it's lovely in a variegated yarn. It's really pretty. If you look at this one, most of it is white, so it's really pretty in one colour as well. Down here you've got mostly pink, where in here you've got several different colours, so it doesn't matter what yarn you use for this, it'll be really, really pretty, and I think you're going to like it. So give it a try. Get your hook, get your yarn, and follow along. Once you get past that foundation row, you will be fine with it. Then it's just a 2-row repeat, just that fan row and that little double crochet with the chain, and then your fan row, then your double crochet with the chain on there. Really easy. So thank you very much for watching, and to you, Owen, my nephew Owen, he's just a really young lad, and thank you so much for supporting my channel. Remember, you don't need to leave school before you can get onto YouTube. You can do it long before then. Anyway, if you haven't subscribed to my channel, be like Owen and subscribe to my channel. And if you click on the bell icon, YouTube will tell you when I put up another tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now I'm going to show you how to do a corner to corner stitch. A corner to corner stitch lets you do this type of pattern on a blanket. You can make cushion covers, throws, you can make anything you like. This is a chunky yarn. You can do it with any type of yarn that you have. You can even do it with string, believe it or not. You can do it with anything that you can crochet with. And I am going to show you how to do it. Now, a corner to corner blanket is made exactly the way it says, from corner to corner. You start on the corner and you work your way this way, all the way up your blanket. Now I've got a 7mm crochet hook, because that's what my pattern says, and that's what it says to use for this chunky mariner. So what we're going to do is we're going to chain 6 stitches. So yarn over the top and pull through. That's 1, yarn over 2, yarn over 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. Now I found the pattern says count back 4 stitches and do your first treble crochet. Now in the UK it's called a treble crochet, but in the USA it's called a double crochet. I found it easier just to count 3 stitches from the end. 1, 2, 3. So you're going to put your yarn over and count 3. 1, 2, 3. These are the 3 stitches that you're going to put your trebles in. I'm going to move that over there. These are the 3 stitches that you're going to put your little set of 3 trebles. So that's 1, yarn over through 2, yarn over and through 2, your second treble, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, and your third one, yarn over through 2 and yarn over through 2. Now with the stitches that we didn't crochet, it makes this little loop. So what you've got is this little block with this hoop here. So now you're going to chain 6 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. You're going to count back 4 stitches, 1, 2, 3, 4. But I find it easier to go this way and count 3. 1, 2, 3. If it's easier to do that, then do that. But yarn over, and again we're going to do our 3 treble crochets into those 3 stitches. That's 1, 2, yarn over, through that stitch, and that's 3. Now what you're left with is this little shape. Looks like a little pair of pantaloons. So if you've got this shape, then you're fine. If you haven't, then just rewind the video and watch that part again. Now what you're going to do is, here's your tail that you started off with. Here's your tail. And this was your first block. What you're going to do is, this is where your hoop is. Just turn that like that, back to front, so your loop, so your little loose end is down here. I'll show you that again. So just take that one and turn it back to front like that. So that little tail end you started with is down here. What you're going to do is, into this loop hole here, you're going to do a slip stitch. We're going to slip this block and attach it to this one through this hole. So just go in that hole, pull your stitch through and pull it through that second stitch, and that's you got the beginning of your blanket. I'm going to find my corner of this one. So this is what we've done. We've made this one and this one. So that's that there. So you've got that one and that one. I'll show you that again, how you do that. I'll just take that out. So this is what you're left with when you've done your 2 blocks. Just take this one and turn it that way, so it's facing to the left and your little tail is down this end. Now into this hole here, just put your hook straight in, catch your yarn and bring it through that stitch you had there. And that's it. That's you got your first part of your corner done. So that's this little part here. So what we're going to do now is, now we need to ignore that now because that's all done different colours. So what we're going to do now is, we've got this hoop here. We're going to crochet 3 stitches. 1, 2, 3. That makes this part. Can you see that part? That makes that for your next step up. So into this hole, the same one that you joined that block with, into that hole we're going to do 3 treble crochets or 3 double crochet, whatever country you're in. So that's 1, 2 and 3. So that's you finished your second row. So that one there was your first row and this is your second row. 1 and 2. Now you've got this little heart shape. Now once we've got this, it's more like a little booty. Now we've got this little booty shape. You're going to chain 6. Up the end where this is, we always chain 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Now from the end there, count 3. 1, 2, 3. Yarn over and we're going to put a treble crochet into these 3 stitches that we just counted. So that's one into that next stitch, that's 2, and 1 into that third stitch, that's 3. So now we have this shape. Now your tail end's over here, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this block and just turn it like that so that your tail is down this side. So once you finished that one, it is like that. So you're going to take this section and then just flip it over so your tail ends here on the right. Now there's your hole for that one. There's your little chain. So you're going to slip stitch into that hole. I'll show you that again. Into that hole, do a slip stitch. So just catch your yarn and pull it through that stitch. Now what we're going to do is we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then put 3 trebles into that same hole that we did the slip stitch in. Yarn over, that's the first one of your trebles, the second one of your trebles, and the third one of your trebles. Now we're going to join this new block to this one here. So just go to the end of it and find that hole, find that chain space, put your hook through, pull the yarn through as a slip stitch and join those blocks together. Now chain 3, 1, 2 and 3. We're going to make a third block, so we've got 1, 2, and we're going to do the third block of the third row. So 3 trebles into that hole, 1, 2 and 3. So that's us finished. That's us finished our third row. So that's your first row, those 2 are your second row, and the 3 blocks here are your third row. And your 3 blocks here are your third row. So your tail ends there again. So now we're going to do our chain of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Either count 4 stitches back from the top or count 3 from the bottom, whatever you find easier. I find it easier to do it from here. So that's 1 there, 1, 2 and 3, and I'm going to put a treble into that stitch, and this is what makes your hoop, is when you miss those 3 stitches there. When you miss those 3 stitches, it makes your hoop for you. So a treble into the next stitch and a treble crochet into that third stitch. So again we've got this, it's like a little broken piece. Our tail is here, so what we're going to do with this piece again is just turn it so your tail's down here. So that's all we're going to do, is like remember to flip this sort of broken piece. It's not broken, but you know what I mean. Just flip it round like that, and there's your hole on the end of that block of 3. There's the hole that we're going to do our slip stitch into. We're going to join this block to this one. It will join like that. It's going to join it like that. So through that hole, there we are. So now we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3. This is the chain of 3 that's going to make your little loop for that one on the inside. So 3 trebles into that chain space there. of your last block. 1, 2 and 3. Now we're going to work our way up this row, so we've got 2 more blocks to build on top of. So again, it's slip stitch through to join your blocks, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 3 trebles into that chain space there. 1 and 2 and 3. Now at any time you can pause the video and go back to the part you've got stuck at. So now we're going to join this one to this one and build this one up. So there's my chain space, slip stitch right through that chain space, through that stitch. Now we need to build the next block by 1, 2 and 3. So it's like you're building little steps. You're building little steps, and your blanket is going to grow this way. So 3 chain, so 3 trebles into that chain space. 1, 2 and 3. So that is row 4 complete. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's row 4. Now row 5, as you can see, it's all building up into that pretty little pattern. So to start row 5, chain 6. Always start a row with chaining 6. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Count up 3 of your stitches. 1, 2, 3. These are the 3 that you put your single trebles in. So that's 1, then 1 into that next stitch. That's 2, and 1 into that stitch there. There is a stitch there. No, there's not a stitch there. So if you don't get 3, then you know you've just gone up too many. So 1, 2, 3. Then just go back. It's easy to correct it. So that's 1, 2 and 3. So now you've got this little wiggly piece. So what you're going to do is just flip it, and that's you starting row 5. So we're going to attach this new block onto this first one of that row, the previous row. So there's the chain of 3. So just slip stitch through. Now we're going to build the next block on. So chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then put your 3 trebles into that space. That's 1, 2, and 3. So what you're doing is you're building blocks again. So we attach this new block to the next one of that previous row. We've got 1, 2, 3. So we're going to put that new block onto there. So slip stitch through, just put your hook through, pull a stitch through and through that, and that should join that one. So again, 3, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, then 3 trebles into that chain space, and we're going to work our way up that previous row. That's 1, 2, and 3. Slip stitch into the next one, slip stitch it in to join it, chain 3, 1, 2, 3. So to decrease, what you do is, don't do your 6. What you're going to do is just turn your work. I'm going to zoom in. So when you've got your blanket or your corner or your square that you're doing and it's the size, half the size you want, to decrease, what you do is don't do the 6 chain. Just turn your work like this. Now what you're going to do is you're going to go through these 3 stitches. So just go through that one and slip stitch through. We're going to work ourselves across here. So through the next stitch, that's 2 stitches, through and just slip stitch. Don't crochet at all. Now we're at this corner here. So you're going to slip stitch in, and that's you got your 3. So that's you made the corner to complete your square. Now what you're going to do is you're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Then you're going to do your 3 trebles into that one, 1 and 2 and 3. Then we're going to move on. We're going to join that one to this one. So this is what we've got now. As you can see, it's going to start making our complete square. We're working back the way from the way we built it up. Now we're going to build it down. So join that block to this one with a slip stitch. Do your 3 chain, just as we did before, and your 3 trebles into the chain space until you get to this last one. So I'm going to do my 3 trebles, that's 1, 2, and 3. Now we're going to join this block into this space here, into that chain space. Just pull it through, and that's you joined it. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and your 3 treble crochets into that chain space. Now if you just imagine this square being really big, really big, it doesn't matter how big or how small you do this, it's the same way. So join that one to that one with a slip stitch, 1, 2, 3, and 3 trebles into that chain space. Then join it to the next block, just a slip stitch to that next block. Now do your chain of 3, 1, 2, and 3, and put your 3 trebles in that last chain space. That's 1, 2, and 3. Now again, we're not going to do the chain of 6. Don't do the chain of 6. Just turn your work and slip stitch along. Put your hook through, pull your yarn and bring it through that stitch. Put your hook through the next stitch, 2 stitches and slip right through. And then just do the same in that chain space. Slip stitch into that chain space like that. So now we're going to go up that way, and what we're doing is we're forming this missing piece of this square. So now do your 3 trebles into that space. Oops, nope, we need to chain 3 first. So chain 3, 1, 2 and 3, and 3 trebles into that space. There we go. Now attach that block to this block, just slip stitch, do your 3 trebles, your 3 chain and then your 3 trebles to build that little step up. To this one. So in there, slip stitch through, slip stitch through and into that space and slip stitch through. So now what we're going to do is we're going to chain our 3, 1, 2, 3 and do our 3 trebles into that space. 1 and 2 and 3. Join that one, do a chain of 3 or 3 trebles, slip stitch into this next one, chain 3, do your 3 trebles, and slip stitch into that top one. So we're nearly finished our little square. So you're going to turn your work and slip stitch your way along. 1 slip stitch, 2 slip stitch and a slip stitch into that chain space. Now do your 3 chain, 1, 2, 3 and your 3 trebles into that chain space. 2 and 3. Now join that block to that block. We're nearly there, nearly finished. So we're doing chain 3, 2, 3 and your 3 trebles, 1, 2, 3, slip stitch it into the next block. That's your last block there. So we've got that join, we don't do our 6, we're just going to turn your work, flip your work, and you're going to slip stitch to that chain space there, into the chain space, and there you go. We've only got one block left to do because I've got my little rectangle done. Now chain 3, 1, 2, 3, do your last 3 trebles into that chain space, 1, 2 and 3, and we're going to join it with a slip stitch to that one, and there you go. That's your little rectangle done. That's how you increase and decrease, and how to do a corner to corner. So when I showed you that and I worked my way up, when I showed you that we were working our way this way, so we had this amount done, and then we started to reduce, and it did that. If I did one more row, I would have a nice square, but you can do squares or you can do rectangles, it's up to you. But I'm not going to finish that one off. But when you're doing it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, you get like this. Now mine's is just all done in these stripes of different colours by Mariner. This is my corner to corner blanket, and my corner to corner blanket is going, as you can see, Muttley really likes it, and trying to keep him off it is just, I've got get off it, Muttley. I think Muttley's claiming it anyway, but I'm going to turn this way just to like, get off it, going up. Now I've came right across as far as the width is, so now I'm working my way up. That is how you do a corner to corner stitch, and if you find you're struggling a little bit, rewind the video and watch it again. If you go down here, there is a settings button and you can slow down the video if you want to slow it down. Now, by the time you get to this, most people would know how to do a basic treble or double crochet, but this turned out beautiful. Look what you can do. You can make things like this. This is just so many rows are done with a different colour. I tied it off and stitched in my ends and just started my next row with the next colour. So thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to my channel. Please. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now today I'm going to show you how to make this pretty little blanket. Now what I noticed, I'm going to call this bonnet baskets. Look at this stitch actually looks like a little basket. It's got a little handle and the body of the basket. So it's really pretty. It's really easy. It's a 2-row repeat. The one where you do this little puff stitch and make the little basket, and there is a little chain stitch that just runs across on the second row. I haven't done a border for this. It comes out quite straight at the edges. As you can see, the edges are quite straight here. And the pattern, I would finish it on what we'll call a basket row. If you finish it on a row like this, and look at that, it does look like little baskets. Now I've used this yarn for it. I've used this. The colour on this, it's not got a colour, it's a number. It's 55415. And I can't even say that word. Anyway, this is a beautiful yarn. The reason I've chosen this is so that you can see it in different colours. It's really pretty in lemon. It's lovely in that orange. There is some that's blue. There's lilac. You're back to the lighter shades of lemon and orange and green. Now look at that, it does look like little baskets. You might not think so, but I do. So anyway, we're calling this the basket blanket. I'm going to show you how to do it. It's really easy. It's nice and lacy. If you don't like it as lacy as this, then use a smaller hook. Now my yarn label said to use a 4.5 crochet hook, but look at this, it is such a pretty stitch, and it's really easy as well. If you don't want it so lacy, you can use a thicker yarn. This is double knitting yarn. If you use a thicker yarn, it'll be a lot closer together, but it's really pretty. I'm going to do the sample of that blanket in this Aran. This is a style craft. It's an Aran yarn, so it's slightly thicker, just to show you what the difference is from a thicker yarn and that double knitting one that I've just shown you. I'm going to pop my yarn up there on my unit. So I'm going to use a 5.5mm because this is thicker yarn than that other one. This is a UK 5.5mm crochet hook. What we're going to do with this, you need to do your stitches in sets of 3. So it needs to be sets of 3. So do your chain the length that you want it to be. I'm going to do my chain in sets of 3. That's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So I've done my chain. I'm just going to do a small sample to show you how to do this. Now I've done my stitches in sets of 3. I'm going to chain one more stitch. Do one more stitch. So into the second stitch in your chain, you're going to do a double crochet. That's a UK double crochet. If you're in the USA, that's a single crochet. So go into the stitch, the second stitch, and pull through, yarn over and pull through. You're going to do a double crochet into every stitch all the way along. So one double crochet into each stitch. Now I've done my foundation row of UK double crochets, or that's USA single crochets. Now what I want you to do is check your stitch count. Check that you have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. What you're going to do now is you're going to chain 3. 1, 2, 3, and turn your work around right into the bottom of this stitch here. Your chain's there. Right here into this stitch, you're going to do what's called a puff stitch. We're going to do this little puff stitch. So put your yarn over your hook and go into that very first stitch right at the bottom of your chain. Pull your yarn through and keep it on your hook, and that is 1. Put your yarn over again and through that hole and pull your yarn through, that's 2. Yarn over and through again and pull through, that's 3. So that is going to make a puff stitch. Put your yarn over and pull through all of those stitches. Just pull right through, then chain 1. You're going to skip 2 stitches, skip 1 and 2. Into the next stitch, you're going to put a double crochet. That's a single crochet if you're in the USA. We don't do it at the beginning because there's no room. So you do your chain of 3, your puff stitch, skip 2 stitches, then you're going to do a double crochet into that stitch. Now chain 3, 1, 2, 3. This makes the handle of the little basket. It makes it look like the handle. Now into that same space, you're going to do that puff stitch there. So yarn over, through the stitch and pull up, that's 1. Yarn over and through, pull back, that's 2. yarn over, through the same stitch, pull through, that's 3. Put your yarn over and come through all of those stitches. Just pull through all of them and chain 1. And that's you made your first little basket. Now the pattern is actually the right side is this side, so it will look right once we turn it around. Skip 2 stitches, 1, 2, then double crochet. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Remember that chain of 3. Now into the same stitch, do your puff stitch. So yarn over, pull through 1, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over and pull through 3. Yarn over and pull through all of those loops. Then chain 1 to lock it in. Skip 2 stitches, double crochet. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then do your puff stitch. So that's 1, 2, 3 times and pull through all of those stitches. Then chain 1. Skip 2, double crochet. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, then do your puff stitch. 1, 2, 3. Yarn over, pull through all of those stitches, then chain 1 to lock it. And this is what it does. It's actually this side. It makes those pretty little basket stitch. So I've got along to the end. I've got 2 stitches left. So into this last stitch, put your yarn over. I'm going to do my puff stitch first. No double crochet in this last stitch. Make sure that your last stitch is a puff stitch and then a treble crochet. So I'm going to do my puff stitch into here. 1, 2, and 3. Pull through and chain 1 to lock it, then do a treble crochet into the same stitch and do your treble crochet. So the next row is you're going to chain 1 and turn, and right into that stitch there you're going to do a double crochet. So put your hook into the stitch, pull through. Now you're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and you're going to double crochet into your first chain of 3. Skip this part here out, this first puffy stitch. So into this chain of 3 do a double crochet. This is a really quick row, this one. These are the 2 rows you'll repeat, right? So chain 3, 1, 2, 3, skip to your chain and do a double crochet. This is what lifts that up to make it look like a handle of a basket. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, double crochet into your chain space. 2, 3, and you're going to just go into the first stitch in the chain. You've got your chain here. Now you need to lock it in. If you put it in there, it's going to pull itself across and make your edge uneven. So you're going to do your double crochet into 1, 2, 3, the third stitch in that chain. Just like that, and that's going to lock it in. These are the 2 rows you'll repeat, this puff row and this chain row. Now you're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, turn your work. This is what keeps your edge nice and straight. So into your double crochet, you're going to do a puff stitch. So yarn over and go into that double crochet. Pull your yarn through. Now remember to pull it up, give it a little wriggle. That's 1, 2, and 3. I'm just nipping it with my fingers so I've got a grip of it. Yarn over and pull through all of those stitches and chain 1. Now into this double crochet, you're going to follow the little basket, double crochet, chain 3 and puff stitch. So you do your double crochet first, remember, and do your double crochet. We don't do it on the end, there's no room for it. So do your double crochet, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then do your puff stitch into that double crochet there, not the one you've just done, into the one that's there. 1, 2, and 3. Now you might stretch the stitch a little bit, don't worry about it, and pull through all of those stitches, chain 1. Go over to your next double crochet and you're going to put a double crochet in first, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then do your puff stitch into that double crochet, not the one you've just done, into this one under it, the one that's there. 1, 2, wriggle it up, and 3. Pull your yarn through all those stitches and chain 1. Move to the next one, double crochet into that stitch, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, then into the bottom, not that one, into that one, do your puff stitch. So pull through and pull it up, 1, 2, and 3. It's better if you just nip that stitch just to hold it till you get it done. Through those loops, chain 1, double crochet, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, then into the double crochet there, make your puff stitch, 1, 2, and 3. End. What you're going to do at the end is you're going to do your puff stitch and then a treble crochet. Don't do the double crochet first. If you do that, you'll end up with one side taller than the other. So do your puff stitch at the end. Do your puff stitch first, 1, 2, and 3. Pull through all of those. Do your chain 1 to lock it, and then do a treble crochet into the same stitch. And that keeps your edge nice and straight, and you don't need to put a border on. If you do want a border, then you can put some single crochets in and go all the way around your blanket with a single crochet. But I think it's nice if you leave it with this loop on the top. That's the row that you'll finish your blanket on, that one with the little loop on the top. Now we're going to chain 1 and turn, and we're going to do that chain row again. So right into the first stitch, do a double crochet, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and come over to this first chain space and do your double crochet, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, then double crochet into the chain, 1, 2, 3, double crochet into the chain. That's the 2 rows you'll repeat. When you get to the end of the row, you'll chain 3 and do a puff stitch, double crochet into this double crochet that's here, double crochet, chain 3, then puff stitch, double crochet, chain 3 and puff stitch, double crochet, chain 3 and puff stitch. And this simple chain row in between. So I've done my last chain of 3 and I'm going to do my double crochet into this last stitch here, into this chain of 3, count 1, 2, 3. Make sure you go in through the chain to hold your double crochet in place. And this is what we've got. You've got your little baskets. You can see it looking like your little basket. This side is quite flat on this side, and most of your puff stitch is on this side here. So the 2 rows that you'll keep repeating is this chain row and the basket row. So now we're going to do a basket. So chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn your work. Now right into there we're going to do a puff. Now remember, the ones on the end are only a chain 3 and a puff stitch. Into the bottom of there you're going to do your puff stitch. 3. Pull through all of those stitches, chain 1 to lock it. You've on your double crochets again, so it's double crochet, chain 3 and puff stitch, double crochet, chain 3 and puff stitch all the way along. So do your double crochet first and then into that same stitch do your chain. So chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and into that same stitch down there do your puff stitch. 1, 2, 3. Pull through all of those stitches, chain 1 to lock it, go over to the next double crochet, chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Now remember and do that double crochet, yarn over and in there do your puff stitch. You may have to just nip it to hold that stitch. Pull through all your stitches, chain 1 to lock it and move to the next one. And they're the 2 rows that you'll keep repeating, that really quick chain row, chain 3, double crochet, chain 3, double crochet, and then this little basket. I've done this one in different colours so that you can see the effect of different colours. And that's your double crochet, your chain 3, and then your puff stitch. And this row here is your chain 3, your double crochet, your chain 3. That's the 2 rows that you'll repeat, the chain row and the little basket. You might not think it looks like a little basket, but I do, and everyone else I've showed it to so far seems to think it looks like a little basket. And that is the other side. This is the other side. So it is quite reversible, and if you just do that chain in a puff, it keeps your edges. And on this side, remember and do the puff stitch first and then a treble crochet, and that keeps that edge nice and neat. And you'll finish your blanket on that little basket stitch. Give this little blanket a try. And if you haven't subscribed to my channel, then if you like my videos, please subscribe to the channel. It doesn't cost you any money at all. If you click on the subscribe button, there's a really easy process how to subscribe. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Now I've got a little blanket in process. I've done 100 grams of this. I've got 17 rows done with the 100 grams, and I've done this beautiful little stitch. Now it's a stitch count of 4, but what I'm going to start doing now is I'm going to show you a little cheat way with a longer tail, that if you don't do enough you can add extra stitches with your tail. I'll show you that in a few minutes. Now this yarn that I've been using I got on Lovecrafts. I mean, I don't talk about Lovecrafts now because of any real special reason. I used to buy all my yarn on Amazon, or I waited until Aldi had a sale where it was cheaper. But some of the others, I like Karen yarn and I like Red Heart yarn, and Amazon was where I got it the cheapest. Then I came across Lovecraft's website. One of my friends told me, and a few of the other subscribers on my channel told me to try Lovecrafts because they were doing the Karen yarn and the Red Heart yarn cheaper than Amazon. So I went on it, and really, I talk about Lovecraft's website because it's a quick delivery. If you spend over £25, you get free delivery. A lot of the other countries, it ships to other countries. If you're in other countries, you can use it. A lot of the time they've got free shipping. You can get vouchers and things like that all the time. They have got sales on a lot. They've got discounts on a heck of a lot. Every single day, if you sign up to their newsletter, every single day I get an email with a discount. It'll be 30% off. It could be up to 60% off. It tells you when the sale's on. It gives you little discount codes just to say thank you. Here's 20% off your next shopping basket. All that kind of thing. It's really, really economical. Anyway, I got this. This is a Karen Cotton Cakes. And I don't normally, if you watch lots of my videos, I don't use this type of yarn or wool. Have ever. I haven't. And I got some of this one. I got a couple of this. Look at this. Oh, this is the squidgiest, softest yarn I've ever felt. It's super. Now this is a Karen baby cake and this is a Karen cotton cake. Now this one here is like a brushed cotton. It's a brushed cotton. It's beautiful. It's not just your twisted normal like soft string cotton type stuff. This is a really soft brush. You can't even see the strands where it's twisted at all. It crochets up beautiful. This one is called Nested Blues. I had another one. It's called Blushed Melon. Hang on, I'll get the other one. I got 2 of these ones, and this one is called Blushed Melon. Now look at that, it's absolutely beautiful. Anyway, a lot of the blankets I make, I do them in lilacs, I do them pinks, lemons, blues. I wanted to show you this stitch in different colours, neutral colours as well. I mean, look at that, even for a baby boy. That is a beautiful colour. It's a beautiful colour for people of all ages. And look at it in blues. This stitch is really pretty in light blues. You've got your darker blues. You've got this cream. This is a pretty, it almost looks like a diamond, doesn't it? Do you know the way a diamond faucet is, or facet, whatever it is they call it, the shape? That's what it's like. And it's beautiful in these caramel colours. And then it goes back to these blues and like the light sort of bluey grey colour. It's a lovely stitch, this. It's a really pretty stitch. It's a cluster of, in the UK, this is a treble crochet, and then you've got one row of double crochet. So if you're in the USA, this is a double crochet and one row of single crochet. But look how pretty this is offset. It's done in a stitch count of 4. because you work one stitch, you skip 3, you work 1 and you skip 3. So I'm going to show you how to do this really pretty stitch, and I'm going to use this cotton yarn. Look at that, that's so pretty. I've got all of this done out of one ball. This is 100 grams, so the time I finish my blanket, it's going to be double this size. It's going to be double that. Really pretty for 2 balls of yarn. Less than £10 for to make a really pretty blanket like this. But what I wanted, the reason I'm using this is I wanted to show you the stitch in different colours, and it comes up pretty in any colour you use. It will be really pretty in any yarn that you use. So for my sample, I'm going to use this Karen Baby Cake, this one here. If I find the middle, just pull that out. Very convenient, wasn't it? I'm going to pull that out. Now it tells you on this one, it's 100 grams. This one is called Dreamy Peach. It's called Dreamy Peach. Oh, it's so soft. I really wish you could feel, you should have feely telly, shouldn't they? So you could feel this. And it smells nice as well. That's absolutely terrible, Alison. Anyway, it tells you all the instructions on it, and it tells you to use a 5mm crochet hook. If you're in the USA, that is a H8. I'm not going to use a 5mm crochet hook. I'm going to use my 4.5, my 4.5. My tension's quite slack, so I have to use a smaller hook. So if you're ever doing your crochet and you're a beginner and your crochet looks really untidy and slack, drop down a crochet hook size. There's no rule that you must use what it says on the label. If your tension is too slack and it's too loose, then by all means, it's your blanket, it's your work, so you can drop down a crochet hook size like I do. I do it all the time. I do it a lot. So I'm going to pop that over there, and I'm going to show you how. I'm popping it there because it's going to feed out of the middle like this, and it's going to be so much easier for me. I'll just leave it sitting squished there. I'll just leave it there. So for this pattern, it's done in sets of 4 stitches, but I'm going to show you what my mum did. My mum didn't bother with stitch counts. What she did was she just made sure she left a long enough tail. If the pattern said a stitch count of 4, she knew that she was quite happy to leave this size of a tail. You can always trim it down, so don't worry about it. We're going to do our slip knot just the way you normally do, and we're going to do a chain. You can count them if you like. Count away 1, 2, 3, 4, but you don't have to. Just make the chain the length that you want your blanket to be, or the width, I should say. Chain away. Don't do your chain too tight. You don't want your blanket to come in like this at the bottom. So keep your chain kind of slack, or use a bigger hook. You can use a bigger hook just to do your chain, and then go back down to the hook size that you're going to use. Now, when you make this blanket, by all means, use the hook size it tells you on your yarn pack. If your crochet is too slack, then yeah, just change your hook and just go to a smaller hook and try it that way. If your crochet is too tight, then use a bigger hook and it won't be so tight. So we're just going to chain away like this for my little sample. I'm not even counting. So there we go. I'm going to do that amount for my sample. If you want to do a bigger blanket, do the chain the width that you want. It doesn't matter if you get to the end and we're short. We're going to use the tail to make some stitches. If you get to the end and you're 2 stitches short, you put your hook through your slip knot, and you just crochet yourself some extra stitches like that. Pull the stitch right through and it locks itself. That is what my mother did. My mother did this all the time, whether she was doing knitting or whether it was crochet. She left a tail. If she done her chain or her knitting and found out she had not enough, she just made some extra stitches into the 4th chain in the hook, into the 4th stitch in the chain. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Those 3 stitches becomes your first treble crochet. 2 more treble crochets into this space, into that stitch. So yarn over and we're going to put 2 treble crochets, 1 and 2. So that gives me 3 treble crochets in that space. That chain of 3 counts as your first stitch. 1, 2 and 3. If you're in the USA, this is a double crochet. I'm going to skip 3 stitches, 1, 2, 3, and into the next one I'm going to put 4 treble crochets. That's 1, 2, 3 and 4. So when you're doing the cluster row, your ends will only have 3 stitches in at the end. If you put 4, it's going to stick away out too far. So we're only going to put 3 in on this end and we'll have 3 to finish at the other end. You're going to skip 3 stitches. Now make sure you count that stitch there. Because we've put 4 into there, it stretches the stitch next to it. So make sure you count that one. 1, 2, 3. And into the next stitch, the 4th stitch, we're going to put our 4 treble crochets. 1, 2, 3 and 4. And this is what you get. So you're going to skip 3 and do 4 treble crochets, skip 3 and do 4 treble crochets, skip 3 and do 4 treble crochets all the way along. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Just make sure that you do that little squished in one. Put our 4 treble crochets into the same stitch. So now I've got to the end. I've only got 2 stitches left and I need 4. So what my mum would do is she would just take her hook out, put it into the slip knot on the end like this, and then she would just make some extra stitches with the tail. With the tail end, I need 1, that's not what, right, that's 1 and 2. Just pull your yarn through and it'll lock it off again. So now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 stitches. That's what my mum did. My mum never did stitch counts unless it was a lot. She would just use the measuring tape, do a chain to the width that she wanted, and then start following the pattern. If she didn't have enough stitches, she would use the tail. If she had too many, she would just pick them out, which is, it's super, it works every time. So I'm going to skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and into my last stitch, I'm going to put 3 treble crochets. That's 1, 2, and 3. And that's me got my chain. That's me got my first set of my pattern done. Can't quite see with this bright light. So what you're going to do now is we're going to chain 1 and turn. Now this whole row is a UK double crochet, 1 into every stitch along. If you're in the USA, this is a single crochet. So straight in, because we've only chained 1, straight in to that space, we're going to do 1 row of double crochet all the way along your row. If you're in the USA, this is a single crochet all the way along to the end. So I'm at the end and I need to put a double crochet into the top of that chain of 3. And I've got my little colour change happening here as well. Now look at that, that is pretty already. It makes it look like it's a diamond faucet or facet, whatever, I can't say that word. So it makes it look like a little diamond from the side, the way this is. I'll show you down there, it's quite bright. So what we're going to do now is we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3 and turn. What we're going to do now is we're going to skip 3 stitches and we're going to count this one here, 1, 2, 3. So into the end of this one and before this one we're going to put 4 treble crochets. So you put your 4 treble crochets in here. That's 3 and 4. You're going to skip 3 stitches, 1, 2, 3, and you're going to put 4 treble crochets. You're going to do that all the way to the end. So if you're in the USA, this is a double crochet. Skip 3, 1, 2, 3. Make a cluster. And this is what it looks like. You end up with one cluster sitting on the top of the next. We'll do 1 row of double crochet, and when we start our next one we'll have a little half cluster up here on this next one. Show you that when we get to it. All you're going to do for this whole row right to the end is you're going to skip 3 and do 4 treble crochets, 1, 2, 3, and put 4 into the same space. I'm at the end. Make sure you put 4 of your trebles into the stitch. Don't do a 3 and then do 4. Check your stitches that you've got 4 into each space here. When you get to the end, we're just going to put 1 treble crochet into that top stitch there. 1 treble crochet, and that's going to balance your pattern out like that. Your next row is your 1 row, your next row is your 1 row of double crochet. So chain 1 and turn, and we're going to do 1 row of a UK double crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a single crochet all the way to the end, 1 into the top of each treble crochet that you've just done. So into the top of that chain of 3, 1, 2, 3, you're going to put a double crochet. And this is what we've got so far. It's really pretty. I like that peach. This stitch, when you use a multicoloured yarn like this, it lets you see what the colours would look like, what your stitch would look like in different colours. So your next row, you're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and because we're staggering our clusters, look at that, how pretty is that? Because you're staggering your clusters, down here now we have to have a half a cluster. So into the next stitch, but don't go right into that stitch there. Go into this next one because we have to keep our stitch count correct. So 2 into there, and that makes up your cluster of 3. You're going to skip 3 stitches, 1, 2, 3, and you're going to do your 4 trebles into here. Now if you get a little bit confused and you think you've done them all into the bottom of there and you've got 4 stitches here, you'll know it's because you didn't miss that one there. You've got to go into there for this cluster. 1, 2, 3 and into there. Put your 4 treble crochets and make sure you do 4. Skip 3, 1, 2, 3 and into, it's almost in line with that one there. Put your 4 treble crochet and that's going to stagger it like brickwork. One, 2, 3 and into that one put your 4 trebles. One, 2, 3 all the way along to the end. So when you get to here, you've got 4 stitches, 1, 2, 3, and into this 4th one, you're going to put your 3 treble crochets. Into there on that one. Now coming this way, we had to do it over, skip that one and do it in there. If you did it all here, you would have too many in there. It's just the way the pattern works out with your 3 clusters. Look how pretty that is. So you just chain 1 and you turn, and into your next stitch you're going to do a double crochet all the way along your chain, all the way along your line. And this is what it looks like. So you're going to chain 3 and turn. So we've done our 3, our 1, our 3, so we're only going to do 1 this time, and we're going to count 3, 1, 2, 3 and do our 4 into that stitch. One, 2, 3 and do your cluster. One, 2, 3, do your cluster, and you're going to do that all the way along again, and that's what your repeat is. Your repeat, you've got a half cluster at the beginning and the end of this row. You do 1 row of your double crochet, chain 1, chain 3, skip your 3 stitches and do your cluster above these 2. Then it's your single row again, and then your half one at the end. So every other row it'll be a half cluster, a chain of 3, a half cluster, a chain of 3, a half cluster, and that'll keep your little diamonds all stacked on top of each other like brickwork like this. And look how pretty that is. I'm going to bring my other one back in and this is what it looks like done in a cotton yarn. That other one's acrylic, and this is my cotton one that I've got halfway through, and look how pretty that stitch is. So thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to my channel. Just click on that subscribe button. Hello everyone, and welcome to my channel. I'm going to show you how to make this pretty block blanket. Now it's not done in single squares, it's done all in one, and it's really easy. You can make these in any colour. I'm going to move that there. I've got these two colours. You can mix and match the brand as long as your yarn is the same thickness. As long as the yarn's the same thickness, this blanket will turn out really pretty. I'll pop that up there. Now I've done this one in this colour. I did my stitches in sections of 12. So the pattern is 12 stitches. This is 4 sets of 12. So when I started with the darker colour, I finished on the lighter colour, but with this pink one is 7 sections. I've got 7 sections of 12, and because it's an odd number, I've started on a white section and it finished on a white section. So if you want your blanket, the square, to finish on the same one you started, you need an odd number of sections, and each section is 12 stitches. I've got 12 stitches in each section, and I done 6 rows for each block. And the same with this one. You can do blocks of 8 and just do 4 rows. You can do your block any size that you like, and it's really pretty and it's quick. Now this is a UK treble crochet stitch. If you're in the USA, it's a double crochet stitch. I'll show you how to neaten up the edges as well once you've finished your blanket to the size that you want, and it's really pretty. This is the blanket that I'm still working on. This is a wider one for a baby pram, and this one is for a doll pram for this one, but I'll do another colour as well just to show you how to do this stitch. And like I said, it's really easy. It's so easy and so quick. It's a really quick way to do a two-tone blanket like this. This blanket, I'm using a UK 5mm crochet hook. Use whatever hook it tells you on your yarn. So you're going to do a chain, and you're going to do your chain in sets. My blankets were done in sets of 12, but for this sample I'm going to show you in sets of 8 stitches. So I'm going to do in sets of 8. I'm going to do the boxes a little bit smaller. I'm going to do the squares a little bit smaller. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. So you'll continue in either sets of 12 or sets of 8, whatever size you want your squares to be. So once you've done your sets of 8, I've got an odd number of sets. I want to start on a dark blue and I want to finish on a dark blue block. So I've got an odd number of sets of 8. I'm going to add 2 stitches, 1 and 2. So I'm going to go into the 4th stitch in the chain, 1, 2, 3 and 4. I'm going to do a UK treble crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a double crochet. So I've got 1, 2, I'm going to do 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So I've got 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the one on my end is 8. Now I'm doing a smaller box for you to show you what it's like with smaller boxes, with smaller sections. The one I showed you at the beginning has got 12 stitches. What you're going to do now is I'm going to take one stitch back. I'm not going to complete that last stitch. I'm going to get my other colour of yarn. I'm going to take my other colour and leave a little tail. And I'm going to use that and finish that stitch. Finish that stitch with that colour. That is how you move these colours around. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do 8 stitches in that lighter colour. Just pull that stitch in. And I'm going to take my darker one along the line with me and work it in. Just hold it above your chain. Now yarn over and we're going to do 8 stitches in this lighter colour. That's 1. That will fix itself when we stitch it in. 1, 2, I'm going to do 8, 3, just keep taking that yarn, that darker one along with you. So easy this, it is so easy. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've done 7 stitches, so I'm going to do my 8th, but I'm not going to finish it. So just put your yarn over and come through 2 loops. Leave these 2 loops on. Now drop that yarn there and bring your darker colour up and finish that 8th stitch. So that gives you a nice clean stitch when you start your next colour. So just tighten that stitch in a little bit. We're going to run that light colour along now, and we're going to do 8 treble crochets in that darker blue, or 12, whatever amount that you're making your squares in. Remember, I'm doing sections of 8. My big blanket was sections of 12 stitches. So that's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now I'm going to do my 8th stitch, and again I'm just going to leave 2 stitches on the hook. I'm going to let that dark colour down and pick up the light one. Finish the stitch, run the dark colour along with my chain, and do 8 of my lighter yarn. That's 1, 2, and this is the one you don't finish. So I'm on my 8th stitch, pull the yarn through, drop the light colour and pick up the darker one, and I'm going to do my last 8 stitches. Now when you're doing your blocks, if you want to end on the same colour, you need an odd number of blocks. If you don't mind, if you're not bothered and you want to finish on that lighter colour, it's an even number of blocks that you're doing. If you want the to begin and end on the same colour, you need an odd number of your stitches. So you need an odd number of sets of 8 or 12, however big you're making your block. So I'm going to finish that stitch with my darker colour and work my last 8 stitches in this darker blue. This is a beautiful colour of blue. What I'm going to do now, just to bring my yarn up a little bit, I'm going to cross it over, just cross it over that one and take my dark colour back again. It's going to help that colour to come up to the next row. I'm going to chain 3, so I've got that wrapped in there. So what I've done is, as you're working, that's my tail end, your lighter colours here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring it up and cross it over and then get my darker colour again and do my chain of 3. 1, 2, 3, and it helps your colour to come up the side of your blanket. We'll do a round of treble crochets all around the blanket to finish it off for a border. So I'm going to turn my work and bring my lighter colour up and along with me. So that's my first treble crochet. So that chain of 3 is my first treble crochet, and I'm going into the second stitch, and I've got my lighter yarn there, and I'm going to work it in along. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this one is number 7, and you can see that you're on your last stitch. Bring your yarn through so you have 2 loops, then drop your dark colour and pick up your other colour and finish the stitch. Now work your darker yarn along with your next one, and that's what you do. That is what you do all the way along your blanket. You drop one colour and you pick up the other, and the nicest way to do it is when you're on your last stitch, change your colour when you have 2 loops on your last stitch. So I'm carrying my colour along the top, and I'm going into my chains. I've got this one, and then I've got one more. So that's my last stitch in that colour. Come through, so I've got 2 loops, drop my light one and pick up the darker one and finish that stitch, and then carry that yarn along. Remember, just to help it to come up, and then I'm going to do my chain 3. 1, 2, 3. So that just helps the yarn, it catches the yarn and helps it to come up the side a bit neater. Turn my work. Now that's my little tail end, don't worry about that. And don't worry about your yarn up the side. We're going to do a row of treble crochets up the side of the blanket, and then we'll work our way along. We're going to take the lighter colour along and do the blue block. Now what I'm going to do with these smaller blocks, I'm going to do 4 rows. I'll do another 2 rows of these colours, and then I'll show you how to change over and have your lighter one here and then your dark. I'll show you how to do this changeover from dark to your light. I'll show you how to do that. It's quite easy as well. So I've got my first set of squares done. Now you can see I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 5 sets of my 8. If you want to finish on the same colour as you start with, you need an odd number of your sets of stitches. I've done 8 for this sample and I've done 4 rows for my small square one. The larger one has 12 stitches and I've done 6 rows on that other one, like I explained at the beginning. Now I've got one more stitch to do, and I've got one more stitch to do into the top of this chain of 3, and that's my 8th stitch. So I've done my chain with my lighter colour, and now I'm just going to carry this darker one across the top and do my 8 stitches. That's the chain counts as 1, that's 1 and 2. I'm sorry about the light going in and out. It's quite sunny outside, but it's cloudy as well, so the sun keeps changing the colour in the room. So I'm carrying my darker colour along just like we did for the bottom section. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 more, 7, and when you do your 8th stitch, you're only going to do half of it. Keep 2 loops on. I'm going to let go of the lighter one and pick up the darker one and finish that stitch. Just tighten that in a little bit. Now when you're carrying your yarn along, don't pull it too tight. You don't want it to be too tight inside this section here. So then we'll just carry on and do our 8 of that other blue. So I've got along to the end, and just the same as we did with the edge of this one, I'm going to cross over my colours just so that I can bring that darker one up with me. I'm going to do my chain of 3, 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to turn my work around. You may need to stop and untangle yourself every now and then. And then we're just going to work along here with our lighter colour again and trap in that blue until we've got 4 rows of our colour. I'll finish this one. Make sure you don't pull that colour too tight. You don't want it all to squidge in. And Muttley's got his squeaky toy and he's got a bag as well. So I'm going to drop that lighter colour and pick up that darker one and pull through on that last stitch and start my next colour. Now what I'm going to do with this is I'll show you how to do the edge to neaten all this up, and it'll hide all of that where you've looped your yarns up. I'm going to do a row of treble crochets. I'm going to put 2 into each section, see where it lays all the way around my blanket. So I've done a few of the blocks and I'm going to show you how to finish this off. Now I've just secured and cut off the dark blue. I'm going to use that lighter blue to go around my blanket. So I've got 1 stitch on. I'm going to chain another 2, 1 and 2, and that's going to be a treble crochet that will finish up here this way. So into this corner space, I'm going to make myself a corner of the blanket. I'm going to put another treble crochet in, and I'm going to chain 2, 1, 2. So that's going to be that end of my corner, and I'll attach my blanket here when I get around. So into this space here, I'm going to put 2 UK treble crochets. Just push it through the stitch, and I'm going to keep that little tail end in, and I'm just going to work it into my blanket so you won't be able to see it. I've got that caught up in there. So I'm going to put 2 treble crochets into this stitch. If you're in the USA, these are double crochets. I'm going to move to the next stitch. You can either go into the space if you want, or you can go through the actual stitch itself. I'm just going to go around the whole stitch, right around that stitch. Put 2 treble crochets in. Keep that tail end down there. Go to the next one, and I'm going to put 2 treble crochets around that one. 1 and 2. Just trap that tail end in. Then move to the next section. Each one is a section. We'll just move to this section and put 2 treble crochets in. Pull that down a bit. Put 2 into each section. So I'm down here at this bottom one. I'm going to put 2 in. I'm going to chain 2 stitches, and chain 2, 1 and 2, and into that same area I'm going to put another 2 treble crochets to make my corner, and that's going to make a nice round corner on my blanket. These will straighten out, these ones that I've got here, and that gives you a nice straight edge down your blanket. When you're along the bottom, I'm going to put 1 treble crochet into each space in between each stitch, all the way along. 1 treble crochet. To this last stitch at the corner, I'm going to tuck my tail in as well, like I did the last time. Just trim that off. I'm going to put into the last stitch 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet, and that will bring me around the corner. That's 1 and 2, chain 2, 1, 2, just tuck that tail down and put 2 more into that same corner, 1 and 2. Then I'll work up the side just like I did on this side. I'll put 2 stitches into each section, 2 treble crochets into each section, just tucking that tail in. My 2 into each section up the side of the blanket, and it neatens up the blanket really nice. On the last one, I'm going to do a corner, 2 treble crochet, 2 chain and 2 treble crochet to make this last corner, 1 and 2, chain 2. Now you'll make your blanket as big as you want. This is just a little sample. 1 and 2. So in between each of these stitches, I'm going to put a treble crochet. I'm not going into the stitch, I'm going into the space. And that should keep it the same as the bottom, all the way along. And that'll make the top the same as the bottom down here. So I've got around to the end, and I'm going to put a slip stitch into that first corner that I did, just to the top of that chain of 3. I'll stitch that in. I'll stitch my tail end in, and that is you got your little me got my little blanket all done. Got my nice edge, my nice side up the seams, and that is how you do this really simple block pattern. I'll show you the other one. And this is my other blanket that I'm working on. You can do these stitches, you can do them in any amount of stitch that you want. With these ones I've used 12. I've still got my stitch marker on here. This is my little car. This one's for a little pram blanket for a dolly. This is for a little dolly's pram. And you do your 12 stitches, or you can do 8, however many that you want. And then with the 12 stitches, I've done 6 rows. You can use whatever stitch you want for this. You can do as many blocks as you like. Just remember that if it's an even number, you won't finish on the same colour. You need an odd number of blocks so that this end and that end will have the same colour, like this pink one. I've got 7 blocks on this blanket. I'm going to continue with this one, but it just shows you that how easy it is to make these beautiful, simple, they're so simple, they're so easy block blankets. So thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to my channel, and if you click on the bell icon, YouTube will tell you when I put up another tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now today I'm going to show you how to do this really pretty blanket. I have done a border on this one, and look at this pretty little pattern. I'll show you on my other one that I'm doing. This is the one that I'm going to show you how to do the border on. I'm using this little sample. You get this really pretty sort of sections of lines. Now I'm calling this stitch the big stitch, little stitch blanket. It's super simple, really super simple. You don't need to put a border on it, but I will show you how to put a very simple border on your blanket. The one thing for this stitch, I'm going to tell you, this yarn is the B&M Chunky Deluxe Spots. It tells you to use a 6mm crochet hook, and the same for this one. This is the King Cole Comfort Chunky Multi, and that's what I did this pretty little one in. The shade on this one is called Pavlova. Now they both said to use a 6mm crochet hook. Now with this stitch I used a 12. I doubled it right up because this is a tight stitch. If you're looking for a really thick winter blanket, use the hook size it tells you on the label. But if you're looking for a spring blanket that's a little lighter, because this is a very dense stitch, it doesn't take a lot of yarn, but it is a dense stitch. So I doubled from a 6mm to a 12mm crochet hook. If your yarn tells you to use a 5mm, then go up to a 10mm crochet hook. Double the size of the hook, and you'll get this lovely openish spring, but still nice and warm for the cold spring nights. You'll get your blanket like this. Now I will say the pattern shows up better on a solid coloured yarn like this. It is reversible. The pattern can be seen on both sides. So I'm going to show you how to do this. This is absolutely super quick to do and completely beginner You can do this if you're a beginner. You will have no trouble whatsoever doing this stitch. So I'm going to show you how to do my big stitch, little stitch blanket, and then I'll show you how to do the border on this. So this stitch really does need a much bigger hook than it tells you on your yarn. So I'm going to do a chain. Now start your chain with an even number of stitches. An even number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I'm going to do my little sample with 20 stitches. I've got 20 stitches here. Now what you need to do is make sure your chain is not too tight. If it's too tight, your blanket will go in at the bottom. You need to keep your bottom nice and loose. It is a little bit of a stretchy stitch, so make sure when you do your foundation chain that you do it nice and loose. You'll go into the second stitch and you'll do a double crochet, a UK double crochet. Now this blanket will start always on a UK double crochet, that's a USA single crochet, and you will end on a double crochet. If you don't finish your stitch on a double crochet, then just pull this one out so that you're finishing on a double crochet. Start on a double crochet and finish on a double crochet. Really easy, you will see this. And if you're in the USA, that's a single crochet stitch. So count 1, 2 and do a double crochet into that stitch. So we're starting with a double crochet, then we're going to do a treble crochet into the next stitch. Then you're going to do a double crochet into the next one. And that's what you're going to do all the way along to the end. A double crochet, a treble crochet, a double crochet, then a treble. And then a double into the next stitch. Now what I'm going to say is, that's it. That's all you've got to do. You're going to do a double, a treble, a double, a treble, a double, a treble, all the way to the end, and you'll finish on a double crochet. So we've done a double and we're going to do a treble. So this is your bigger stitch. This is where I'm getting this big stitch, little stitch. So a bigger stitch, and then you're doing your double crochet, which is a little stitch. Your treble crochet is a bigger stitch. Your double crochet is the smaller stitch. So it's big stitch, little stitch. A treble and then a double. And then back to a treble crochet into the next stitch. All the way to the end. A note there. So we finished on a double crochet. You're going to chain 1 and turn. And right into that next stitch, you're going to do your double crochet again. So you'll always start and finish on a double crochet. So now you're going to do your treble crochet into the top of your treble crochet, a double into the next one, then a treble and then a double. So you'll keep your double crochets on top of each other and your treble crochets on top of each other. So the next stitch is a treble crochet, then a double crochet into the next stitch, and then a treble crochet into the next stitch. And what happens is when you do that double, it pulls your big stitch over a little bit and it gives you this lovely little block pattern. You can see it emerging already, and that's what you repeat. You just repeat that double crochet, treble crochet, double crochet, treble crochet till it's as big as you want it. It's so simple. This is the simplest blanket I have ever done in my life, other than just a normal treble crochet. This is such a simple but really pretty pattern. As long as you remember to keep your treble crochets on top of the trebles and your doubles down beside your double. Big stitch, little stitch, on a little stitch, and then the big stitch, treble crochet, and then one double crochet right in at the end. Make sure you do that one. Oops, yarn over, then chain one and turn your work, and straight away right into that stitch down there, right beside where your chain one is, do your double crochet, and then you're on to your treble. Now you can see your treble stitch has been pulled and bent over, and it makes that little space. That's the stitch part you're going into. If you look there, you've got a big stitch and a little stitch, a big stitch and a little stitch. So the bigger stitches are your treble crochet stitch, and your little stitch is your double crochet stitch. So we'll do a treble next, and that's it. Off you go. You just do those two stitches, row after row after row. Make sure you start on a double crochet and make sure you finish on a double crochet. Chain one and turn, then you'll do your double crochet right into that corner, and then your treble crochet, double, treble, double, big stitch, little stitch, big stitch, little stitch, and in no time at all you'll have this, and it crochets up really quickly, especially if you use a thicker yarn. And this is what you get. Now to neaten up the edges, what I did, really simple, chain one, and into this corner I'm going to put 3 UK double crochets, and if you're in the USA that's a single crochet, so put 3 into there to make our corner. 1, 2 and 3. So we've got 3 double crochets. Now into each space down here you're going to put 1 single crochet, even in those little wider stitches. So 1 into there, all the way down, my ball of yarn here. So 1 into the next space, 1 into the next space, all the way down to the corner. And when you get to the corner you'll put 3 single crochets into the corner, and then you'll do 1 into each space. You've got your little loops of your foundation chain anyway. Just put 1 single crochet into each of these little loops all the way along. Now you can put a stitch marker into the middle one of these. So I've got 1, 2 and 3 in my corner. When you do your second round you'll put 3 into that middle one there, and that will develop your corner if you want a big border. So this just neatens up the edge of your blanket. Down at my corner again I'm going to put 3 double crochets into this corner. 1, 2 and 3. So I'm going to work along the bottom, and there's a little loop there from the foundation chain. I'm just going to do a double crochet into each of these little loops. Just work along the bottom of your blanket to your other corner. So I've gone right around my little sample blanket here, and I'm going to slip stitch into that first one that we did in the corner. Just push your hook through and slip stitch to join the round. So we've got our 3 in there. I'm going to chain 1, 2, 3. So this one here is my corner. I've got my 3 stitches in there. I've done a chain 1. I'm going to go into this one. That's 1. I'm going to put 3 into this corner. 1, 2, and 3. And that makes my next corner. So you'll have 3 stitches in your corner. You're going to make your new corner in the third, in the middle stitch of those 3, in the second stitch. And that's good. If you want to do more rounds, then all you'll do is just do 1 UK double crochet. That's a single crochet if you're in the USA, into each stitch to the end. So I'm at the corner and these are my 3 stitches. So into the middle one I'm going to do my next corner. So put a single crochet into that one, and this is the middle one of those 3. So I'm going to put 3 double crochets into that stitch, and that's going to make my new corner. And then work along to this end, and there's your corner. Into the middle one, there's 3 stitches there. Into the middle one I'm going to do my new corner. I'll put 3 double crochets into there and then work along to that one. So I'll finish this round and I'll come back and I'll show you what my little blanket is looking like with 2 rounds on. So I'm back to this corner where I started, and I'm just going to do a slip stitch to join my round. Now if you want to continue, go into the second stitch in that cluster of 3 and you'll do your next corner and work your way around. So this is what my little sample looks like now. It is really pretty. Now this is my larger blanket. I'll put my hook down. Now, like I said, you can use any yarn you want, and it's up to you if you want to double up the hook. If you don't double up the hook, this double and treble crochet stitch is really quite compact. It's up to you, but I'm showing you it like this because I love it like this. I love it with the bigger hook, so it's a nice light open blanket. It's really pretty, beautiful if you do it just in the one colour as well. It's really lovely done with one colour. It's pretty done with the mixture as well. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to make this beautiful flowered square. You can make as many of these as you like to make a blanket. I'm going to show you how to do this, so you can crochet along if you want. I'll do it slow enough to crochet along. So let's get on with this. So I've got my Caron Simply Soft. This is 170 grams. It's a really nice soft yarn. It's beautiful for baby blankets and baby clothes. It's so soft and it's really nice. It always crochets up really well. It's 170 grams. It says to use a 5.5 crochet hook. I'm not using a 5.5. I am actually using my trusty old 4.5 crochet hook. That's a 4.5, slightly smaller than what the pack is telling you to use. So what we're going to start with is we're going to start we're going to start with a magic circle. I like the magic circle because you can pull the middle in really tight like this, and it pulls it in really nice and tight. When you do a chain, you can do a chain of 4, and then you'll do all your stitches inside the chain of 4. But I'm going to show you how to do this magic circle. Once you get used to it, it's really easy. Make sure that you've got the tail end of your yarn down the front of your hand. Take the other part and bring it around the back of your hand like this and cross it over. So that's the tail end of my yarn, and I've just crossed that one over. Just cross it over like that. Now take your hook, and that's the tail end. Put it under this top part here of the X and just pull that yarn through. Make sure you get right through it. Pull it through, take your hand out and take your working yarn. You might just have to scrunch it all together and just pull it tight. Put your yarn over and we're going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4. The squeaking you can hear in the background is Muttley. He's not very happy that I'm ignoring him today. So that was your magic circle, and when you pull the tail, it pulls that little circle in like this, and you can work into it. So I've got a chain of 4, and we're going to do in the UK, which is called a double treble. If you're in the USA or another country, this is just a treble crochet. If you're in the UK, it's a double treble. We're going to wrap the yarn twice around the hook, 1 and 2, and we're going to go into our circle. Pull your yarn through, and you've got 4 loops on your hook. Yarn over, might be a little fiddly just to begin with. Pull through 2 loops, yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over and pull through 2 loops. So we've got, that's counted as your first stitch. So we've got one little set of 2. So what we're doing is we're making these little spokes of this wheel. So we've got one set of 2, we need 6. So you're going to chain 2, 1 and 2. Wrap your yarn twice, 1, 2, and through the space. Pull through, you've got 4 loops on your hook, yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over, pull through 2 loops. So I've now got 3 stitches, one set of 2 and a single one. Yarn over twice, into the space, and we're going to make another one. Yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. So we've got 2 sets now. We've got this set and we've got this set, and we need 6. We need 6 sets, or it's 12 stitches. I'm saying sets because we've got 2 chain in between each little set of 2. So chain 2, 1 and 2. Yarn over twice, into the hoop, pull through, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. Do the second one for this set, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops. So we've now got 3 sets, 1, 2 and 3 sets. Chain 2, 1, 2, and we'll do this until we've got 6 sets of double trebles. Remember and do your chain of 2 in between your sets of 2 here. 2, 1 and 2. So we've got one set of 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 12 double trebles altogether, but they're in sets of 2 because they're split with a chain of 2. Remember that chain of 2. So now what we're going to do is you're going to pull your little magic circle, pull the tail end of your yarn, pull it in nice and tight, and look how tight that comes in like that. And you're going to slip stitch into the 4th stitch. 1, 2, wait a wee minute, there we go, 1, 2, 3 and 4. We're going to slip stitch, yarn over, pull through and pull through again. And that's you made the inner circle. So we've made this inner circle here. Now we're going to put the petals on around. We're going to slip stitch into this space here. So put your yarn through into that big space. Pull your yarn through. So put your hook through that space, sorry. Pull your yarn through and just slip stitch. So we're now inside this space. We're going to make the petals, these petals, and it's made with a treble crochet. We need 5 treble crochets into each space. If you're in the USA, this is a double crochet. In the UK, it's a treble crochet. So yarn over, we're not going to do a chain of 3. Do not do a chain of 3. Put your yarn over and go through the space. Pull your yarn through. Yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over, through 2 loops. So that's 1 done. Don't count that. Yarn over and through. That's 2 trebles done, or doubles if you're in the USA. Yarn over and through. That's 3. Yarn over, through. That's 4. And 1 more is 5. Now to make sure the petal goes nice and round, pull your stitches across and you're just going to slip stitch into that same space. So we've slip stitch and that makes it round like this because it keeps it down. Don't chain 3. Into the top of these 2 we're going to put a double crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a single crochet. Just pull your yarn through, over and through. So it's a double crochet in the top of these. Slip stitch into the space and 5 treble crochets. That's 1, 2, 3, pull my yarn out, 4, 5. Now to make it nice and round, pull your stitches back and slip stitch into that same space. 1 slip stitch. Into the top of these 2 stitches you're going to do a double crochet. A single crochet if you're in the USA. 1 double crochet. Slip stitch into this space. Just slip stitch into that space. And 5 treble crochet. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Slip stitch into there, slip stitch, just hook through, pull your yarn through and pull it through that stitch, and that makes it nice and round. Into the top of these 2 stitches you're going to do a double crochet, 1 double crochet or 1 single if you're in the USA. slip stitch into the next space, just like that, yarn over and 5 treble crochet. Now at the top of these two, we're just going to push your hook through and do a single crochet, a double crochet. If you're in the USA, it's a single crochet. If you're in the UK, it's a double crochet stitch, just one. And that's you got the centre of your little flower done. So just remember, slip stitch into the first space, 5 treble crochet, and then slip stitch into the same space. Put 1 double crochet at the top of these 2 stitches, slip stitch into the next space, 5 treble crochets, slip stitch into the same space, then you've got 1 double crochet at the top of these 2 stitches and slip stitch into the next space and work your way around. Just remember and put your little single or your double crochet at the top of these 2 stitches. What we're going to do now is we're going to chain 6. The chain of 6 is your first treble crochet and your chain of 3. So chain 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So what we're doing now, we're going to put the chains in. We're doing this part, we're putting the chains in that's going to link all the way around the flower. So into the top of this petal, that's your 3rd stitch. 1, 2, 3. You're going to do a double crochet. In the USA, remember, this is a single crochet. 1 double crochet into the top of that petal. Chain 3, 1, 2 and 3. Down into the top where you put the single crochet, where you put the double crochet at the top of here, we're going to put a treble. So yarn over and treble crochet into that stitch that's there. Chain 3, 1, 2 and 3. We're going to put a double crochet into the top of the next petal. 1, 2, 3 into the 3rd stitch, a double crochet. Chain 3, 1, 2 and 3 and a treble crochet into that double crochet that's down there in between the petals. So we're doing a treble crochet so that we can bring the chain up to the same height as the petals. Try to move away from the sunshine. 1, 2, 3 and double crochet into the top of the petal. 1, 2, 3, treble crochet down into the bottom of the petal. Chain 3, 1, 2 and 3 and double crochet into the top of the petal. Chain 1, 2, 3 and treble crochet down into the middle of these 2 all the way around. 1, 2, 3, then double crochet into the top of the petal. Chain 1, 2, 3, treble crochet into the middle here of the petal. 1, 2, 3, double crochet into the top of your last petal. Now when we've done the chain of 6, we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3. So the chain of 6 that we did, count 1, 2, 3, we're going to slip stitch into the 3rd stitch in the chain. Pull your yarn through and slip stitch. So now you've got this circle and you've got all these little chain loops on it. Now what we're going to do is we're going to turn our circle into a square like this. I'll stretch that out so you can see what I'm talking about, if I can keep it out sunshine, like this. So we're going to work into all these chain spaces and we're going to make corners, sides, corners, side, a corner, a side, a corner. So I'm going to show you how to do that. Slip stitch into your first space. You should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You should have 12 spaces around your flower. You're going to slip stitch into that first space. Just slip stitch through. Now you're going to chain 3. 1, 2 and 3. We're going to put 2 more treble crochets into this space. 1 and 2. So this is made the first section of the side. So we're here and we've done this. Where's my chain? There we are. So we've done a chain and 3. Now we're going to turn the next space into a corner. So you've got your chain of 3, 2 trebles. Into the next space we're going to make a corner. We're going to do 3 trebles, 3 chain and 3 treble crochet all into the same space. If you're in the USA, this is a double crochet that we're doing. Yarn over and into this next space put 3 treble crochet. 1, 2 and 3. Now chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Into the same space put another 3 treble crochet. 1, 2 and 3. Now that's made your first corner. You've made your first corner. You've got a little bit of a side and you've got your first corner here. This is your corner. So in this space and this space we're going to put 3 treble crochets into here and 3 treble crochets into this next space. So yarn over and straight into the space and put 3 treble crochet. 1, 2 and 3. Now if I'm going too fast for you, just down there's a little icon that says settings. If you click on it you can slow the video down. So over to the next one we're going to put 3 treble crochets. 1, 2, 3 into there. Straight over. 1, 2 and 3. And your little circle is turning into a square. We're going to do the next corner. This one is your next corner. 3 treble crochet, 3 chain and 3 treble crochet into this space. 1, 2, 3. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Another 3 treble crochet into that same space. 1, 2 and 3. So that's our second corner done. So we've got a first corner down here and our second corner up here. Now the next 2 spaces, 3 treble crochet and 3 treble crochets into that one. So straight into the next space, yarn over, into the next space, and put 3 treble crochet. Into the next space, 3 treble crochet. 1, 2, and 3. So now we're on a corner. So in between each corner we've got 2 sets of trebles in our space. The next corner, 3 treble crochet, 3 chain, and 3 treble crochet. 1, 2, and 3. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and 3 treble crochet into the same space. 1, 2, and 3. That's your third corner done. Looking good. 3 treble crochet into this space and 3 treble crochet into this space. So the 2 gaps for each corner, you're getting 3 trebles in it. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3, and our last corner. So we're going on to our last corner in this space. 3 treble crochet, 3 chain, and 3 treble crochet. That's 2, 3. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Another 3 treble crochets into that same space. 1, 2, and 3. So that's your last corner done. And this is what it's looking like. Don't worry that it still looks a little round. The time we do the next round, it will straighten out. So your last space is to get 3 treble crochets. 1, 2, and 3. Now we're going to slip stitch to the top of that first chain of 3 that we did. Put your hook through, pull your yarn through, and through that stitch again. And that's you got your inner square done. Now we've only got one more round to do. We've got one more round. It's all treble crochets, and I'll show you how to do the corners. The corners again are 3 treble crochet, 3 chain, and 3 treble crochet. So we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and we're going to put a treble crochet into the top of each one of these treble crochets that are here till we get to the corner. So yarn over and 1 into the top of that stitch, 1 into that one, all the way along to the corner, 1 treble crochet into the top of each stitch to that one. Then what we're going to do into this corner, we're going to put 3 treble crochets. 1, this is 2, and 3. You're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Another 3 trebles into that corner. 1, 2, and 3. Along to the top, along to here, we're going to put 1 treble crochet into each stitch all the way along to this corner. Just work our way along, and this is going to be the last square of my blanket that I've done. Now we're at the corner, we're going to put 3 treble crochets, 3 chain and 3 treble crochets into the corner. It's 1, 2, 3, chain 3, 1, 2 and 3, and put another 3 treble crochets into this corner. 1, 2 and 3. 1 treble crochet into the top of each stitch until you get to that corner. Now we're at this corner, 3 treble crochets, 3 chain and 3 treble crochets into that corner. We'll work our way along to this corner and we'll do our 3 treble crochets, 3 chain, 3 treble crochets, and then work across to here, slip stitch to join it, and that'll be your last round done. So I'm going to do this corner, 1, 2 and 3, chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Now a lot of people ask me why I don't do it like this and then do my trebles. For me, I've got arthritis in my hands and my ankle and my joints and most of my joints, and I find just holding it like this works. Sometimes I'll wrap the yarn around my finger like that for tension, but most of the time I just hold it. I can't sit and do all the twisting that other people do of their hook. Someone said you're not doing it correct because you're not twisting your hook. You don't have to twist your hook as long as you get it in. When you've got pain in your joints like I have, where my knuckles are all sort of swelling up, you can see them all sort of swelling up, but it's a lot easier. Just hold it the way it's comfortable for you to hold it. And for me, that is just this. So most of the time, I'm just sort of doing that with my fingers and that just a little bit with this hand. So I'm not doing too much with my hands, and it doesn't hurt the way that you're doing it like this and you're doing it like that. You do it the way it's comfortable. It doesn't matter if the way you crochet doesn't look like the way someone else crochets on the other videos on YouTube. You crochet the way you feel comfortable crocheting. So I'm going to work along to this corner, do my corner and work back to here, and I'll come and show you how to finish it all off. So I've got all the way around to where I started, and I'm going to just slip stitch into the top of my chain of 3 here on this very first chain that we did, going the right way. Slip stitch through. I'm going to snip my yarn off and just pull it through that stitch, and that's you got your square. So I'm going to show you how to do this little petal part of your square. So I've got the square done, and what we need to do is we need to make chain spaces to put these little petals on, and they need to be down here. So what we're going to do is just prise apart those two stitches, and you'll see a little piece of yarn going across. Just slip stitch inside there. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a chain, and we're going to slip stitch in between each of these little petals. We need to have 6 chains, one going from here to here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So in between these two little petals, you can see that little stitch there. Can you see that tiny little stitch? We're going to put a hook under there. Get your yarn and just pull it through that stitch. Take your tail end away around there out of the way. Now what you're going to do is we're going to chain 3. 1, 2 and 3. Just pull that little tail, tighten it up a little bit. That'll get stitched in. What you're going to do now is, so we're going over to the middle of the next 2 stitches, and you can see the little stitch there. Just under there, catch that little stitch. I'm sorry about the bright sunshine. Pull your yarn through, and you're going to do a double crochet. Just pull your yarn through again like that. We're going to chain. It might be easier just to squish this all down like this. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Now in between the next 2 stitches, in between those 2 long stitches, pick up that stitch in between them, and we're going to do a double crochet. If you're in the USA, that's a treble crochet. If you're in the USA, that's a single crochet. In the UK, it's a double crochet. So chain 3, 1, 2 and 3. Into the next 2 stitches, pick up that stitch that's in there. You can see it there. And we're going to do a double crochet. Pull your yarn through, yarn over and through. Chain 3, 1, 2 and 3. We're going across to the next one. So we're making these little chain spaces all around. We've got 3 and we've got 1, 2, 3 more to do. So in between your 2 stitches, like this, pull through. You've got 2 loops on your hook, and just pull your yarn through. Chain 3, 1, 2 and 3, and go in between the next 2 stitches to our first chain of 3 that we did. And all we're going to do is go into the same stitch. Go into the same stitch as that first one, and just pull through, yarn over and do a double crochet. I've got myself caught up on this little bit. There we go. So what we have is, we should have 6 chains around here. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So what you're going to do now is, the first chain space, we're going to slip stitch into that first chain space. Pull your stitch through. So we're going to be working in these chain spaces that we've got. We've got 6 chain spaces. we're going to make 6 petals. Now yarn over and we're going to put 7 treble crochets into this chain space. 7 treble crochets. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. We're going to slip stitch into that same space just to bring that petal down into a round like that. We're going to go to the next chain space, just slip stitch into that next chain space. So now we're inside this chain space, 7 treble crochets and then slip stitch into the same space. So 7 treble crochets, don't do any chains. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and number 7. Slip stitch into the same space to bring your petal down. It's going to hold your petal in shape. Move along to the next chain that we made. Slip stitch into that chain and then put 7 treble crochets, then a slip stitch into the next chain, 7 treble crochets and a slip stitch, then slip stitch into the next one. We're going to do that all the way around our little chains. I think I need to wait until the sun goes away. So I've just got one more treble to put in to this set of 7. Do my slip stitch. The slip stitch is quite important because that's what makes it go round at the end. Now right on to the bottom of this one, I'm just going to slip stitch to join the round. Take my hook out, snip my yarn off and pull the yarn through, and that's that finished. And that's you got a pretty little flower inside your square, just the same as we have the blue one. That's how you do the little flower on your little granny squares. It's the easiest way to put the flower in the middle, is do the square and then do the chain. The sun is really bright outside. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Now I'm going to show you how to make this beautiful blanket, and the yarn is called Fluffy Clouds, and it's this. I got donated this from my friend Claire. This yarn is called Fluffy Clouds and it's a So Crafty. It's a Aldi yarn and it's called Knit and Purl baby yarn, and it's like a baby chenille. It's really nice. It's not like the really thick chenille that they brought out before. This baby one is beautiful for making blankets. Now this crochets up really, really quickly. This is what the back looks like. So this is what the back looks like. It looks like this on the back. And this is the front. Get it round the right way, Alison. Now this blanket is 28 inches tall. So 28 is 72 centimeters and it's 26 wide. No, we're not. We're on 23. It's quite a stretchy blanket. We're on 24 inches wide. That is 61 centimeters. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I've got 11 sections of my pattern. You need 4 stitches for your pattern. Your stitch count is 4 plus an extra 2. But if you do your chain the way I do it, where I don't bother counting, if I need more stitches, I use the tail end. And then I done 3 rows of UK double crochet all around the border. I did 3 times around the corner. So I put 2, then 2, then 2 into the stitches to make my corners. So if you're in the USA, this is a single crochet. I did 3 rows around to do the border on this blanket. It's a nice sort of stretch in it and it's really warm. It's thick and it's quick. Now, if you want a really quick blanket to make, then this is the one to do. It's pretty on this side as well, and your stitches go in a little chevron like this. So I'm going to show you how to do this blanket. So to do my little sample, I'm using this Red Heart Heatwave yarn. I got this donated to me, so I'm going to pop that up there. And I'm going to show you how to do that arrow stitch blanket that I did. Now, your stitch count is 4, but if you know me by now, I don't do a stitch count. I just do my chain. If I need any stitches, I use this tail end just to add a few stitches on if I'm a few stitches short. If I've got too many stitches, I'll just pick them out. So I'm going to do my chain. If you want to know the stitch count, it's a count of 4 stitches per section of that pattern. So I'm just going to do my chain. I'm going to go into the 4th stitch in my chain and I'm going to do a UK treble crochet. So into that 4th stitch, I'm going to do a treble crochet. So that chain that we missed, these stitches that we didn't use, and this becomes our 2 treble crochets. What you're going to do now is you're going to skip 3 stitches. So that one's got my stitch in it. 1, 2, 3. Now into this 4th stitch, we're going to put a UK double treble crochet. That's your yarn around your hook twice like this. If you're in the USA or another country, this is a treble crochet for you. Now I use both terms because people all over the world watch my channel and it's only fair if I say both the stitch terms. So into this 4th stitch, I'm going to do my double treble crochet. So yarn over and through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. Now what we're going to do now is we're going to work back on these 3 stitches that was skipped. We're going to do a UK treble crochet into these 3 stitches. If you're in the USA or another country, this is a double crochet. So yarn over and you're going to go behind that long stitch and you're going to go into that first stitch you skipped. It might be easier just to tip it forward like this, but make sure that long stitch is facing the front of you. So we're going to do a treble crochet. We're going to treble crochet into the next skipped stitch, that's 2, and a treble crochet into that last skipped stitch. So just put your hook through into that skipped stitch. And this is called working back your skip stitch. It's called working back. So what it's done is put that first part of our arrow to the front of your work. Now all the ones with these long stitches will always be on the front. You won't have any long stitches on the back of your work at all. So find the stitch that you put that into so you don't count it. So it's in that stitch there. So what you're going to do is you're going to skip 3 stitches, 1, 2 and 3, and you're going to put another double treble into that 4th stitch. And if you're in the USA, this is a treble crochet. So yarn over and through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. Now we're going to work the 3 stitches we skipped again. We're going to copy this part and put a treble crochet into those 3 stitches. So you're going to go behind that long stitch and then into that first stitch you missed. This first row is the fiddliest one. Once you've got this done, it will become a lot easier. You'll be able to get to these stitches easier. So we're going to put a treble crochet into that first missed stitch. There's my second stitch right there beside it. And my third stitch is at the bottom of this long stitch here. That's my third one. So again, you're going to miss 3 stitches. And don't count the one that this stitch is in. Make sure you don't count that one. That's got that stitch in it. So we're going to skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and do our double crochet. Yarn over twice so it looks like you've got 3 loops on your hook. Into that 4th stitch, pull your yarn through. It looks as if you have 4 loops on your hook. Yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops, and that's you done your long double treble crochet. So we're going back, so behind there and into the stitch. It might be better just for you to tip it forward like this. Just make sure that long stitch is on the front. So that's 1 and there, and then 2 and 3. So you're going to skip 3, 1, 2 and 3, and do a double treble into the 4th stitch. And then work back and put a stitch into your 3 skip stitches, 1 into each stitch. That's 1 and 2 and 3 into that bottom one there that we skipped. Yarn over twice, just turn your chain, skip 1, 2, 3, and you're going to do that all the way along your chain, and then into that skipped stitch, my first treble crochet, into the next skipped stitch, it's my second one, and into that third skipped stitch. Now don't worry if your chain sort of twists itself around, don't worry about that. Yarn over twice, skip 3, 1, 2, 3, and into the fourth stitch all the way along your chain. So I've got to the end, and because I didn't count my stitches, I got 2 stitches left. I need 3 to make my pattern and 2 extra to do my 2 trebles on the end of my blanket. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my hook through that last stitch, and I'm going to make myself 3 stitches. I need 3. So that's 1, 2 and 3. Now I'm just going to pull my hook, my tail end through. So this is what I do. When I'm at home, I don't do a stitch count. I just use the tail end to complete my pattern sequence. So I need to skip 3, so that's 1, 2 and 3. So into this next stitch I'm going to put my double treble crochet. Yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops and through 2 loops, and I'm going to work back and put a treble crochet into my 3 skipped stitches. So that's 1 and 2, my second one into that next stitch, and 3 into that stitch there. Now it'll get a little bit easier. Now we've got that first row done, it will get easier. It does look like a little tangle, but once we get a few rows done, it'll be fine. So my last 2 stitches, I'm going to put a treble crochet into each of these stitches. That's 1 and 2. So we'll always finish with 2 treble crochets, and at the beginning we'll have our chain 3 and a treble crochet. So now you're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3. That's your first treble crochet. Turn your work and do a treble crochet into this next stitch. 1 treble crochet. Now we're going to start our pattern again. Now it becomes easier. You can see your 3 stitches that you're going to skip. 1, 2, 3. You're going to do your double treble into this hole. You've got a larger hole here and a smaller one. We're going into the smaller one. Now you'll see the sections. These are the holes that you're going to put your double trebles in, these ones here, and that's your 3 skip stitches. So now your pattern becomes very easy. So yarn over twice, you're going to skip those 3 stitches and go into the stitch above this hole, into there, and do your double treble crochet. Now this is the back of your work. You should never have any of these long stitches on the back. That's going to get pushed around to the front. So just push that one out of the way. Push this one out of the way, and you're going to work into these 3 stitches. So yarn over, just find your own way to hold it and go in to that stitch and do your treble crochet into the next skipped stitch. Just make sure that long stitch stays to the back there, and into my third skipped stitch. just feed your hook through that skipped stitch. So that's you done your 3 skip stitches, and you've got your first part of your arrow stitch. Yarn over twice and go into that space, that hole there, and do your long stitch. Now we're going to work into these 3 skip stitches again, 1, 2 and 3. So yarn over and feed your hook through, so you're keeping that long stitch to the back, and work those 3 skipped stitches. That's 1, that's your second one, and that's your third one. Just loop it up, just catch that stitch, and this is what it's looking like. You've got your arrows are on this side here. I'll try and tilt it so you can see. You're going to continue doing this. This is what you're going to do. Make sure when you're on the back of your blanket that you make sure that long stitch stays on the front of your blanket. So yarn over and do 1 treble crochet into each skipped stitch. You've got 3 skipped stitches there. That's 2 and that one is 3. This makes a beautiful cozy blanket. And the thicker your yarn, the quicker this is. And once you get that first set done, then the rest of it is really easy. So skip those 3 stitches and work into that stitch above that hole, into there. Do your long stitch and then work back and put a treble crochet into that stitch. You can just fold that over if you want. Just bend it over. That's 1 and 2. Just push that long stitch out of the way. Push it down there, out of the way, and do your third one. Yarn over twice. You're going to skip those 3 stitches. Just skip there and go into that sort of biggish hole. 1, 2, 3. Then you're going to work your 3 stitches that you skipped. Just push that down out of the way. Just push it down there. And don't catch it. Make sure that you're not catching that long stitch. 2 and work my third skipped stitch right through there. Yarn over twice through that top hole. Yarn over and work my skipped stitches. 1 treble crochet, 2 treble crochet, and my third one. Yarn over twice, and I'm going to do my last long stitch. So make sure it's your 3 skip stitches that you're using. You're not going into that big hole again. Make sure it's your 3 skip stitches. That's 1, that's 2, and into that one there. Make sure I get all my stitch. So I'm at the end again, and I'm just going to do my 2 treble crochets, 1 into that stitch and 1 into the top of that chain of 3. push your hook through, pull your stitch through, finish your treble crochet, chain 3, 1, 2, 3 and turn. So all your arrow stitches should be on the front, and this is what it looks like. So we're going to do a treble crochet into the top of this stitch, and we're back to using this loop. You can see the loop at the end of that arrow, and there's my loop. That's the one where you're putting your long stitch into, and that's your 3 skipped stitches. So twice around your hook, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops, yarn over through 2 loops. Keep your long stitch to the front. These always stay on the front. So this time you're going into the back, and it's a little easier because you can see what you're doing now. As this blanket grows, it becomes much easier to get your missed stitches. So yarn over twice, skip these 3 stitches, and you're going to do work back into those ones, and that is your pattern repeat. So all your long arrow stitches will be on the front of your blanket, and there won't be any on the back at all. No long stitches. They're all here on the front like this. So I'm on my last 2 stitches, and it's a treble crochet into the top of that one, and a treble crochet into the top of my chain of 3. And this is what we're getting. We're getting this. You can see that arrow stitch showing up like this. It's really pretty, and that's the back of it. So you make sure you've got no lines on the back. They should be on the front. These loops should be on the front like this, and this is what makes that arrow stitch. So chain 3, 1, 2, 3 and turn. 1 treble crochet into the top of your next stitch. This keeps your edge nice and straight. There's the 3 stitches that you're missing, and that's the stitch you're going to put your double treble crochet in. If you're in another country, this is a treble crochet. So now make sure that stays there because it belongs on that side, and work your 3 stitches. 1 treble crochet, 1 into the next stitch, and 1 into that last stitch. Just push that long stitch to the front, yarn over twice into that big stitch, and then make sure you do your 3 stitches that you made. Just go back and work those 3 stitches that you missed. And that is all you do with this. Just make sure that big stitch stays to that side. So that's what your back looks like, and this is what the front is. Your arrows are here on the front, so make sure all your arrows stay on the front. What your blanket will be like. You've got your arrows on the front. There's none on the back at all. There's no long stitches on the back. Now once I finished my blanket, I did 3 rows of a UK double crochet. If you're in the USA, that's a single crochet. I just picked up the stitches. I put 2 in to each section along here. I'll show you on this. So when I did my edge, each section I put 2 stitches in, a UK double crochet, a USA single crochet. I put 2 into each of these sections, and then I just picked one up and each stitch going all a way around the blanket like that. And this is beautiful. Look what it looks like. It's really, really pretty. It really is. And it's nice and soft as well. So give this a try. You'll like it. Once you get past that first row, once you get past that first row, you keep your long stitches to the front. You will like it. You'll love the results that you get from this. And it's a beautiful winter throw as well. This will be beautiful if you made a nice big throw for your bed. It's a nice cuddle blanket as well. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Now today I'm going to show you how to do this beautiful blanket. Now this pattern has 2 rows. It has a front post row and a double crochet row, and that is the section of the pattern. If you're going to change your yarn, make sure you change it after you've done your double crochet row, and that's when to change the colour of your yarn, or you can do all the one colour, it's up to you. Now this is the back of it. Look at this. It's nice and neat along the top. It's nice down the edge, nice and neat. This is what the back looks like. It is really pretty. Look at the back of it. It's so pretty. It's a really nice stitch, completely flat on the back, and you get this lovely little rib on the front of it, and it's really easy. It's only a very easy 2-row repeat. The yarn I used is this Hayfield bonus Aran. I got this on the Deramores website. They do it on the Lovecrafts website as well. I'll leave a link down in the bottom. And I used these 2 pinks. That is the Hayfield. I keep saying Highfield. That's the Hayfield as well. Now this one, the number is 0992 for the number of this pink, but I don't have the label for this one. The label fell off and Mutley ran off with it. But it is the Hayfield bonus Aran. It's really pretty. Now when you use the Aran, now this stitch is quite a dense stitch, so I used a 6mm crochet hook for this. I used a 6mm crochet hook. You can use any yarn you like, and we are starting to come into the summer, so if you use a big hook you'll get a much lighter airy blanket. And look at that, it is so pretty. Now my corner curled up. The way to combat that is spray it with some warm water and then just lay it flat down onto a dry towel. Lay it down flat and then put another dry towel onto the top, and that'll flatten your corners. That's how you flatten up your corners. But it is so pretty. Look at this. It's so pretty. So I'm going to show you how to make this pretty blanket. And once again, just a reminder, if you change your colours, do it after your second row. Do your front post row and then your double crochet row, and then change your colour. So you've got your pattern's 2 rows, and that's when you change your colour. It's up to you, but that's what I did. That's how I changed the colour on it, and it is so pretty. Look at that, it's beautiful. This is like a 4-way. Now, like I've said already, you don't need to use 2 colours of yarn for this blanket. You can use just the one colour because the pattern's all on one side. and it is pretty on the other side as well. So first of all, I'm going to do a slip knot. So this blanket gets done with an odd number of chains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm just going to do a little sample. I've done 21 chains. Now I'm going to add 2 extra, 1 and 2, and we're going to go into the 4th stitch in the chain, into the 4th stitch. Count 1, 2, 3 and 4. Those 3 stitches become your first treble crochet. So we're going to do 1 row of treble crochets. So 1 treble crochet into each stitch. So I checked my stitch count and I've still got 21 of my stitches. I'm going to chain 1 and turn. Now we're going to do 1 full row of double crochets. That's a UK double crochet. If you're in the USA, that's a single crochet. And if you're in the USA, the UK treble crochet is a US double crochet. It's the same stitch, but we just have different names for it. So we're going to go into the very first stitch in your work, and we're going to do a double crochet. So yarn through, pull through, yarn over, go to the next stitch. You're going to do 1 row of double crochets all the way along. Now a lot of people have been asking me about my crochet hooks. This is a Knit Pro crochet hook. It feels much different from the other aluminium hooks I've got. This one just seems to stay cool. It is super smooth as well, and it's got this like steel hook on the end. It's really comfortable as well. I'll leave a link in the bottom in case you want to go and have a look at them, and it is a lot more money saving if you buy a set of them rather than buying them in single hooks. And it's a Knit Pro Zing if you're looking for one. So 1 double crochet into each stitch all the way along. So I've got my 2 rows done for our foundation. Now we're going to start the pattern. I'm going to chain 1 and turn. Now into the first stitch we're going to do a double crochet again. And if you're in the USA, that's a single crochet right into that first stitch. Now we're going to go down to that first UK treble crochet row, not the very first one. We're going to work around the post of this one. We'll skip this one, then work this one, skip this one and work this one. Now around that post you're going to do what's called a front post treble crochet. It sounds really big and posh, but it's not. It just means you're going to work around the stem of that stitch. So put your yarn over, put your hook through the space on this side and just slip it around the back of the hook. Slip it around the back of the stitch, right through like that. So you've got the stitch sitting on the top of your hook. Bring your yarn over, pull through. Now wriggle it up. You've got to wriggle it up. If you don't stretch that stitch up, your blanket will curl. You will get a little bit of curl, but you don't want it to curl right away over. So pull it up. yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops. So now you're going to go into the stitch that is right above that space, this one here, just to the right of that post, that one. You're going to do a double crochet into that stitch. You're going to skip that stitch and we're going to work around this one. Skip that stitch there as well. So you're going to skip that stitch and skip that post and work around this post. So yarn over and go behind that stitch. Just make sure the stitch is sitting on the top of your hook. Pull up the stitch and then do a double crochet into the stitch right next to it. A double crochet. You skip that one and do a treble crochet around that post. So you're going down to that one and pull up. Make sure you pull it up and then a double crochet into the stitch right next to it. So with this pattern, you're going to have like your cable stitches on the front. There's nothing going to be on the back at all. It's going to be a flat back. A lot of people do a front post stitch. They'll turn the work and then they'll do a back post stitch. We're not going to do that on this. We're only doing the front posts on this front. This is the front of your blanket. So you skip the next stitch and do a treble crochet around the next one all the way along, and you should finish on a double crochet. So double crochet into the next stitch, skip the next stitch and go around the post of that one. So you're working on that first row of treble crochets that you've done, and then a double crochet into the next stitch beside it. Skip that one, skip that stitch there, skip this part and go around the next post. Pull up and double crochet into the stitch right next to it. Skip that one and around that one. Pull up and double crochet into the next, all the way to the end. Skip, do your treble crochet around that post and then double crochet into the stitch. This is a really pretty stitch. It's a lovely one for changing your yarn colours as well, like I showed you on that pink one. So double crochet into the next stitch, skip that one and we'll do, you should have 2 left. You're going to work around that one, pull up your stitch, especially at the end, and then double crochet in to that last double crochet that's there. And if you're in the USA, these are single crochets for you. Chain 1 and turn. So this is now the back of the blanket. When you're on the back, you'll always do a row of double crochets. So right into the very first stitch, we're going to do 1 double crochet, a UK double crochet into each stitch all the way along. This is what makes a stitch really quick, this 1 row of double crochet all the way along. So I'm on my last stitch. These are the 2 rows that you'll keep repeating, is this double crochet row, chain 1 and turn, and you'll keep repeating this next row. Right into that very first stitch, you're going to do a double crochet. Now around that post, if you just catch that big stitch, that's where we're going next. So yarn over and we're going to do a UK front post treble crochet around the one you've already done. So just slide your hook underneath and you've got all of that stitch on the top of your hook. pull your yarn through and pull your stitch up, wriggle it up, and then do a double crochet into the stitch right next to it. Now move over to the next one and do the same. Just slide underneath there and do your double crochet, your treble crochet, sorry. Then go into the stitch right next to it and do a double crochet. So there's your next treble crochet there, that one there. So just ignore all this work in here. Slide underneath there and pull up. Make sure you pull up and don't worry, it's a taller stitch, don't worry about it. Then double crochet into the very next stitch. Go over to the next post, go around, and then double crochet into the stitch right next to it. Yarn over and around that big long stitch all the way to the end. Double crochet into the stitch next to it at the top, going into the top. And this one you're going around that bundle and then double crochet into the next stitch. And these are the 2 rows you'll keep repeating all the way to the end, and you should finish on a double crochet. Make sure you catch all of that stitch, pull up and into the next double crochet, then around that post, pull up, double crochet, and then in around that last stitch there, around that one, pull up, and then into the top at the end, a double crochet, chain 1 and turn, and you're going to do that whole row of double crochets again. So 1 double crochet into every stitch. All the way to the end. Chain 1 and turn. And then you'll work around your stitches again. Now if you want to start another colour, what to do, the easiest way I did this was just to cut my yarn. You can do as many rows as you like. Just cut my yarn off. Then I'm just going to use this Aran. Just push your hook through that first stitch. Pull your yarn through. Just twist the tail over and do 1 stitch and then pull it tight. Pull that stitch tight. So you're going to do a double crochet into this first stitch. Put your hook through and do a double crochet. So we're going to go around this post. When you want to change your yarn, change it after you've done that row of double crochet. So we're going around there. I don't know how this blue and gold will go together. A double crochet into the next stitch. I'm going to get some yarn out. And then work around the post, around that post, pull up, and then double crochet into the next stitch, the very next stitch. Yarn over, around the post, and up, and double crochet into the very next stitch to that one. And that's the 2 rows that you'll keep repeating. And you can change the yarn if you want. You don't have to, but that's how you do it. And you can just change it whatever row you want to. You don't have to keep on the pattern that I did with the pink one. Just change it whenever you like. And you can just add a little line of colour in around that one. Then double crochet all the way to the end, around that post, pull up, double crochet, around the next post, double crochet into the next stitch, and around that post, double crochet into the next stitch, and around, double crochet, then around the next stitch. So you're going right under that big long stitch on the row that's below that one. Then into that last stitch, chain 1 and turn and do 1 row of double crochet right into that very first stitch. Make sure you go into the very first stitch with your double crochet. And I'll show you what it does if you just leave the yarn and you don't cut it. You don't need to cut your yarn, but if you're doing a few different rows on that different colour, then I would cut it. I wouldn't do a big loop. I wouldn't just lift the yarn up at the side. You'll end up with a great big loop on the side. So I'm at my last stitch. Now, if you're only doing 1 row like this of a different colour, you can just bring your new yarn up, bring your other colour up and pull it through, and then do your next row in this colour. If you want, you can start with another new colour. So if you want to, you can even add a different colour. Let's find another colour. There we go. I've got some So if you want, you can add another one. It's up to you. Put that around here, get the right working side. So what you can do is, when you've got your last 2 stitches, put your new colour on and pull it through like this. Put the tail over it just to tighten it in. Tighten all your stitches in and pull through. You want to turn your work, get a tail end round here, and do a double crochet into the very first stitch. Just tighten all that in, get a blue one in, and then you'll go around this stitch, your long post, with your new colour. Now it's up to you if you want to cut your yarn if you're doing lots of different colours, or you can just bring the yarn up and do that, but you'll have a loop here. So you can either do it in one colour or you can just chop and change the colours. Now do your double crochet into there, but change your colour once you've done that double crochet row at the back. Once you've done that row there, that's when to change your colour. So around that post, 1 double crochet into the next stitch. Now you're going around the post, so you're not touching that stitch there, you're going around the post of that stitch down there. Pull up and do a double crochet all the way along. That's the 2 rows you'll keep repeating. Whether you keep changing your colour or whether you do it all in one colour, these are the 2 rows of the pattern. And what it does is it keeps that sort of cable, it keeps that cable stitch on the front, and it's nice and flat on the back like that. It's really nice. Look at that, it's pretty. I do like it. And this is my little blanket all finished. Now I'm going to measure it for you. This is for a car seat cover. I'll get my measuring tape and I'll do it in inches. We'll just measure the top and run it down. It's 26, we'll go with 26 inches long. That's 67 centimetres. And I did mine. It's 23 inches wide, and that's about 59 centimetres. That's how big I made my blanket, and that's big enough for a car seat cover. So give this a try. It's super easy and it's beautiful. And it's really beautiful as well, and I love the back of it. I love the way the back's turned out. It's really pretty. So thank you very much for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Now I've had a lot of people saying that they bought this chunky yarn from Aldi's. Now what I'm going to show you is, if I can find the end, a lot of people are finding this difficult and they don't like it. They've been using it and then ripping it out and just throwing it off to the side. This yarn, I can honestly say, is the horriblest yarn that I have tried to work with. This is a little bit of a nightmare, but I'm going to show you a few tips and a decent stitch that you can use for this blanket. A lot of people have been telling me that this yarn, it doesn't matter, they've tried lots of different stitches, it's catching, it's leaving a lot of catches, and what kind of stitch can they use to use this? They have bought these big 400-gram balls of yarn. It says chunky, but I would actually have labelled this as a super chunky. It really is. It is pretty and it is soft, but it's 12 strands of yarn. Look at that. A lot of people are telling me this is a nightmare to work with. It's a nightmare and it keeps catching. And what can you do? Have I got any tips for using this? Well, I have got a couple of these big balls of yarn, and this is my blanket. Now I've got this, I'm still working on it. This is my second ball. I'll pop that up there. Now I've been using a 10mm crochet hook, a UK 10mm. If you have a 12, I don't have one. I'm quite surprised that I don't have a 12mm crochet hook. That's what I would have used, because I found anything under a 10mm makes this blanket so thick and it just won't move. It's very, very stiff. Now with the 10mm, it is a lot better, but I think it would be even better. I think it would suit it much more if it was a 12mm hook. I'm just going to pop that aside just now. Now I have got I've got 53 stitches in this length that I have. It's enough to make a little rug on the carpet if you've got a baby. It's a nice size for putting over your knee, but it's thick. And I really do wish I had a 12mm crochet hook. that I could have did this in. I'm going to show you the little tip that I used for this, and this simple stitch. It comes out, you don't have to use super chunky for this, by the way. You can use any yarn. So if you're saying I didn't get any of the Aldi chunky, but if you've got double knitting or any other yarn, you can still do this stitch, and it's really, really pretty. Look at that. So I'm going to show you my little tip on using this 12 strand yarn that Aldi has brought out. And if you don't like it, feel free to go on Aldi's Facebook group and tell them, or email them and just tell them it's you don't like it, that it's the the worst yarn that they've brought out with all these 12 strands, and it's not even twisted all that well. So anyway, let's go on with this, and I'm going to show you a nice quick tip so that you can use this if you've got it. Don't give up with it. It can be really pretty. And this is a very simple stitch. So like I said, this is one of the more difficult types of yarn that I've used, because it's quite difficult with those 12 strands that you can see here on it. If you make pom-pom blankets, if you look on my channel, there's an item that's called a pom-pom blanket, and you use a pom-pom loom frame. I think this would be fantastic on it. It's got 12 strands on it, ladies, so you would only need to put about 2 or even 3 rounds on your pom-pom blanket with this 12 strands. I think it would be fantastic for that. So I'm going to show you how I did that blanket. I started off with my slip knot. Now what we're going to do with it is you're going to keep twisting this yarn a little bit. Just give it a few twists. And what that'll do is that twist will start to move down your strand. And if you keep giving that a twist, just to start with, it will take that twist down there, and it's going to help keep those 12 strands together. Now, I did my blanket in sets of 3 chains. Make sure your chain is not too tight, and keep twisting that yarn a little bit. Make sure that all your stitches come through. Now if you get any loops left behind, take that stitch out and then do it again. You don't want to have too many loops all frayed all over your blanket. So I'll do a chain length, and I'll do a little sample. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go into the third stitch in my chain. Just do a yarn over, and we're going to do a treble crochet all the way to the end. Make sure you just give that a little twiddle. One treble crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a double crochet. Now the problem you're going to get is going through your chain and not catching any of those extra strands. So make sure that when you do your chain, don't do it too tight. Just keep it slack when you do your chain. And we're going to put 1 treble crochet into each stitch. So I've got to the end of my row. Just make sure you keep giving that a little twist. And I'm going to do my last treble crochet in there. Don't do it too tight. Make sure you're giving this a little wriggle like this. And this is what you get. As long as you keep twisting this, it's not too bad. You're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn. Now make sure you've got sets of 3. Count them. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, all the way to the end. Into the next stitch, you're going to do a treble crochet. So you'll have 2 treble crochets at the beginning and 2 at the end. So that chain of 3 becomes your first one. So what you're going to do for this row, you're going to go around that post, around that big stitch, in that hole and come out that side. So yarn over and go right through half the post of that stitch at the front of your hook and pull your yarn through. Now wriggle it up. You have to wriggle it up. If you don't, your blanket's going to turn in the way. Yarn over and through 2 loops. Yarn over and through your next 2 loops. And you get this nice twist in your blanket. We're going to do 2 treble crochets into the next stitches, one in there, and go around that post, one in there, and then work around the post. Now around your yarn, we're going to do a treble crochet. Now because this is so thick, you can just go through 1 or 2 at a time and then yarn over and go through. If you struggle, just go through 1 stitch at a time. So that's 1 and 2. So if you're struggling with all those strands, come through 1 stitch and then come through the other stitch. Yarn over and through. So now we're going to work around that post again. So remember and just keep giving this yarn a little twist around. Give it a little twiddle. Twiddle it around. And it helps to hold all those strands together. And behind that stitch, pull your yarn through, wriggle it up, yarn over and through your 2 loops, yarn over and through your other 2. Now if you accidentally catch a strand, take it back out like that. Don't leave it with a strand there. It makes it look untidy. So we're going to do 2 treble crochets. Make sure you keep pulling your yarn up. If you don't pull it up, it'll start to turn in like this at the top. So make sure you pull it up. Give it a good stretch up. And then we're going around the next post. And that's what you do to the end. You should finish on 2 treble crochets. Yarn that you have. And we're going to finish with 2 treble crochets. So a treble crochet into that stitch. Just pull it through. Make sure you don't catch any extra strands. And then that is your little 3 stitches right at the very beginning. That's your 3 parts of your chain. We're going to go in to the top of that. You might just have to wriggle it around to get yourself in through the right part of that stitch. And pull through. Make sure you don't catch any extra strands. And that's it. And that's what it looks like. It's not too bad once you've get this going. It's really thick though. It's really thick. I really wished I had a 12mm hook to do this. 1, 2, 3. You're going to chain 3 and turn. Now what you're going to do with this one is you're going to do a back post here. Because it's on that side, we want to keep that ridge on that side. So we're going to go into the next stitch, not the one at the bottom of the chain. That belongs to that treble. That becomes your first treble crochet. So yarn over and go into the next stitch and do a treble crochet. And that's you lined up with that twisted one. So what we're going to do now is give my yarn a little twist, just to keep those strands all twisted together. Yarn over and we're going to go through the back of it. Come from the back to the front and then push through. So that big stitch is on that side of your hook. Put your yarn over and pull it through like that. Yarn over and come through 2 of those loops. You can use your fingers just to separate those stitches. Yarn over and pull through those 2. And that keeps your twist on that one side. Don't do it for this side. You'll end up with 1 there and 1 there. A treble crochet into the next stitch and a treble crochet into the next stitch. And if you're in the USA, this is a double crochet. You can use any yarn for this. It doesn't have to be super chunky. You can do this little pattern with any yarn. Now we're back to that stitch. So yarn over and we're going back the way. So you're just going down the side, there's a space there. Yarn over, bring your hook through, weave it through to the other side and just pull your yarn. Give it a little shake up. Keep it up here. If you do it too tight, your blanket will curl at the top. And then we'll do our 2 treble crochets all the way to the end. That is how you do this. That's it. It's on a little pattern of 3 stitches. So now we're going to the back. So 2 treble crochets, and now we're doing a little back post. It's called a back post treble crochet in the UK. Yarn over and we're going to do our 2 treble crochets. That's 1 and 2, and it's really quick this as well. And round the back, from the back, and that keeps that big twisted stitch on the one side. We're doing our last back post, pull it through, pull it up, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops, and we're going to finish with 2 treble crochets. And that keeps your edge straight, and into the top of that chain of 3. Then you'll chain 3, 1, 2, 3 and turn, and you'll just do the same again. So for this row you're on the front, you'll be going, you can clearly see it, it's really chunky, and you're just going right through there with your hook. So well, that counts as your first treble crochet, and do into the next stitch your next treble crochet, and then you'll go around that post, around there, from the front this time. It's on the front, so you'll know that you have to go around the front. And when it's on the back, you'll know to do the back. Pull through, and 2 treble crochets into the next 2 stitches. Well, 1 treble crochet into each of the next 2 stitches. Make sure you don't catch any of your yarn. Yarn over and right through that big stitch. Pull through and make sure you pull up. Yarn over and treble crochet. If you're in the USA or another country, this is a double crochet. Yarn over and work around the post. And that's what you're going to do to the end. And that is how it works out. I'll get my bigger one. So this is how much I've done with one ball. I just need to tie on another one, and you do it very carefully and tie it as close to the knot as you can when you tie on your next ball. So when you're going to tie on your next ball, so what I'm going to do is, I don't want a great big knot. So what I'm going to do is, I cross them over and I'm going to wrap that one right around on that side, and take this one and wrap it right around that side. Cross them over and tie it. So you've got this little twisted part here. It's kind of twisted there. And then what you do is you just pull it really tight. Pull it tight. And what you're able to do, because it's twisted in there, you're able to trim this quite far down. You can trim it right in, and it shouldn't come out. So it's giving it a good pull and it's keeping it in there. And trim that one. And it gives you a really nice little knot and it's really sturdy. I'll get my hook back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my blanket down along here a bit so you can see that knot disappearing in there. So there's the knot there. So I'm on a forward to the front and it pulls through. Make sure I get all those little strands. And as you can see, you can hardly, you can hardly see that knot the way that I've done that knot, the way I've tied it. So what I'll show you again is, so what I'll do is I've got 2 more pieces of yarn. I'm going to show you how I did this. I'll just move that so you can see it with the dark. So to tie it with all these strands together, just cross it over when you want to join another ball. Cross it over. Now take this one and just wrap it around that one. And then take this one and wrap it the opposite way around that strand. So you've got this twist. And then tie it. Cross over and just tie it the way you would normally tie your yarn. So you've got that twisted area there. Now just pull it. Let those go and then just pull that as well. And what that does is it tightens it all in to like a little knot. I don't know if this is a surgeon's knot or not. I don't know. And then when you just trim that in, you can trim it quite close in. As long as you just keep pulling it and it's nice and tight. And if it comes out when you pull it, just try it again and then make sure you wrap. One goes around that way and the other one comes the opposite way, and then you tie it. And you get this knot. It's not a great big fray knot and it disappears into your crochet really easy as well. So that's another little tip for you. So my little knot is crocheted right in there. And that is how I used this Aldi yarn, these Aldi yarn balls. A lot of people don't like them, like I said at the beginning. But the little tip for using this, keep twisting it as you're working with it. And if you do get a little loop on your hook, don't leave it. Take that stitch back out and redo it. And then that way you won't get too many loops in your work. And give it a try. This is it's a lovely stitch for a really chunky blanket. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to do this. I'm calling this a back to front stitch because you can reverse this completely from back to front. It doesn't have a back, it doesn't have a front. The stitch is the same. The trick to keeping this pattern, what I need to explain is your chain 3 at the beginning and your last crochet at the end do not count in the pattern. The pattern is from the second stitch to the second last stitch in the pattern. And if you finish on a front post stitch, you'll start your next row with a front post stitch. That's all you have to remember. If you finish on a treble crochet on the pattern, you'll start your next row on a treble crochet of the pattern. That very last stitch is not the pattern. we will finish on a treble crochet on here, but it's not part of the pattern. That's to keep your edge nice and straight like this last treble crochet that you do. Now the pattern is made up of a treble crochet and a front post stitch, but when you finish on a treble crochet here, this last one is not part of the pattern. So please remember that, to keep this in line, just to keep it all in running the right way. You'll get this beautiful reverse blanket. It's exactly the same on each side, completely reversible, just with 2 stitches. It is so pretty. So I'm going to show you how to do this back to front beautiful little blanket. If you want a lighter, this is quite a thick stitch blanket. If you want a lighter one, then use a bigger hook and you'll get a more open pattern. But for this winter and the cold weather that we're experiencing just now, this nice thick blanket is beautiful for keeping children or even yourself warm. There is no stitch count for the foundation chain. Just do the foundation chain whatever length you want it to be. What I'm using is a Red Heart Soft Baby Steps, and it's in this lovely lilac colour. Now there's no stitch count to this blanket at all, so just do your foundation chain length that you want it. So I've got my little sample. I'm just going to show you a little sample of this because I've got quite a few videos of blankets to make that I've been busy with. Go into the fourth stitch in the chain, 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going to do a treble crochet into the 4th stitch in the chain. You use the crochet hook size it tells you on the yarn that you're going to use. So into each stitch I'm going to put 1 treble crochet all the way along. So put 1 treble crochet into each stitch. So I've done 1 treble crochet into each stitch. I'm going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3 and turn. Now we're going to do a treble crochet, then a front post treble crochet, a treble crochet into the top of the next stitch, then a front post treble crochet, 1 into the top of the next stitch, and then a front post treble crochet. So we're going to start with a treble crochet into the top of the next stitch. Then you're going to do a front post treble crochet. That means you're going to put your yarn over and work around the post of the stitch, around this part of the stitch. That's a front post treble crochet if you're in the UK. A treble crochet into the top of the next stitch, then a front post treble crochet around the next stitch, 1 into the top of the next stitch, and 1 around the post of the next stitch. Now this is where it's similar to the mini waffle, but when we do the next row we're going to do the opposite. When you do the mini waffle, you keep your front posts on top of each other, but with this stitch we're going to do the opposite, and 1 around the post till you get to your second last stitch. Now your last stitch will be a treble crochet. Now remember the stitch that you finished on. You finished on a front post. We're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3. So we finished on a front post. So when we turn around, so we'll start this next stitch with a front post stitch. So whatever you finish your row on, that's what you'll start your next one on. And that's what makes it back to front. So we're going to work around the post of this stitch. Yarn over and through your 2 loops, yarn over and through your 2 loops. Now this is a front post stitch, so we're going to do a treble crochet on the top of this stitch. And then we'll do a front post stitch again. So we're doing this row back to front. We're doing the opposite of what we did on the last row. So your front post ones here, they'll get a treble crochet. And your treble crochet will get a front post. We'll do that all the way to the end, and that's what you're going to repeat as long as you start your new row on the same stitch as you finished your last row. That will make your stitches back to front. It will mix them around on each row, and it makes this really pretty thick stitch. And you can make hats and scarves with this as well. It's lovely for that. You can make anything with it. And it's a pretty stitch if you're making children's sweaters around the post all the way to the end. So we're at the end, and I'm going to do a treble crochet into this. This is the last stitch in my pattern. And then remember, you have to do a treble crochet on the end. This keeps your blanket straight. It keeps the edge of the blanket straight. So we finished on a treble crochet of the pattern. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3 and turn. So we'll do a treble crochet on the next stitch. And then a front post stitch. And this is what you do to mix them. Treble crochet. And then your front post. Then a treble crochet all the way to the end. So that one's set back, so we know we have to do a treble crochet, a front post treble crochet around that one. So we're finishing this row, the pattern row, on a front post treble crochet. We're doing our last treble just to keep the edge straight on that chain of 3. Just go into the 3rd stitch and the chain of 3. So remember, your pattern is from the 2nd stitch in to your 2nd last stitch. Your last stitch and your 1st stitch will always be either a chain of 3 or a treble crochet. So we're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3 and turn. So we finished on a front post on the pattern, so we'll start on a front post with the next stitch, and that is what you do row after row. So we'll continue for as many rows as you want on your blanket. Just remember and do your foundation chain the length that you want it. There is no stitch count, and use whatever hook the yarn says that you're using. If you want a lighter blanket, which is slightly thinner, you can use a bigger hook, and this will open up the pattern. Just remember, whatever you finish your row on, if you finish on a front post treble crochet, if you finish on a front post treble crochet, you'll start your next row on a front post treble crochet. If you finish on a treble crochet, you'll start your next pattern row on a treble crochet. Remember, do not count that treble crochet on the end. Your pattern finishes on your second last stitch. So if that's a front post, you'll start your next one on the next row on the front post. If this is a treble crochet, you'll start your next stitch on a treble crochet on your next row. And that keeps this pattern back to front. I'll show you my large blanket. I'm in the middle of doing this one. And look how pretty this is. And this is the stitch back to front on each row. So if you finish a treble crochet, you'll start on a treble crochet. But it makes the next stitch back to front, if you can see what I mean. You've got a front post here and a front post here, and your next one's over here. So it's back to front. It gives it completely reversible. It is so cozy and warm as well. But if you want a more open pattern, then you can use thinner yarn and a bigger hook, or you can even just use this yarn and use a 2 size bigger hook, and it'll make your pattern more open like this. It's really pretty, brilliant for hats and scarves and blankets. So give this a try. Give it a try. I think you'll really like it. It's really easy. As long as you remember your last stitch is not part of the pattern, and that is your treble crochet. Your pattern is from your first stitch to the second last stitch. Your first one on the row is always a chain 3, and your last one on the row will always be a treble crochet, which does not count as part of the pattern. Your pattern is from here to here, from this stitch here to this stitch here. As long as you remember that, your stitches will come out back to front, and you'll get this really pretty pattern. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now look at this beautiful blanket. This is a beginner fillet blanket. Now fillet means, when you do fillet crochet, it means you're either filling in the boxes or you're leaving them open like this. This is a really simple one, beautiful for a cot, a newborn baby, a crib, anything like that. You can make it for your own bed, make it as a shawl, make it huge for a big bedspread. You make them and put them over the top of your sofa to keep your sofas clean, your chairs, a knee, anything, absolutely anything. This pattern is so simple, it's easy and it's quick. Now my little blanket here, I'll measure it and I'll put the measurements in the description. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10 sets of 7, but I've actually got 11 because I've got 3 stitches at the end and my first fillet hole, and I've got 3 stitches here on this side, so that makes it nice and even. It is a stitch count of 7. I've got 11 altogether. I've got 10 in my pattern, and I've got 1 split here at the sides. I've got 3 stitches, 1 fillet, and I've got 3 stitches here at the end. I put a couple of rounds of treble crochets around my blanket edge. I've got 1 up the side. You can, to do the sides, when you do the side, just put 2 treble crochets, UK treble crochets, into each sort of your line spaces. I've got 2 in each. In the corner I've got 2 treble crochets, 2 chain and 2 treble crochets. Now when I say this is a UK treble crochet, this is a USA double crochet if you're in another country. And look at this, this is absolutely beautiful. I'm going to show you how to do it. It's really simple. This colour of yarn is ballerina pink. I'll go and get the ball. Now I did my blanket with an Aran yarn and it's a paint box. This is absolutely beautiful. This is ballerina pink. The number for this is 252 and the colour is ballerina pink. It's a kind of peachy pink. It's absolutely adorable. It's beautiful. Amazing for baby blankets as well. Imagine this really big on your bed. I really like it. You can get this all in different colours. Lots of lovely pastel shades, lots of dark shades as well if you want a darker blanket. It's beautiful. It crochets up amazing. So to do this pattern, it's really simple for a beginner as well. Put your wool on your hook. If you can't do a slip knot, then just tie it on to your hook. And you're going to do your chain in sets of 7 stitches. So that's 1, don't do them too tight, 1, 2, 3, you just yarn over and pull through your loop, that's 4, yarn over, pull through your loop, it's 5, 6 and 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll do one more set. So I've got my chain done and I've done it in sets of 7. I'm going to add an extra 2 stitches, 1 and 2. So we're going into the 4th stitch in the chain, so count 1, 2, 3 and into that 4th stitch you're going to do a yarn over and go into this stitch. In the UK this is called a treble crochet and if you're in the USA it's called a double crochet. So that chain, those stitches that you skipped is your first treble crochet and that one's 2. So we're going to put another treble crochet into the next stitch. So put your yarn over and go through the next stitch, pull through, you've got 3 loops on your hook, yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over and pull through 2 loops. So your chain is your first treble crochet, that's your second and that's your third. Now we're going to do that little fillet space. So chain 1, skip 1 stitch and go into the next stitch and do a treble crochet. So yarn over, go through the stitch, you've got 3 loops on your hook, yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over and pull through 2 loops. And that gives you your first fillet space. That's your little space. So we need 6 treble crochets. We've got 1 here. So into the next stitch, do your next one. In my pattern I did 6 in between the fillet space. So that's 1, 2, yarn over, into the next stitch and do your treble crochet. That's 3, into the next stitch. That's 4, so yarn over and into the next stitch. That's 5, yarn over and into the next stitch. That's 6. Chain 1, skip 1 and do another 6 treble crochets along. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Chain 1, skip 1 and then do another 6. You're going to do that all the way along until you've only got 4 stitches left. So if you've done yours in sets of 7 and then added that extra 2, you should end up with 4 stitches at the end. So I've got my fillet space, I've got 3 here, my fillet space, then 6, my space, 6, a space, 6 and a space all the way along. 1, 2, 3. Now you should have 4 stitches left. 1, 2, 3 and 4. You're going to chain 1, skip 1 stitch and do 3 treble crochets on the end. You're going to do 3 treble crochets, 1 into each of those last 3 stitches. 1, 2 and 3. This keeps your edge nice and straight. So once you've got used to doing this, you can adjust the amount of stitches in here. All you do is just take a stitch away as you're working along. It's up to you. You can have that space anywhere you want it. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2. Do them kind of slack, don't do it too tight. This keeps your edge nice and straight. Into the next stitch. Now what I'm going to show you is, you've got your 2 loops on the top, all your stitches on the top, and you've got a little stitch that goes across here. Can you see that one that goes across there? Now if you push your hook in there right through, you're taking those 2 top stitches and that little stitch, and that will keep your treble crochets right on top of each other, so that when you're doing your blanket it comes out like this. You've got your stitches right on top of each other, and it's so much neater. It's really neat and it's really pretty, and it really gives a professional finish to your crochet if you go into that tiny little stitch that's there, and it keeps them right on top of each other. When you go through the whole space, they kind of go off to the left or to the right. So I'll show you that again. I'll put my stitch back on my hook. So we're going in to that little stitch there. So yarn over, and there's that piece of yarn there going across there. If you go right through there, right through, you've got the 2 on the top and you've got that little one there. Pull your yarn through, yarn over, through 2 loops, yarn over and through 2 loops, and look at that, it keeps your treble crochet right on the top. So you're going into that little stitch that's right there, in through there. So yarn over and into that little bundle you can see there, and pull your yarn through. So now when you've got to the space, you're going to do chain 1 and go to the top of the next stitch and put it through that little part that goes across there. There's a little space, makes it so much neater, and it's only a few split second. Rather than go in the hole there, it makes your stitch go off centre slightly, but if you put it through there, that little space, and pull your yarn through, you're going right through that, under that stitch there. It gives you a much neater stitch, especially if you sell your blankets. If you can't do it, just use the tip of your hook and go in right where that post is at the top, and you can see it there. You're just coming through there, and that makes your stitch right in the top, and you'll get quicker as you go. So we're going to work these 6 stitches. My last one, that bundle, chain 1, skip that chain space and go into the treble crochet next to that chain space, and do your 6 treble crochets, and that's it. That is basically all you do. When you get to a chain space, I'm going to work along here, do your 6 stitches, If you can't get it in, just push your hook, the point of your hook in. Just push the point of your hook in. Makes it so much neater. One more. And when you're at your chain space, you're going to chain one and go to that next treble crochet. Just take your hook and put it in where that little stitch is, just right in there. And it keeps it all on top of each other. You don't have to do that, but it does make your blanket much neater. You'll work your way along to the end. That one went into the... I'll show you what it looks like when you go, when you just go into the space. I'll show you what it looks like when you just go into those spaces. Look at the difference. Over here it's, your stitches are sort of off to the side. But when you go through that tiny little loop that's there, it keeps them right on top of each other. You can see the difference there. It sort of ends up, the stitch sort of ends up in the middle, and it doesn't quite look nice and neat and compact. It's so much better when you go in through that little rounded stitch there. Into that little stitch that's just right there. There's a little stitch that goes across. Just push your hook in and through. And work your 6 stitches. Got 2 more. That last one. And that's where a really good point on your hook comes in handy. A lot of people forget to go in here. My mother always taught me to go in through that little stitch whenever possible. So we're going to chain one, skip the space. We're creating another space with that chain one, and work your way along. And that's what you'll do row after row until your blanket is as big as you want it. And then just go around the whole blanket and do a little border of treble crochets. That's all I did. And you can see how quickly you can get that little stitch. We'll chain one, but don't worry if you can't. You can just go into that space if you want to. It's just a lot neater. So chain one, skip the chain space, and treble crochet into your last 3 treble crochets. And you'll do that on your blanket until you've done as many rows as you want. Now at the end, because we only chained 2, you're going right into the top of that little chain. Chain 2, 1, 2, don't do them too tight, and that way you get a really neat edge. Someone sent me a little comment the other day saying that they always just do 2 chain when they're doing a UK treble or a USA double, and it gives a much neater edge. That is great as long as you don't do those 2 stitches too tight. Make sure you do them a decent size. So again, you're just going to go into the next stitch. We're doing 3 along, chain 1, skip your space, and then do your treble crochets. And that's it. That's how easy this blanket is. And this is what you're going to get. Look how nice and neat that is with those stitches right on the top of each other. It's really neat. It's a great stitch. So when you've done your blanket, you can put as many rounds of a border on as you want. I put 1 treble crochet, I put 1 into that space and 1 into the top of each stitch. when I got down the sides, you can see the pattern here. I put 2 stitches into each one. Now on the top, what I did was I put an extra row. On the top I put an extra row of treble crochets along the top, 2 on the bottom, and I just did 1 down the sides, and that was plenty. So thank you very much for watching. Please give this a try. I'm sure you're going to love it, even if you're a complete beginner. Make it to fit a cot. It could fit anything. You can make it as big as you want, and the stitch count is 7. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now I'm going to show you how to make air clay. You will need, this is just PVA glue. This is a big litre bottle, but you're only going to need about 200 mils. You're not going to need a lot of this. This recipe is very much bung it in the bowl and stir it around. So you're going to need some PVA glue. This is just really cheap stuff. It only cost about $1.75 for this big bottle. I'm not even going to use a quarter of it. So you need your PVA glue. You're going to need about a dessert spoonful of oil. Now this is just your regular sunflower oil. This will just keep it soft so it doesn't stick everywhere. Corn flour. In the USA it's called cornstarch. It's the same thing. So we're only going to use half the packet of this. You're going to need a glass bowl or a bowl, anything, and an old spoon of some sort. Now it's really easy this. My sister Sandra showed me how to do this. I've just got a pair of scissors to open this up. Now it's up to you how much of this you make. You can make a lot or you can make a little. It's up to you. Now just put about half the box into the bowl. Now there's 250 grams in this, so this is about 125 grams. Just half of it. So I'm going to put that aside because we'll need some to help to knead it out. Now into this, so I've got my glue. Now this is just cheap PVA glue. Any cheap PVA glue will do for this. And I'm just going to dollop it in. And just drop that into your bowl. As that'll do. Now it's really quick, really easy. Get your oil, get yourself a spoon, and put just a little of the oil into your mix. Just a little tad more. You can always add more flour. If your mixture's too wet, you can add more flour. Now all you have to do now is just mix it together. Just mix it together until it becomes like a dough. You can add more glue if you have to. So just keep mixing it together until it becomes like dough. Now you will get quite a lot from it. Now that's just your grease-proof baking paper. This is the stuff that goes in the oven and stops your biscuits and cakes from sticking. So don't use wax paper. Now pop your dough or your clay onto here. Oh, it looks like cheese. Now you may need some more of your corn flour just to help it along a little bit. Now all you need to do is, a little tip, take any rings off. If you've got any rings on, then take them off. Now all you have to do is just knead it. Just knead it like this until it's nice and smooth and it doesn't stick to your fingers. So knead it until it's smooth. It's very therapeutic, this. The bits are falling off are just a little bits from my fingers. I'm going to put that down here. Because I'm going to move this paper and that's it done. That's it basically done. Now if you feel it's just a little bit dry on the outside, just get a tiny amount of oil, just a tiny amount. And then just rub it, squish it in. Now, the cornstarch was only 45p. The amount of glue didn't even come to a pound, the amount of glue that I used, not at all. So, I actually made all this, I would say, for about £1. Not even £1. This is so cheap to make. Cornstarch or corn flour in the UK, a little bit of oil. You can use baby oil if you don't have household oil, and some PVA glue. That is all it takes to make this. Now, thank you very much for watching. I really do appreciate it. Please click the subscribe button if you haven't subscribed already to my channel. I would really appreciate it. I'm up to 40,000 subscribers. Absolutely amazing. Thank you all very much for that. Thank you for all the people who've taken a few extra minutes to subscribe. All you need is a Gmail address and that's free. And it's free to subscribe to the channel as well. And also, thank you to everyone who just watches the channel as well. But I really would appreciate it if you just hit that subscribe button that's right there. It's red and it says subscribe. Come on, help me to get up to 100,000 subscribers so I can get a YouTube play button and then beyond. And after that, we will go on and we will get some of the other YouTube play buttons that are available. And we'll keep on crafting anyway. So, thank you very much for watching. I really do appreciate it. Join me for the next tutorial. I'm going to show you something to make with this. Now, it wouldn't be a craft channel if I didn't make something with this now, would it? So come and join me for that. So until the next time, happy crafting, and I'll see you all again soon. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. Now look what I got sent. This is from a lady that has an eBay site. Her name is Azrael. And she sent me this. Look at this, it's absolutely beautiful. and it's the ice yarn, and it's called Picasso Rainbow. Apparently it's quite new, so I'm going to do my next tutorial with it. I'll put a link under the video. Look at this. This is absolutely beautiful. Look at the colours. It's so soft. Now this yarn, if you look at it, it's like a chain. Look at that. It's not twisted as it normally is. It's a little chain. And it's got a very fine metallic thread through it, but it's really, really soft. This is the first time I've seen this. Now, I have seen when I go on to Ice Yarn, I haven't seen this Picasso Rainbow. There is one that I keep seeing, and it's called Rockabilly. And I don't know if it's a similar thing, but I've never tried that either. And that looks really interesting. But this is beautiful. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this for my sample. And I want to thank Claire McMillan for sending me this. And Claire's eBay site is called Azriel. And I'll leave a link down under the video for it. So this is what I've been making with that Picasso yarn. I've been making this beautiful rainbow blanket. Look at this. Now you can do this blanket with any yarn that you want. Just use the hook size that states on the label of yarn that you're going to use. You don't need to use this Picasso yarn. You can use any yarn. Now the stitch pattern is a stitch count of 8 stitches. So when you do your foundation row, you'll do them in sets of 8. Then you need to add an extra 5 stitches so it's symmetrical and you have that border on both sides. So those 3 stitches and the 2 for here makes up that 5, and that's what keeps your pattern symmetrical. So for this, it's a stitch count of 8, and use the hook size it tells you on the yarn that you're using. So I'm going to use a UK 4.5mm crochet hook for this blanket. I'll pop that up there, and I've got my yarn. Now as usual, I just take the centre out of the yarn, and then what you can do is, it's like a little bun, you just pull it like this and it doesn't toss all over the floor or anything like that. So I'm just going to pop that up there. So if you're a beginner, what you can do is just take your yarn and tie it on. Don't do the first knot too tight, and then do one other knot to stop it from coming loose. So you can just tie it on like that if you're a beginner, and it'll still work perfectly. Put your yarn over and pull through that loop. As long as the first time you put it on it's not too tight. And then yarn over and through, and we're going to do it in sets of 8. So I've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then do another 8. You do your blanket in sets of 8 to the length that you want it, then add 5 extra stitches. So I'm just going to do a small sample. I'm doing this as a scarf width. So I think I'll just do this sample as a scarf. But if you want to do a blanket, you just continue on with your sets of 8. Now I'm going to add 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I've got my sets of 8 plus 5. Now I've only done enough to do a scarf. I've done 3 sets of 8 and my 5. So what you're going to do now is you're going to do a yarn over, and you're going into the 3rd stitch in the chain. So do not count the one on your hook. 1, 2, 3, and you're going to do a UK treble crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a double crochet. We're going to put one into every stitch. So yarn over and one treble crochet into every stitch. So I've done my first row of treble crochets. I'm going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3 and turn my work. Now into the next 2 stitches I'm going to put a treble crochet, not into that one there. That one belongs to that chain of 3. That chain of 3 becomes your first treble crochet. So into the next stitch you'll do a treble crochet and into the next one. So that gives you your 3 treble crochets. Your chain counts as a treble crochet. That gives you your edge. Now you're going to skip 2, 1, 2 and do a treble crochet into the next one. No chains or anything. Skip 2 stitches and then do a treble crochet. Now what you have to remember next is chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Now around this post of this treble crochet you're going to put 3 treble crochets around here. If you're in the USA that's double crochets. So put your yarn over and you're going to do 3 treble crochets into this space and around that post. That's 1, 2 and 3. And it gives you this little granny cluster here. Skip 2 stitches, 1, 2 and then do 3 treble crochets. So skip 2 and then you're going to do 1 treble crochet into the next 3 stitches. 1 and then the next one and 1 more. So you have this. That's what makes that little granny cluster all the way up your blanket. Skip 2, 1, 2 and do another treble crochet. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3 and around the post of that stitch into that space do 3 treble crochets. 1, 2 and 3. You're going to skip 2, 1, 2 and you're going to do 1 treble crochet into the next 3 stitches. That's 1 into the next stitch and 1 into the next stitch. That's 3 and this is what you get. So that little chain is going to give us a loop when we do the next row. Skip 2, 1, 2 then treble crochet and make your cluster. So remember in chain 3, 1, 2, 3 and 3 around the post in through that big space. Do 3 treble crochets. 1, 2 and 3. This is beautiful yarn. Skip 2, 1, 2 and you've got your last 3 stitches to do your last 3 treble crochets, and that's where the other 3 of that extra 5 comes in. It balances up your pattern. So in your last skip 2 in your last 3 stitches you'll put 1 treble crochet into each stitch. 1, 2 and then 3. So your last stitch will go into the top of that chain. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Now these are your 2 pattern repeat rows. This peak row and then the next one I'm going to show you. You're going to put a treble crochet onto the top of that one and that one. So 1 treble crochet onto the top of that one. That chain of 3 becomes your first treble crochet. and then a treble crochet onto the top of this next one. You're going to chain 2, 1, 2. Then you're going to double crochet into that loop. Do you remember you did the chain of 3 on that cluster? So yarn over and do a double crochet. Chain 2, 1, 2. You go down and do your 3 treble crochets. 1, 2, and 3. Now a little tip, hold it, if you're doing a blanket, hold it up and make sure you have a peak, 3 stitches, a peak and 3 stitches all the way along. There was once or twice where I had 2 sets of 3 and I had to rip it back. Make sure you put that peak in, that cluster. And on this row, check that you have your chain of 2 in between that double crochet there. So we're going to chain 2, 1, 2, and into this chain 3 space you're going to do a double crochet. Just pull your yarn through, chain 2, 1, 2, and jump down to the 3 treble crochets. So you'll put a treble crochet into each of these stitches. 1, 2, and 3. Chain 2, 1, 2, up to the top of the peak into that chain space, double crochet. Once you get used to this, it's really easy. Chain 2, 1, 2, and then you'll do 3 treble crochets. 1, 2, and into the top of that chain of 3 that's there, put your third one. Squish it in. And this is what you get. It's really pretty. Now remember, when you do your peak row, that you have a peak in between your 3 stitches. There is no chains. On your second repeat row, 3 treble crochets, 2 chain, 1 double crochet, 2 chain, then your 3 treble crochets. Remember those 2 chains in between this stitch here. You're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn your work. So you're going to put a treble crochet into the top of this one and a treble crochet into the top of this one. You'll always, on the end and at the beginning, have your 3 treble crochets, and your chain counts as your first one. 1, 2. So you've got your chain and your 2 treble crochets. Now no chains this time. We're going to do another cluster into this double crochet. So yarn over and into that double crochet. Get myself stuck there. Do a treble crochet. You're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then put your cluster in. So that one will sit on the top of that one. So 3 treble crochets around that post. That's 1 into that big space. That's 2 and 3. Now no chains this time. Go over to your 3 treble crochets and put a treble crochet on top of these ones. 1 treble crochet, another one, that's 2, and another one on that one there, that's 3. Go over to that double crochet stitch there and you'll do a treble into that one. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and make your cluster. That's 3 treble crochets into that big space around that post. That's 2 and 3. Move over to your 3 treble crochets and do a treble crochet above here. So you'll always do your treble crochets above your treble crochets and clusters above your clusters. 1, 2, 3, and turn your work. 2 treble crochets, 2 chain, then a double crochet into the top of the cluster. 2 chain, then do your 3 treble crochets, 2 chain, and into the top of the cluster. Once you've done a few rows of this, you'll really get the hang of it. It's really easy to remember. So that's my 3 treble crochets done. So on this row I need to chain 2, 1, 2 to get me over to the top of this peak. Put a double crochet in that chain space. Chain 2, 1, 2, that'll take me down to here. 3 treble crochets, 2 chain up to the top of the peak with a double crochet, 2 chain, and do your treble crochets. That's 1 treble crochet, that's 2, and 3. Now chain 2 to get to the top of the peak. 1, 2, and into that chain space I'm going to do a double crochet, chain 2, 1, 2, and then do your 3 treble crochets down here. 1 to the top of that chain of 3 at the end. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn your work, and this is what you get. It's really pretty. I'm going to see that will stand out with a black background. So you've got a cluster row and a chain row, and that is how it works out, and that's really pretty, this size for a scarf. So that's 3 sets of 8 plus 5 for this width of a scarf. So this is the blanket that I'm still working on. And it's really pretty. Look at that, it's a really light stitch as well. If you want it more compact, then use an even smaller hook. Use the hook size for the yarn that you're using if you look on the label, and you can make it any length that you want. You can do this and make a great big long, almost scarf type, and you can make it into a wrap. It's really light for the spring as well, and for the summer. It's a lovely little blanket or throw if you're in a warm country and it gets cold at night. It's a lovely blanket for that as well. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now I'm in the middle of making this blanket, and I thought that you would like to see it before I've even finished it, so that you could start making one as well. This is a super simple stitch, and I'm calling this my man blanket. It's the first time I've actually made a blanket for a man, and so very few people do things aimed at men. They'll do hats and scarves and things, but most of the blankets that you see on YouTube they're actually put up there for children, for babies, for ladies. But there's very, very few that are just there to say, look, you can make this for a man as well. And this stitch is super easy. I love this yarn. Now, I got this sent to me. This is a twisted, and it says it's a jean yarn. There's no manufacturer on it either. But anyway, it's really pretty, and I've got 400 grams of this. If you're in the UK, we go by the weight of a ball, so I'm using 400 grams to do this lap blanket. There's 200 meters in this. That's 218 yards if you go by the yardage. So I'm going to use 4 balls. So I've got all of this. It's quite large. It's quite wide. I'm doing it this way, but it's actually going to be sideways on for the design like this. I think it looks like little brickwork. I have done this stitch before lots and lots of times. I've done baby blankets in this a lot as well, especially when it's turned this way. It's a lovely stitch. It's quite a manly stitch as well. It's a nice thick stitch too, nice for making blankets. So what I'm going to do is I am going to show you how to do this front and back post stitch to make a man blanket. It's about time somebody put some blankets on YouTube and just called them man blankets. So I'll get on with this and I'll show you how to do this incredibly easy, even if you're a beginner, a really easy stitch for a blanket. So for the man blanket, nobody does blankets for men on YouTube. Lots of the blankets are all for babies, children and ladies. Anyway, you can actually just make them for yourself. So for the sample that I'm doing, I'm going to use this. This is Wendy Aurora. It's a beautiful colour of yarn. It's absolutely beautiful. So this pattern, there is no stitch count, no stitch count. Do the chain to the length or the width that you want the blanket to be. Now it is the middle of January already, my goodness, but it is sunny outside. It is bitter cold, but it's sunny, so you might see the light changing a little bit in the video, but I can't help that. That's because of the sun outside. So I'm going to start with a slip knot. If you're a complete beginner, just tie the yarn onto your hook. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to do a chain. So I'm doing a little sample of this on this stitch. So what I'm going to do with it, with my sample, I'm actually going to make a scarf with it, but it's the same stitch as that blanket. And the scarf is just the same, but the blanket is just longer. The stitch is exactly the same. So that's wide enough for my sample. So I've got my sample chain. So what I'm going to do is I'm going into the fourth stitch in the chain, and we're going to be doing UK treble crochets. Go into the fourth stitch in the chain. Don't count the loop that's on your hook. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Put your hook through, pull your yarn through, yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over and pull through 2 loops. So we're going to do a treble crochet all the way to the end, 1 into each stitch. I told you this is going to be so easy. So 1 into each stitch all the way to the end. So we've done 1 treble crochet all the way to the end. We're going to chain 2. 1, 2 and turn your work. Now we're going to do what's called a treble front post stitch. It's a UK treble crochet and we're going around the front of the post. So the stitch, that post part of the stitch, will be in front of your crochet hook. The next stitch, you'll go behind the stitch, and it's called a back post treble crochet. So we're doing a front post treble crochet, then a back post treble crochet, then a front post, we're working around that post of the stitch. So yarn over and go around the post of the stitch. Pull up, remember and pull your stitch up. Keep it up to the height as your chain. Now the reason we only did 2 chain here is by the time you wrap your stitch around the post, it shortens it. So yarn around your hook and in from the back and slide through. So the post of the stitch is on the back here, and that's why it's called a back post stitch. Then pull your stitch up and finish your treble crochet. Yarn over and now a front post. Pull your stitch up and then yarn over and go behind. Go behind. Pull your yarn through and remember and pull it up. And the front post. And then a back post all the way along to the end. So there's no stitch count for this. Make your foundation row as long as you want it. And we'll do a front post treble crochet and a back post treble crochet all the way to the end. Post. So my last one is going to be a back post. Make sure you pull it up. Now on the end, this is the 3 stitches that we skipped right at the beginning when we made the foundation row. So into the top of that you're going to do a treble crochet. Just go into that 3rd stitch and do a treble crochet. Now you're going to chain 2, 1, 2 and turn your work. Now right in front of us we've got a front post. I love this stitch. I've done this stitch on quite a lot of the blankets that I've made. Now this one is sticking right to the front, so we're going to do a back post stitch, then a front post, then a back post. So the ones that are set to the back, they'll get a front post. The ones that are right at the front here, right up there, you can see it's sticking right to the front. You're going to do a back post around that. So in through the back and pull your stitch up. And then do your next one. You're doing a front post. And then you'll do a back post. So when you start your next row, if you've got a front post treble crochet, you'll start with a back post. If you have a back post here, you'll start with a front post. So simple. Then carry on your front post, back post, front post. And then a back post. So your back post is going around the one that was a front post on the other row. And then a back post. And that's what staggers this beautiful stitch. It's a beautiful stitch for any type of yarn. All the way to the end. So the last stitch is going to be a front post. And then I've got my chain of 3 here. And I'm going to do a treble crochet into the top of that. It was a chain of 2. So into the top of that chain of 2, you're going to chain 2, 1, 2 and turn. So it shows you the chain of 2 stays the same height as your stitch. Keeps your edge nice and straight. And already we're getting that really pretty pattern showing through on the rounds. So now we're going, that's a back post, so we're going to do a front post on that one. And then a back post. And then a front post. all the way to the end. You'll keep doing that row after row. So if you finish this row on a front post, when you turn round, you'll start on a front post. If you finish on a back post, you'll start on a back post. And that's what staggers this stitch and gives it that really pretty look. So I'm going to do a few rows. Remember, just chain 2 at the end and turn. And then do your front post and back post all the way along. Chain 2 and turn. I like these hooks, they're quite nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a few more rows in this yarn, and I'll show you. You can already see that beautiful stitch pattern coming out, and I think it's a really nice stitch for men, for blankets and hats and scarves for men. That's why I've called it a man blanket. So this is, I've done a few more rows, and this is what it looks like. Now I have used this stitch a lot, this front post and back post stitch, but look how pretty it looks. And I think it's a great stitch for doing stuff for men. Men don't want a lot of fussy like patterns the way that women like them, and I think it's really pretty. It's a very simple front post and back post stitch. It's really pretty in this Aurora yarn. This is Wendy Aurora, and it is so pretty done in that. And I'll get my big blanket back. That colour is absolutely beautiful there. I love that one. So I'll get my blanket back and I'll show you my blanket. So that is how you do this stitch. Now I'm doing it this way. Once I've got the blanket finished, the pattern is going to run from side to side. You can do it whatever way you want. So I've done mine really wide so I can turn it sideways like that. I've still got a ball and a half to work into this blanket. It's quite a nice stretchy stitch as well, as you can see. Now this is a double knitting yarn, and I used a UK 6mm crochet hook. You can use a bigger hook with this. It's quite a dense sort of thick stitch, and if you see how wide that goes open, it's a really pretty stitch. It's a really good stitch. It's a nice compact blanket stitch, and it's super easy to do. Try it out with different size hooks as well. The bigger the hook, actually the more lacy and open and loose this becomes. It's a wonderful stitch. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now I had so many people asking me, can you please show us the man scarf that went with the man blanket? When I was showing you how to do the man blanket, I was actually showing you the stitch as a scarf, and well, I finished that. Now the little question is, does your man like a fringe or does he not? So what I've done is I've got one side plain, because this is what it'll look like when you don't have a fringe on it. You can neaten up the edge by just doing a row of single crochet all the way up and around, but I think it's nice like this because it is quite a stretchy stitch. The yarn I used is this. It's called Wendy Aurora, but you can use any yarn for this stitch, just the same as you did with the blanket. It's beautiful colours in this. Look at this. That is 2 balls of that Wendy Aurora, and it's actually, I think it's only a ball and a half. This is what I had left from my second ball. So that is only a ball and a half, about 150 grams. I will leave the length in the description. Now, you don't do anything to the edges to finish this blanket off, you just finish it on your front and back post. But when it's turned this way, look at that, it's such a beautiful stitch. Now this side, I've got a fringe on. I'll show you how to do the fringe. I've put a fringe on and I'll show you how to do that because it's a really neat idea how to put your fringe on your scarves. So this side has a fringe and this side doesn't. Now, I've showed this to my son and he likes it without the fringe. I've showed it to, sent pictures to some of the, some other men I know, to some other male members in my family. And some of them have said a fringe and some of them said no fringe. So I've got, one side's got the fringe and one hasn't. I'll show you how to do that side with the fringe. And my son's going to get this one, so I'll take the fringe back off. But it just shows you how this pretty front and back post stitch turned out such a lovely, lovely stitch. Not just for men, for women as well. It's just a really nice little idea, saying like a man scarf. Everything I seem to do always seems to be for ladies. It's about time the men got some things done as well. So I'm going to show you how to do this really quickly. It's really easy, it really is. You can do it for anybody. You can make it half the width and do it for a child. You can do all different colours as well. And I'll certainly show you how to add a fringe on at the end. For the sample that I'm doing, I'm going to use this. This is Wendy Aurora. It's a beautiful, beautiful colour of yarn. It's absolutely beautiful. It's 100, there's 100 grams in this ball. It doesn't have a shade name, it's a number. It's 5102. If you like this, it's absolutely beautiful. And it says to use a 4mm crochet hook. Now you can use whatever yarn you want. I'm going to show you how to do this. It's really simple. Side. So I'm going to start with a slip knot. If you're a complete beginner, just tie the yarn onto your hook. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to do a chain on this stitch. And the scarf is just the same, but the blanket is just longer. The stitch is exactly the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going into the fourth stitch in the chain, and we're going to be doing UK treble crochets. Go into the fourth stitch in the chain. Don't count the loop that's on your hook. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Put your hook through, and I like to catch 2 strands on my hook and pull your yarn through, yarn over, pull through 2 loops, yarn over and pull through 2 loops. So we're going to do a treble crochet all the way to the end, 1 into each stitch. I told you this is going to be so easy. So 1 into each stitch all the way to the end. So we've done 1 treble crochet all the way to the end. We're going to chain 2, 1, 2 and turn your work. Now we're going to do what's called a treble front post stitch. It's a UK treble crochet and we're going around the front of the post. So the stitch, that post part of the stitch, will be in front of your crochet hook. The next stitch, you'll go behind the stitch, and it's called a back post treble crochet. So we're doing a front post treble crochet, then a back post treble crochet, then a front post. We're working around that post of the stitch. So yarn over and go around the post of the stitch. Pull up, remember and pull your stitch up. Keep it up to the height as your chain. Now the reason we only did 2 chain here is by the time you wrap your stitch around the post, it shortens it. So yarn around your hook and in from the back and slide through. So the post of the stitch is on the back here, and that's why it's called a back post stitch. Then pull your stitch up and finish your treble crochet. Yarn over and now a front post. Pull your stitch up and then yarn over and go behind. Go behind. Pull your yarn through and remember and pull it up. And the front post. And then a back post all the way along to the end. So there's no stitch count for this. Make your foundation row as long as you want it. And we'll do a front post treble crochet and a back post treble crochet all the way to the end. So when you get to the end, I've done a front post, so my last one is going to be a back post. Make sure you pull it up. Now on the end, this is the 3 stitches that we skipped right at the beginning when we made the foundation row. So into the top of that you're going to do a treble crochet. Just go into that 3rd stitch and do a treble crochet. Now you're going to chain 2, 1, 2 and turn your work. Now right in front of us we've got a front post. I love this stitch. I've done this stitch on quite a lot of the blankets that I've made. Now this one is sticking right to the front, so we're going to do a back post stitch, then a front post, then a back post. So the ones that are set to the back, they'll get a front post. The ones that are right at the front here, so it's right up there, you can see it's sticking right to the front. You're going to do a back post around that. So in through the back and pull your stitch up. And then do your next one. You're doing a front post. And then you'll do a back post. So when you start your next row, if you've got a front post treble crochet, you'll start with a back post. If you have a back post here, you'll start with a front post. So simple. Then carry on your front post, back post, front post. And then a back post. So your back post is going around the one that was a front post on the other row. And then a back post. And that's what staggers this beautiful stitch. It's a beautiful stitch for any type of yarn. So the last stitch is going to be a front post. And then I've got my chain of 3 here, and I'm going to do a treble crochet into the top of that. It was a chain of 2. So into the top of that chain of 2, you're going to chain 2, 1, 2 and turn. So it shows you the chain of 2 stays the same height as your stitch. Keeps your edge nice and straight. And already we're getting that really pretty pattern showing through on the rounds. So now we're going, that's a back post, so we're going to do a front post on that one. And then a back post. And then a front post. All the way to the end. You'll keep doing that row after row. So if you finish this row on a front post, when you turn round, you'll start on a front post. If you finish on a back post, you'll start on a back post. And that's what staggers this stitch and gives it that really pretty look. So I'm going to do a few rows Remember, just chain 2 at the end and turn, and then do your front post and back post all the way along, chain 2 and turn. So this is, I've done a few more rows, and this is what it looks like. Now I have used this stitch a lot, this front post and back post stitch, and I think it's a great stitch for doing stuff for men. Men don't want a lot of fussy like patterns the way that women like them, and it's a very simple front post and back post stitch. So I've done the last row of my man scarf. I will measure it and I'll put it down in the description. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut my yarn and pull it through that loop. Now that will become part of the fringe. Now you can either leave your scarf the way it is like this, or you can do a fringe for it. I'm going to show you on one side how to do a fringe. You can leave your tail ends because that will become part of the fringe. Now you're going to need something to wrap yarn around, something about 6 or 8 inches. Now I'm going to cheat and I'm going to use my mobile phone. So I'm going to take the end of my yarn, if I can find it, take the end of my yarn, and I'm just going to wrap it around my mobile phone like this. I'll just throw that down there. Wrap it around. I'm going to slide it off. So my mobile phone's about 8 inches. Just wrap it around. You can use a piece of card if you want. You don't even need to put the fringe on, like I said. I'll show you what it looks like with a fringe. So I'm going to cut my yarn. Now I'm going to slide it off my phone. Just slide it off. Oops, I think I've turned it off. And then I'm going to go to the bottom and I'm just going to cut through these loops. Just cut through those loops. Now you'll need a crochet hook, and I'm going to zoom in. So I'm going to take 3 strands. I'm going to take 3 strands. We'll do the darker one because it's quite dark down here, and go to the light. I'll take 2 of the darker strands because of this yarn I'm using, and 1 of the other ones. So I'm taking 3 strands of this yarn. Now I'm going to keep that one there. It will become part of the fringe. Now put your hook in through the stitch. I'll zoom in a little bit more. So to add a fringe to any scarf or blanket, if you put your hook through the stitch on the bottom and evenly space these out. Now I'm going to half these. We will trim them. Put my hook through those 3 strands and pull it through. Now wrap your strands around your hook from the back. It's easier if you do it from the back, and then pull them all through that loop. Just pull them all through. Now what you have to do now is take your strands and pull them tight. All of your little strands, just pull them so it goes tight. So that's me got 1 fringe on. So I'm going to take another 3 strands, fold them in half, so you've got a loop. Go in through your next stitch. So I've got a front post here, but I'm going into the next stitch. Pull your loops through, wrap your yarn from the back around your hook. It's easier, and pull it through those strands. Now if you miss any, Just put your hook back through and grab them and pull them under, and then just tighten those strands by pulling them like that, and that is going to give you a fringe. Work your way along. It's up to you if you want to do ask your man ask him if he wants a fringe on it, so you can trim that to any size you like. So in through the next, missed a stitch, go into the next stitch, pull my loops through, yarn around the back of the hook, around the back, and pull it through and tighten it in. So I'm going to skip that front post stitch and go through the next one. I'm going to mix my colours up, fold that in half like that, put it over my hook, pull it through so you've made a loop, put all those strands around the back of your hook and use your hook to pull them through and tighten it in. And that's going to make a fringe for your scarf. A whole lot of fringing. Ask the man that you're giving it to, do you want a fringe or not? Because that's what it'll look like with a fringe. You just take a pair of scissors and you can trim it. You can trim it short, or you can leave it longer. You can just trim all that nice and neat when you've got it all done. Trim it all nice and neat so you've got a fringe. So you can either just stitch that in and leave it like that, or you can put a fringe on like this. And that is how I did a man's scarf. So thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to the channel, and if you click on the bell icon, YouTube will tell you when I put up another tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Now today I'm going to show you how to make this beautiful frill scarf. Now look at this. This is called a corkscrew scarf. Now when you're on camera you've got to be very careful how you say that word. Look how pretty this is. It is just absolutely gorgeous, and I'm going to show you how to make it. It's really easy. It is easy, and it's all done with a UK treble crochet, and if you're in the USA that's a double crochet, and that's all. It's the only stitch that you're going to be using, and it's so pretty and so simple. So to do this scarf I'm using these two yarns. It's Maclan Bauble. This one is red black with grey, and this one is red with the grey and then going to the black at the end. Now this yarn is quite thin, it's a cotton. This is 50% brom wool and 50% cotton. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the two of them together. I want my scarf quite thick. So I'm going to do a chain. You can do the chain any number you like. Do any number you like. Make it as long as you need it to go around your neck, maybe twice. And we're going to do our chain. So yarn over and just pull through your stitch. Yarn over and pull through. Now I've mixed it with the black and the red so you can see it better. So do your chain whatever length you want it to be. I'm going to do it about 50 inches long. I want it to wrap around my neck at least maybe twice. So I've done my chain, and I'll tell you how many inches it is. I've done mine to 50 inches. Mine says at 50 inches. That's about 128 centimetres. 128 centimetres, that's 50 inches that I've done my chain. Now your first row, you're going to go into the second stitch in your chain, 1 and 2. Just go right through your stitch, pull your yarn through, and do what's called a UK double crochet. Now if you're in the USA, this is a single crochet. Put 1 into every stitch all the way along your chain, right to the end. 1 double crochet into every stitch to the end. So I've got to the end of my chain with my row of double crochet. If you're in the USA, that's a row of single crochet. Now, I told you this is going to be really simple. You're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn your work. So what we're going to do now is into the next stitch, put 1 treble crochet. If you're in the USA, this is a double crochet. The next stitch, you're going to put 2 treble crochets into the next stitch. That's 1 and 2. Into the next stitch, you're going to put 1. The next stitch, you're going to put 2. So you're going to do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 into each stitch. So that's 2 into that stitch, 1 into the next stitch, then 2 into the next stitch, 2 into that one, then 1 treble crochet into the next stitch, and 2 into the next stitch, 1 and 2, all the way to the end. It doesn't matter if you finish on a 1 stitch or a 2 stitch at the end. So 1, 2, 3 and turn. Now into every stitch I'm going to put 2 treble crochets into every stitch all the way along. If you're in the USA, this is a double crochet. So into the next stitch I'm going to put 2 treble crochets. That's 1 and 2. 2 into the next stitch, 1 and 2. All the way along your scarf, you're going to double up all your stitches. So 2 into every stitch. That's a UK treble crochet, and if you're in the USA or another country, that's a double crochet. You're going to put 2 into every stitch, and that is going to make your work kind of twist around. So 2 into every stitch all the way along. So when you start putting 2 into every stitch, your scarf is going to start waving like this. It will start going into that little wave, and we're going to build that up row by row. So I'm going to put my 2 stitches in each stitch, 2 treble crochets into each stitch all the way along. So I'm on my last stitch, and I'm just going to put 1 treble crochet into the top of that chain of 3 that we had at the beginning. Just put one treble crochet into there. And this is what you've got. You're getting this twisty scarf like this. It's going to be start to get all nice and twisted over. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. Now you're going to put one treble crochet into every stitch. One treble crochet into every stitch. We're going to widen our scarf now. So one treble crochet into each stitch all the way to the end. Just one. Now I've put this piece of paper down so that you can see a bit better. I'll just go in one. So this is what we have now. I've put this piece of paper down so you can see a little bit better. And we've got all our scarf there. So it's starting to frill up really nice. Now what we're going to do now is I'm going to put my last treble crochet into the top of this chain of 3. I'm going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn my work. I'm going to put one treble crochet into the next stitch. Now what we're going to do now for this row is we're going to put 3 treble crochets into the next stitch. Now do you remember on one of the rows we did 1 treble crochet, 2 stitches. We did 1 treble crochet into one stitch, then 2 into the next, then 1, then 2, then 1. Well, this time we're going to put 1 treble crochet and 3 treble crochets. 1 treble crochet and 3 treble crochets. We're going to make this really nice and frilly now. So that's 1, 2, and 3. 1 treble crochet into the next stitch, and then 3 into the next stitch. 1, 2, and 3. And if you're in the USA, this is double crochets. 1 into the next stitch, then 3 into the next one, all the way along. And it doesn't matter if you finish on a 1 or a 3 at the other end. 1 into the next stitch, and then 3 into the next stitch. 1, 2, and 3. 1 into the next stitch, then 3 into the next stitch. 1, 2, and 3, all the way along to the end. Now this is going to dramatically increase the amount of stitches, and it's going to give your scarf a really nice little wriggle as well on it. So 1 treble crochet into the next stitch, 3 into the next stitch, then 1, then 3, 1, then 3, all the way along to the end. 1 treble crochet into one stitch, and then 3 treble crochets into the next stitch, all into the same stitch, then 1, then 3, then 1, then 3, then 1, then 3, all the way around. And what it's done, it's given it this really nice, twist in the scarf. Now what we need to do is we need to widen the scarf. I'm going to put 2 rows of treble crochet. That's a double crochet if you're in the USA. So I'm going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn my work. Now 1 treble crochet into every stitch. So yarn over, and you're doing 1 treble crochet into every stitch. We're going to do 2 rows. If you want your scarf wider, this is where you'll do as many of those treble crochet rows as you want until it's as wide as you need it to be. Your very last row is going to be 3 treble crochets into each stitch. So for 2 rows, I'm doing 1 treble crochet into each stitch for 2 rows, and my very last row I'm going to put 3 treble crochets into each stitch, and that'll give us a really good frill on the last row. Now these little scarves don't need to be too wide. You can make it as wide as you want. So it actually goes like a corkscrew, if you can see it doing that. Look at that, it's really pretty. And that mixture of colour, look at that, is so nice. It is so nice. So 1 treble crochet into every stitch for 2 rows, 2 rows. So this is my twisted scarf. Look at that, it's really pretty. This yarn is really, really lovely. And I've still got quite a bit of both rolls left. There was 200 grams in each of these, but bearing in mind it's really thin on its own, so it'll go a long, long way. And even doubled up, I've still got all of that left, and I've actually done all of this. This is actually quite a lot of yarn. Now I've done my 2 rows of treble crochets. So what you can do now is you can leave it at that. If you like it like that, you can leave it like that, and that's your scarf finished. If you want your scarf wider, you can do a few more of the treble crochet rows on the scarf. It's up to you, and then you can finish it. Now I will put in the description what I did with the rows. I did my chain to the length I wanted, and then I did 1 row of UK double crochet. That's a single crochet if you're in the USA. My next row was 1 treble crochet into 1 stitch, 2 into the next stitch, 1 into the next stitch, and 2 into the next stitch. The next row was 2 treble crochets or USA double crochets, 2 into every stitch. I did 1 row of single treble crochets, 1 into every stitch. The next row was 1 treble crochet, then 3 treble crochets into the same stitch, 1 treble crochet, then 3 into the same stitch, then 1, then 3, then 1, then 3, all the way along, and I finished with 2 rows of treble crochets. Now my last row, to make a really, really frilly end, I'm going to do 1 row with 3 treble crochets into each stitch. Now you might think that's quite a lot, but if you want a really frilly edge on this scarf, if you're giving it as a gift, it's going to look amazing with that really double frilled edge on it. And once you wrap it around your neck, it'll look absolutely fantastic. Get my end here all twisted around. And you can do this with any yarn, absolutely any yarn. I've still kept my white paper there so that you can see where we're going with this. Just fix it out a little bit. It's lovely. I really like it. So you're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn it round. Then into this first stitch, you're going to put 3 treble crochets. If you're in the USA, this is 3 double crochets. 3 into every stitch. That's 1, 2, and 3, and this is going to give it a really frilly edge. 1, 2 and 3 all the way along. 3 treble crochets into every stitch. If you don't want 3, you can put 2 into every stitch. It's up to you. You can just mix and match this. Mix and make it up as you go along even. 1, 2 and 3. And once you've done all of that, what it's going to do, it's going to give you that final row, and it'll have a really lovely frill right along the bottom, and it's giving it a little bit of length as well, and that'll be your scarf finished. So this is my twisted scarf. Look at that, it's really pretty. This yarn is really, really lovely, and I've still got quite a bit of both rolls left. There was 200 grams in each of these, but bearing in mind it's really thin on its own, so it'll go a long, long way. And even doubled up, I've still got all of that left, and I've actually done all of this. Now I've done my 2 rows of treble crochets, and you can do this with any yarn, absolutely any yarn. I've still kept my white paper there so that you can see where we're going with this. Just fix it out a little bit. It's lovely. I really like it. So you're going to chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and turn it round. Then into this first stitch, you're going to put 3 treble crochets. If you're in the USA, this is 3 double crochets. 3 into every stitch. That's 1, 2, and 3, and this is going to give it a really frilly edge. 1, 2, and 3, all the way along. 3 treble crochets into every stitch. If you don't want 3, you can put 2 into every stitch. It's up to you. You can just mix and match this. Mix and make it up as you go along even. 1, 2, and 3. And once you've done all of that, what it's going to do, it's going to give you that final row, a really lovely frill right along the bottom, and it's giving it a little bit of length as well, and that'll be your scarf finished. You just finish off your row, cut your yarn, stitch the ends in. So once you've done all that, all you'll do is cut your yarn, close off your stitch, and stitch in the ends. I'll show you this once I've got this row finished. So this is my corkscrew scarf. This is my scarf, a twisted scarf, all finished, and look how pretty this scarf is. And you can see from that picture at the beginning how pretty it is. It's absolutely beautiful. It's really easy to do. In the description, I'll tell you what you do for each and every row on your scarf. You can continue this when you do your treble crochet rows, the single treble crochet rows, you can extend it to as wide as you want before you put that frill, that final frill on. You don't even need to put the final frill on. If you're happy with the way that your scarf is twisting, then you can just leave it at that. And look at this, it is so pretty. If I try and hold it up so that it does that, I can't hold it up for very long. If look how pretty that is. It's got that beautiful, beautiful twist in it. It's absolutely amazing. So give this a try. It's really quite easy to do. You can do as many rows as you like. You can change the stitch way if you like as well. If you haven't subscribed to my channel already, then please click on the subscribe button. And if you click on the bell icon, YouTube will tell you when I put up another tutorial. So until the next time, happy crafting, and I'll see you all again soon. Goodbye.